The origin of this magical world is from a novel I wrote. It all started when I received an email from a reader wanting to adapt my novel, long after I had stopped updating it. When I agreed, I unexpectedly found myself in the world of my novel, with a face marked by a question mark. After 2 weeks, I started getting used to it. It was only after these 2 weeks that I confirmed I was not dreaming, but had reincarnated as a minor character in my own novel. After much thought, I guessed that the way back would be to follow the main storyline. Once it reached where I stopped updating, the novel would end, and I might have a chance to return. However, given the length of the story, it would take about 10 years. As this world is filled with various dangers, I decided to attend the school where this body belonged. This school is the Cube Academy that trains heroes. In the main setting of my novel, among the many students with special talents, only a handful of elites can become students of the Cube. Since the original owner of this body was able to join, he must have had some special qualities. Although I don't know the talents of a minor character, I hope to be of some help. My class at the Cube is the core location in the novel, where the main characters, both heroes and villains, are in the truth class. I will have various encounters with these geniuses in this class. Thinking about spending 10 years with them makes me feel somewhat uncertain about the future. When evening classes ended, I returned to the dormitory. There was a package at my door. I thought it belonged to the original owner of the body, Kim Chun-dong, but to my surprise, when I opened it, it was my laptop. Its appearance shocked me. The laptop then automatically turned on and prominently displayed synchronization beginning, accompanied by a dazzling bright light. Everything about the character Kim Chun-dong began to synchronize to Kim Ha-jin, which is me. These were all settings I had created when writing the novel. I was curious about who could have sent the laptop to me. After synchronization was complete, the laptop suddenly turned off. I had acquired exclusive powers. I was no longer Kim Chun-dong, but had returned to my original form. However, due to the synchronization, all my attributes were reset. I slowly placed the laptop on the desk and could clearly see my own face on the screen. I could see multiple windows, and I think this is what I defined as enlightenment in my settings. It's an awakening phenomenon that appears when one surpasses their own limits. In this world, people call it enlightenment. After enlightenment, one can understand their own data and talents in a numerical way. Strength 1.2, endurance 1.3. Simply put, you can see your own status window. After resetting my abilities, my values are clearly lower than Kim Chun-dong's. The status bar has many options. Novice consideration, a talent can be written for 10,000 SP, but the most conspicuous among them is the settings intervention power. I do not remember writing about this ability, and I can gain corresponding SP points by increasing my presence in the world. 1,000 SP points can be exchanged for 1 ability point. It is undoubtedly asking me to intervene in the main storyline of this world. Just when I thought it was absurd, a status window suddenly appeared, but it was all question marks and could only be unlocked after the main storyline ends. Fortunately, I was already prepared to get involved in this world. If I could get connected with the main characters, maybe I could find a way to leave. Given this, I also need to enhance my strength to smoothly complete the storyline. I then used my points to enhance my abilities. In the novel I wrote, there is no concept of leveling up. Heroes become stronger by obtaining ability points. My recent allocation was used entirely to increase luck. Luck in my novel is an overpowered ability, but as it is a fixed ability, it was set to be unenhanceable with points. However, if I convert my points to SP points, I can do so. So I quickly prepared to try it out and converted the 10 points I had just gained. I used 9,000 SP points to raise luck to 9. Then I unexpectedly triggered a mysterious luck, which was a pleasant surprise because my luck value has now reached 9.1. The main character, Kim Suho, has a magic ability value of around 9.0, so this is a spectacular result. I plan to use the remaining SP to enhance my perseverance, as I still need to endure the extreme training at the Cube. With the help of my extremely high luck, my perseverance reached an unexpected 7.2. Just when I thought I could continue to exploit this, the system detected a serious error, so from now on, I cannot use SP to modify fixed ability values. Although somewhat disappointed, I took the opportunity to increase my luck and perseverance. I still have 10,000 care SP points given by the system, but I will wait until I have thought it through before spending these points. The next day after morning training, our class's instructor for the coming year took the stage to speak. His name is Kim Soo-hyuk, and according to the classifications of various associations, he is an upper middle class hero. After introducing himself, he moved on to today's main topic, and our first task today was to select our main weapons. Soon, under the instructor's guidance, we entered the large equipment warehouse of the Cube Academy. There were many ancient weapons there, and while all the students were attracted by the dazzling array of equipment, the instructor hurried everyone to choose their weapons. Once a main weapon is chosen, it must be used for at least 6 months before it can be changed. The students chose their favorite weapons based on their individual situations, and the equipment warehouse had all kinds of weapons available. Watching the main characters smoothly select their weapons, I then began looking for a weapon suitable for myself. With my current attributes, I simply couldn't use the weapons other students could. Moreover, I am not familiar with those swords and knives, so my selection criteria were clear: one that I could could quickly get the hang of and another that I had come across in my original world. Glancing around, I soon determined my target, but my choice caught the attention of my classmates. Hearing the murmurs, the instructor just looked forward, surprised by the weapon I chose, because I had picked up a small handgun. Many even couldn't help but laugh. The instructor was also puzzled, curious about why I used a sword at my previous military school. To this, I calmly stated that I wanted to switch to a different weapon. Hearing this, the instructor said no more. The cube supports the autonomy of its students in all their choices, but regardless of the outcome, we must take responsibility for ourselves. Some already suspected that I wanted to draw attention, and others were preparing to teach me a lesson during the simulated duels, to show me the difference between weapons. To this, I was also helpless. After all, it was my own setting, and although in this world, guns are also excellent weapons, this is only for ordinary people who cannot manipulate magic. In the novel's setting, guns use magic bullets, which are stronger than metal bullets, but even so, guns are not popular among heroes. The first reason is the limit. No matter how strong the users are, the destructive power of a gun does not change. Secondly, this world has materialized myths and legends, and weapons from those myths truly exist. Therefore, the older the history and the stronger the origin, the higher the weapon's level. That's why heroes favor these ancient weapons, as they can use them to break through their limits and enhance their strength. However, all this has nothing to do with me, since I am not the protagonist of a manga, nor have I really used weapons like swords. How could I possibly compete with the cube students? For me, a gun is the best choice. Now that I have chosen a weapon, it's time to acquire a talent. Talent is also called a special ability, which is the foundation of a hero's strength. Typically, a person only has one talent, but there are a few exceptions. Kim Suho, besides his displayed sword saint talent, he has other talents that have not yet been revealed. Elsewhere, after leaving the equipment room, Kim Suho went to the training room. He called the girl ahead, Chai Nayun. Seeing the bow and arrow in her hands, Kim Suho then remembered that the truth class had just gained another sharpshooter. However, his words made Chai Nayun quite upset, as she doesn't consider me as a true sharpshooter and even suspects that I have given up on becoming a hero. After returning to the dorm, I began to organize my thoughts. I then planned to think of a talent suitable for myself, and when I set the first talent, I would also be given an additional 10,000 SP points, so I casually typed the talent on the computer, Master Sharpshooter. Immediately after, I used SP points to finalize its setting. Unexpectedly, after consuming the points, the status bar was automatically modified based on what I had written. The description of Master Sharpshooter is capable of proficiently using all types of ranged weapons, not only can see far distances but also can use the ability 1,000-mile eye. This effect is quite good. In the future, besides guns, I could also use bows and arrows, and from the introduction of Master Sharpshooter, it appears to be an evolving talent. After some thought, I decided to choose Master Sharpshooter. It would now depend on this talent to carry me through to the end of the story. Time quickly moved to the next day. Today the teacher was lecturing on strategies for towers and dungeons, but possessing the talents of observation and browsing, I didn't need to pay close attention to grasp the content of the theory class easily. The observation and browsing allows me to observe people within my field of view, even see the contents of their smartwatches, and also enables me to read information on a computer at any time without a medium. After class, the teacher reminded everyone not to forget to review, as there would soon be a written exam. Once the teacher left, Chai Nayun couldn't help but complain about why we had to learn all this theoretical knowledge. Shouldn't we be showing our skills in real combat? It seems her words became reality. The next second, the doors of the truth class were pushed open, and it turned out to be the instructor notifying everyone to gather in the square in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this news, Chai Nayun was ecstatic. Just as she hoped, the instructor was sending everyone to participate in practical training. Arriving at the training ground, the instructor didn't elaborate much and immediately started forming groups. Each team consisted of 4 members, and for fairness, students with lower rankings were paired with those with higher rankings. Moreover, these groups would remain until the midterm exams. After explaining the basics, the instructor displayed the groups on a big screen. I didn't care about the protagonist's team, but to my surprise, I was grouped with Yona. Just like all classic tropes in novels, the protagonist always has a group that collides with him and then drives the plot forward. In the original setting of my novel, Yona was one of the main characters. She is the heir to the strongest guild in the country, essence of straight, and also a descendant of the prestigious family. In the early part of the novel, she stands on the opposite side of the protagonist, Kim Suho, but eventually they become comrades with shared ideals. Although I don't know why she is in my team, considering my situation, it's crucial to get involved with Yona. The more significant my role in the plot, the more SP points I earn. I secretly resolved to find a way to attract Yona's attention. At that moment, Yona, who was resting, heard someone calling her. Turning around, it turned out to be fellow team members Jin Hozung and Izuki. Although the two were very pleased, Yona didn't notice they were teammates at that moment. Once she confirmed it, she immediately changed her attitude and became very polite. However, they seemed to only have 3 people. Hearing Yona wondering who the other teammate was, I took the initiative to step forward. She had no impression of me, but I couldn't act timidly immediately because I knew Yona despised weak people. I hadn't even introduced myself when Jin Hosung next to me immediately recognized me as the person who chose the handgun in the equipment room. He mentioned that my reputation among the first years had already spread. However, seeing that we were still chatting, the instructor immediately appeared and interrupted. After sending the coordinates of the monsters each team needed to kill to their smart watches, today's practical training officially began. Yona and her team, after long-term training, had very high ability values, and their progress was swift. But I was different. When we were almost at the destination, I felt like I was about to die. Although my physical attribute was definitely higher than that of ordinary people, compared to the cube students, I could only be the tail of the team. After reaching a seaside, we arrived at the training area's 8th beach. The monster in this area was the black hump octopus, whose ferocity was unquestionable. When I also arrived, Yona organized a battle plan. The black hump octopus is a lower mid-level monster. However, its own attack power is not strong. The key is the tumor on its head that can shoot out 10 small octopuses. These small octopuses have a terrifying blood-sucking ability, which is also their most lethal part. Hazuki and Jin Hosung thought that to quickly handle the 10 octopuses, assigning this task to me, as an archer, was best. However, Yona disagreed. She insisted on dealing with the small octopuses herself, while Jin Hosung and Hazuki preserved their strength. The black hump octopus has a strong self-healing ability, and they needed to strike its fatal part in one blow. Yona's plan was clearly to keep me out of the training. Following orders, Jin Hosung decisively knocked on a large rock, initially to lure the monster to the shore. This plan was successful. Seeing the humans on the shore, the black hump octopus swiftly swam over. Yona was ready to strike. The black hump octopus, coming close, did not hide at all and immediately released the blood-sucking octopuses from its head. These little monsters were incredibly fast. Even when Jin Hosung saw the attack, he could not dodge. Fortunately, Yona acted in time as planned, her whip successfully killing each octopus, and Yona made it look easy, using hardly any effort. Seeing this, Jin Hosung was thoroughly convinced of why Yona was ranked 7th among the cube's freshmen. After thanking Yona, he quickly withdrew from the battlefield, leaving Yona to handle the direct confrontation temporarily. Just as she dodged an attack from the black hump octopus's tentacles, I saw an opportunity to act. A wriggling small octopus appeared behind Yona. Even if Hazuki spotted it in time, the distance was just too close. At that moment, Yona couldn't dodge in time. To Yona's surprise, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, the crisis was instantly averted. The shooter was none other than me, standing not far away. With the enhancement of Master Sharpshooter, my handgun could almost be said to never miss. The astonished Yona couldn't believe that Kim Ha-jin, whom she had looked down upon, had saved her at a critical moment. Hazuki and Jin Hosung also couldn't believe how timely my intervention was. Yona was originally stubborn, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to act?" But before she could finish, the black hump octopus launched its next round of attacks. This time, the octopuses were different from the information because there were not only 10 anymore, but dozens that even Yona couldn't handle. I wasn't panicked by this. Despite the large number of monsters, they weren't smart, and their movement patterns were easy to capture. This moment was the best time to show my skills, as my master sharpshooter had a special skill, bullet time. It could slow the flow of time for 3 seconds. The only thing I had to do next was to quickly shoot through each blood-sucking octopus. 3 seconds is not long. In the eyes of Yona and the others, it was almost just a few breaths. But when they looked back, they suddenly found that the numerous octopuses had all been shot into a sieve. Despite everything being so shocking, Yona quickly realized the situation on the battlefield. Without the small octopuses, the black hump octopus's weakness was no longer shielded. In just an instant, her whip flew out and tightly wrapped around the black hump octopus's vulnerability. Simultaneously, Yona swiftly urged her teammates to attack. Hazuki and Jin Hosung didn't hesitate for a second and leaped onto the monster's head. The next moment, both unleashed their magic power, and under their powerful combined attack, the black hump octopus was unsurprisingly killed on the spot. The real combat mission of Truth Class Team 5 was thus completed. Seeing that everything was finally resolved, I no longer continued to exert myself and lay down. Using bullet time for the first time had nearly exhausted all my energy. Hearing the announcement that Team 5's total time was 58 minutes and 58 seconds, Yona appeared very disappointed because this result only ranked 16th. It wasn't until returning to the classroom and confirming the times of all teams from the big screen that Yona realized she hadn't misheard. Although the academy would calculate individual scores separately, as drones filmed the entire course, what made her unhappy was losing to Chai Nayun once again. Nayun's team ranked 4th. When Yona arrived at the Cube Academy, she had resolved to outperform Chai Nayun from the start, but she lost during the first training session. What made it even harder for Yona to accept was that a boy nearby kept looking at Chai Nayun. Yona stormed over to Chai Nayun, but just as Nayun sensed someone approaching, Yona changed her demeanor and greeted Nayun very gently. Hearing that Yona came to inquire about the practical training, Nayun couldn't help feeling regretful as her team only placed 4th. But when Nayun heard that Yona's team ranked 16th, she still praised them for being quite impressive, noting that achieving this result with a drag like a gunman was commendable. Yet Yona was conflicted inside. As Nayun mentioned, they could have reached their destination in 10 minutes, but because of me, 50 minutes were wasted. However, in the subsequent battle, I played a significant role. Being able to kill dozens of blood-sucking octopuses with magic bullets, she became increasingly curious about who I really was. In the days following the practical training, I went to train my body, only now remembering to check the gains from the previous battle. Currently, my talent's proficiency has increased by 20%, triggered by luck. My perception has increased by 0.03, and both my vision and hearing have improved. My sensory abilities will be enhanced in the future. Meanwhile, by getting involved in Yona's storyline, I also gained several hundred SP points. During this time, by exercising, many of my abilities improved. After reviewing all the recent gains, I concluded today's training. In the evening, in the luxurious area of the student dormitories, Yona was staying up late looking at her computer. The content was my performance during training. She repeatedly watched it and finally arrived at a shocking figure. I had fired 60 magic bullets with my handgun in just 3 seconds. Yona wondered if a human could really pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second, or does my handgun have a burst fire button? After observing me all night, she found too many suspicious aspects about me. Despite such a standout performance in battle and her familiarity with various talents, she had never heard my name before. At this moment, Shinjonghak, the boy who had been staring at Chai Nayun during the day, sent her a message. Watching Shinjonghak ask what she was doing, Yona happily stated that she was reviewing the footage. To her surprise, he also expressed curiosity about the gunman and her team. Since the cube's practical training is fully recorded, essentially everyone in the academy and external major organizations can watch. Thanks to being in the same team as Yona, some people also watched our team's playback, but more people started paying attention to our team's performance. The focus was still on the protagonist, Kim Suho, including the deputy guildmaster of the creator's sacred grace, Yun Sun-ah. She was extremely fond of Kim Suho, impressed by his superb swordsmanship and extraordinary cutting force, realizing that the top guilds in the country would compete to recruit him, and she was no exception. Such a clean, sunny, and handsome talent was someone Yun Sun-ah wanted to recruit by any means necessary. But as she continued watching the footage of the practical training, she noticed a student using a gun. The assistant commented that because of Yona, many people had clicked on the video, and this gunman had also sparked a lot of discussions. With just a handgun, he had achieved unbelievable results. The assistant also told Yun Sun-ah that after entering the cube, I had changed my main weapon from swords to a handgun. Upon hearing this, Yun Sun-ah immediately understood that I must have successfully enlightened. There had been similar cases in the past, where after enlightenment, the individual replaced their originally proficient main weapon with a weapon that suits their talent. Enlightenment at 17 was surprisingly fast for her. Unfortunately, if the main weapon was a firearm, she thought it was not as appealing. After all, as time goes on, the disadvantages of modern weapons would become increasingly apparent. Time quickly passed, and 3 days later, the Academy introduced a new training module. This time it was a simulated duel, typically conducted in pairs with training-specific weapons that do not cause significant injury. However, in the first year at the Cube, one person was an exception. Then the instructor loudly called me to get up, but by now, I had already been thoroughly defeated 18 times. Unlike others, my opponent was one of the Academy's instructors. The reason was that the training firearms were still being made, and using real guns could easily injure first-year students. Therefore, my simulated duel involved the instructor as my opponent. Although I had the 1,000-mile eye effect of the master sharpshooter, which allowed me to see the instructor's attack trajectory clearly, it still depended on whether I could keep up with the speed. After the training, I was completely exhausted. Just as I was about to drink a Coke and rest, I saw Yona. Given our previous experiences, our first impressions of each other were not good. Although she was a character I created, her temper was indeed terrible. But suddenly, I remembered the settings I had written for Yona, so I decided to test whether they were accurate. I called out to Yona and then threw a can of Coke her way. Caught off guard, she didn't understand my intention, but she instinctively caught the Coke. Realizing what was happening, Yona wondered if this was a provocation. To this, I said that the last training had benefited from her, and this was a gesture of goodwill. Of course, I had another purpose, which was to test how many SP points I could gain from conversing with members of the protagonist group. After hearing my words, Yona gently touched her hair and then threw the Coke back to me, telling me not to act like we were familiar. This was her first warning to me. Immediately after, Yona turned and walked away. However, as she was walking, she suddenly noticed something was off. Yona felt that her handbag seemed heavier, so she stopped and opened it. Inside was another can of Coke, which I had just slipped in. Angered, she initially wanted to throw it into a trash can, but looking around and seeing no one, she decided that the Coke was innocent and put it back in her bag. Of course, I saw all of this. This is also a part of the character setting I created for her. Yona likes to eat Coke, burgers, and similar foods, but due to her pride, she never shows this in front of others. I didn't expect that using a lesser-known setting about about Yona, and a few conversations with her would only earn me 4 SP points. It seems that I still need to get involved in the main plot to make a significant impact. The next part of the story is the attack on the National Weapon Museum by a Jinn. A Jinn refers to a human who has made a pact with a devil, exchanging their soul for great power. This incident was also triggered by an assassination attempt by the Jinn. Coincidentally, the protagonist group was visiting the museum and ended up dealing with the Jinn, which also sparked the group's interest in Kim Suho. However, only Kim Suho and Chai Nayun will act this time, as the early Jinns are relatively weak. This is good news for me as I feel fully able to participate in this part of the story. First, I need to find an opportunity to have them take me to the museum as well. At this moment, the instructor told me to quickly go back to the dormitory. Hearing this, I hurriedly packed up my computer and left. What I didn't notice was that at that moment, an email suddenly arrived on my computer. Soon, the opportunity one was looking for arrived. It was an activity organized by one of the clubs at the Cube. These clubs, run by the students, involve a variety of activities including academic and martial arts directions. According to the setting, there are over 100 clubs within the Cube. Participating in club activities is not only a process of self-development, but also an opportunity for students to interact with each other. The club I'm joining today is named the Travel Club. The reason for this, of course, is that members of the protagonist group have also joined this club. Seeing many top first-year students gathered, the senior member who is the head of the club is somewhat trembling, but after regaining his composure, he introduces them to Kim Suho and others. The purpose of the Travel Club is relaxation, so they use portals to leave the Cube for trips about twice a month. To welcome the new members, today's travel destination is chosen to be nearby and is the extremely bustling S-City, close to the Cube. From this part of the story, it appears to be no different from what I originally wrote. Once the plot unfolds, I will have more opportunities to get involved. I thought I could easily earn SP points by getting involved a bit, but the senior member said we would be splitting into groups for a draw, which surprised me. Did I remember the plot wrong? What surprised me even more was that once again I was put in the same group as Yona. She didn't hesitate to tell me that it would be enough for her and me to act alone. Naturally, I agreed, as I had intended to act alone when I came. Soon, we arrived at the S-City Weapons Museum. There were even more types of weapons here than in the Cube, and the place was bustling with visitors. Chai Nayun even took a liking to a bow and arrow there. Since she was here, it meant that Kim Suho was nearby. Seeing me approach, Kim Suho then noticed me. I introduced myself as Kim Ha-jin and started chatting with him. Hearing my name, he then remembered I was the one who had chosen the handgun. There had been too many people before, and Kim Suho hadn't noticed that I had also joined the travel club. He mentioned that there was a firearms exhibition hall nearby and asked if I wanted to check it out together. But before I could respond, a huge tremor came from the museum, followed by an emergency broadcast. Monsters had appeared around the museum perimeter. The repeated announcements gradually instilled fear in the people inside. When heart-wrenching screams came from outside, everyone started to panic and rush to escape. During the chaos, a little girl was accidentally knocked down, but just then, someone smashed the glass protecting an exhibit. The piercing noise momentarily quieted everyone, and they were all shocked by Chai Nayun's action. Kim Suho, who had just saved the little girl, also didn't expect her to suddenly act. Finally, Chai Nayun spoke up. She told everyone to calm down, saying the resident heroes would surely arrive soon. If they ran out now, they would only end up as food for the monsters. After speaking, Chai Nayun took the weapon from the display case. At that moment, the museum's security system activated instantly, and the exit doors closed. Chai Nayun reminded Kim Suho to also grab a weapon. They would have to protect the people until the heroes arrived. Suddenly, a series of crisp footsteps approached. Chai Nayun immediately sensed this unusual presence, the power emanating from the newcomer quickly putting her into battle mode. This was the invading Jinn, the villain I had designed to propel the protagonist's growth. As soon as the Jinn saw Chai Nayun, he attacked her, while Kim Suho had already taken the sword he had seen earlier. According to the original plot, Kim Suho's strength should easily handle him. The next moment, the two collided, but the outcome was beyond my imagination. Kim Suho was sent flying by the Jinn. Looking at the injured Kim Suho lying beside me, I was momentarily stunned, as the plot was not supposed to develop like this. I clearly didn't write this kind of plot. In the novel, although Kim Suho initially hides his strength and seems to be at a disadvantage, once he releases his restraints, he crushes the Jinn. But now, Kim Suho, who was hiding his strength, was directly injured by the Jinn with one strike. Hearing my and Chai Nayun's inquiry, Kim Suho shakily said he was fine, but his condition was not good. I had to find a way to buy him time, and Chai Nayun had already positioned herself in front of Kim Suho. To her arrows, the Jinn didn't even bother to defend. After firing more than 10 arrows, Chai Nayun realized that, although her attacks hit, the Jinn seemed not to feel any pain. This was not a special ability, nor was it a regenerative effect. Chai Nayun understood that the Jinn was enduring the damage through willpower alone. Seeing this, I quickly warned Chai Nayun to get away, but the Jinn's claws were about to pierce her. At the critical moment, Kim Suho intervened in time to block the Jinn. However, his weakened strength couldn't hold against the Jinn's transformed state for even a moment. The next second, Nayun. He was smashed into the ground by the powerful Jinn. Nayun shot again. This time her magic-infused arrows had an effect, but her attack also angered the Jinn. The Jinn abandoned its attempt to kill Kim Suho and turned to try to kill Nayun instead. The Jinn's claws were too fast. Nayun couldn't dodge. Nayun couldn't avoid in time and was pinned against the wall. Knowing that continuing this way would definitely result in death, I quickly told everyone else to scatter. Facing the Jinn's sudden increase in strength, I forced myself to remain calm despite the fear. Next, I had to do something to give Kim Suho and the others a chance to breathe. Ordinary magic bullets surely wouldn't cause damage, but since the opponent was still a character from my novel, I assumed the major aspects of the character settings were the same. That is to say, this Jinn must be of a dark attribute. Immediately, I began to use my ability to change the attribute of the magic bullets. Changing their attribute required spending over 1,000 SP points. After setting it up and using the points to save, my magic bullets changed attributes. The reason I wrote the attribute counter setting was also to allow the heroes to exert greater power. Quickly loading my handgun, I aimed it at the Jinn. The next second, I loudly told Kim Suho to get out of the way. The modified magic bullet turned into a light bullet, which is the light attribute that counters the dark. Bullets of the essence of light can cause tremendous damage to the body. As soon as Kim Suho dodged, I immediately pulled the trigger. At close range, the shot hit the Jinn's arm instantly. From the light bullet, dazzling white light emitted, and the Jinn's arm was purified into ashes. The intense pain made him howl uncontrollably. Nayun, who was controlled by the Jinn's claws, was thus saved, and I successfully bought some time for Kim Suho. After activating his Sword Saint mode, Kim Suho's demeanor was completely different from before. His magic turned into flames that blazed fiercely on his weapon, and the Jinn suddenly realized that it was probably going to die. The Sword Saint's magic could cut through anything in the world, and this time, the battle truly ended. Kim Suho's all-out strike split the Jinn in half instantly. Along with the Jinn's death, the first segment of the main plotline was also completed. Kim Suho stood up shakily, as using that sword now was his limit once a day. Meanwhile, a clear-headed Nayun couldn't stop retching. The close brush with death had left Nayun in agony. Kim Suho, trying to comfort her, was harshly pushed away by the panicked Nayun. Seeing this, Kim Suho did not attempt to approach further. He knew Nayun needed time, but I nonchalantly said, "Don't worry, her Appa will come soon to console her." After all, that's how I wrote it in the novel. However, as soon as I spoke, I felt the air suddenly become tense. Both Nayun and Kim Suho looked at me with extremely horrified and puzzled gazes. Nayun trembled even more and then couldn't hold back any longer and vomited. Soon, the monsters outside were almost completely eradicated, and many heroes from S City had arrived, including Yun-sana. At this time, a member of her guild came to inform her that a Jinn had appeared in the museum, but was fortunately dealt with by 3 students from the cube. Yun-sana was quite impressed by this news, and then asked which students were involved. Hearing that Kim Suho had participated and personally killed the Jinn, Yun-sana quickly rushed to the museum. She was excited inside, not expecting to encounter Kim Suho here, and didn't want to miss this chance to build a closer relationship. Just then, I also came out from inside. Recognizing me in the cube uniform, Yun-sana came up to greet me. She was about to ask where Kim Suho was when I preempted her by telling her that Kim Suho was inside. But soon after entering, Yun-sana sensed something was off. How could I have known her purpose? Unfortunately, when she turned back to look, I was already gone. Yun-sana talking to me really startled me. Could this also be related to changes in the novel's plot? After resting for a while, I began to think about the reasons for the changes in the novel. Although this world has an additional character named Kim Ha-jin, my part should be minimal. But soon, I realized a point that had been overlooked, which is that this novel now, including myself, should have 2 authors, so today's events might be the doing of the co-author. It seems I have entered a world where someone else's adaptation of the novel is taking place. If that's the case, the situation is completely different now, which means all the predictions I made based on my own novel are futile. Just as I was panicking about the unknown, my computer suddenly rang with a new message. It was a comment from the co-author, who was a former reader of mine. He thought that every time the protagonist and his companions faced no real threats, it made the story too boring, so he took the liberty of rewriting it during this period. The first plan was to strengthen the villains. By evening, the incident was wrapped up. The instructor then called me and Kim Suho, having already been briefed on the situation, and told us to head back to school to rest. Kim Suho also asked about Nayun's condition, and the instructor said she had taken medical leave and her family had taken her to the hospital. Seeing that we were okay, the instructor then left. At that moment, Kim Suho suddenly called my name, wanting to know why I had said those words to Nayun. Seeing my confusion, Kim Suho asked why I had mentioned her appa. Now I finally understood the reason for their odd behavior then. Could there be something wrong with Nayun's appa? My expression made Kim Suho suspect whether I was feigning ignorance, but his head was hurting too much, and he said no more. However, I was very concerned about this matter. Quickly after returning to the dormitory, I began to look up Nayun's family situation. Her father is Chai Shin-hyuk, and her brother is Chai Jin-hyun. After reading a lot of information, I found that their situation was exactly as I had set it up. But why would they react that way? Just then, a news article caught my eye, boldly stating, Chai Jin-Hyeon successfully rescues comrades in the Operation Fires Park, falling into a coma as a result. The content of the report was unexpected. In the original plot, Chai Jin-Hyeon gained high honor from this battle, and at 13, Chai Nayun, watching her appa hailed as a hero, felt incredibly proud. This was the setting I had written. Another new message came in, a notice reminding me that the modified settings would only be provided in message form after I noticed them myself. Chai Jin-Hyeon, the late-stage powerful ally of Kim Soo-ho in the novel, no longer existed. Considering the protagonist had too many helpers, the setting was changed. For years ago, after becoming a hero, Chai Jin-Hyeon was marked by a demon's brand, tragically turning into a demon seed, but no one is currently aware of his condition. Meanwhile, Chai Nayun was sitting silently on her bed, feeling very downhearted. Just then, a man pushed open the door of the hospital room. It was Nayun's father, Chai Shin-hyuk. He was too worried about his daughter's condition and had hurriedly come to S-City to visit her. After telling her father she was okay, Chai Nayun said she wanted to see her appa before being discharged. Hearing this, Chai Shin-hyuk was somewhat surprised. He then agreed to go with her. However, back in the dormitory, I was now in considerable pain. A demon is a higher entity than a jinn, and they can brand humans to turn them into demon seeds. Once the seed passes its latent period and germinates, the human becomes a powerful demon. I had set the latent period of the jinn seed to 5 to 6 years, meaning Chai Jin-Hyeon's latent period was already half over. In such a short time, if he successfully turns into a jinn, it would inevitably cause widespread disaster. The only solution to the current situation is to kill Chai Jin-Hyeon before the jinn awakens, but this is extremely difficult. First, his security system is definitely top-notch, and no mercenary would take on the task of assassinating a wealthy young master. Second, the germination of the seed shows no signs, so I have no evidence to report him. Once the latent period passes, Kim Soo-ho's strength will definitely not be enough to fight the fully blossomed demon. Even sending current powerful heroes would inevitably result in many casualties. I can't just watch this happen, because they still have to contribute in the later part of the novel. So, the only one who can kill Chai Jin-Hyeon is me. On the other hand, Chai Nayun's visiting time has ended, and now someone is telling her it's time to leave. After saying goodbye to her appa, Chai Nayun closed the room door, but she can't forget what happened before. That guy named Kim Ha-jin. On the night I and Kim Soo-ho killed the jinn, Yoon Sung-ah, after reviewing the situation at the museum and meeting with Kim Soo-ho, actually came to the Hero's Tower. This place holds the records of all the nation's talents. Her guild members were worried about being discovered, as this is an act punishable by law. Yoon Sung-ah didn't care. She said she was just checking the records of today's attack. Yoon Sung-ah came because she found light attribute mana on the corpse of the jinn at the scene. The existence of such a person would inevitably be the nemesis of the jinns, so she must find this person and recruit them into her guild. Soon, after watching the video, Yoon Sung-ah confirmed that the person she was looking for was one of the 3 The Cube students who killed the jinn, but she was already keeping an eye on Kim Soo-ho and Chai Nayun, and the remaining person, Yoon Sung-ah, was hearing about for the first time. However, the name Kim Ha-jin seemed familiar to her. Days later, I was still participating in school activities as usual, and I recently realized something new, that other people can't see my laptop. Thanks to this, I could confidently verify everyone's current settings without reservation. My computer also acquired a new function that can automatically detect real-time setting changes. For example, Damien, who was just crushed by Rachel, now has significantly reduced confidence. The specific function of this feature is that within a 30-meter radius centered on me, if there are settings that differ somewhat from the original novel, the computer will pop up an information window to alert me. Compared to the co-author information that comes after I sense something is amiss, the computer's function is undoubtedly more efficient. As I was thinking, Chai Nayun came up behind me at some point, her face gloomy, wanting to spar with me. Of course, I understood the purpose of Chai Nayun's visit and immediately refused her, but Chai Nayun was relentless, saying that the previous insult to her appa couldn't just be overlooked. However, I still refused, saying that my handgun was loaded with live ammunition, and if someone got hurt, the instructor would scold us. My words only made Chai Nayun even angrier. Fortunately, the instructor noticed the situation here in time, told me that I couldn't spar with other students for now, and immediately asked Chai Nayun to return to her place. I also feel very sorry for what happened before. I had thought about apologizing, but once I knew about the Jin seed, killing Chai Jin-Hyeon became my most pressing goal. For this reason, I have been desperately training to become stronger recently, so even if I manage to ease the relationship with Chai Nayun, when that day comes, she will only hate me more. After training, there is a large welcoming party in the evening, organized by Yoon Hyeon, the head of the academic club. Their club's goal is to analyze monsters and research tactics, and they organize a discussion activity every week. Looking at the elegant and handsome Yoon Hyeon on stage, many younger female students couldn't help but blush, but his charming appearance and gentlemanly demeanor are all just the abilities of a demon. The Cube, as the main stage of the early part of the novel, has witnessed student disappearances, monster invasions, and various other incidents, and Yoon Hyeon is the master mastermind behind these events. His ability, Charm, was obtained through a pact with the demon Lilith, which means Yunhayan is actually a Jinn. He is currently greedily eyeing a target. Similarly, I joined this academic club also for that person, Yona. Today is the welcoming party, and Yunhayan expressed that he wanted the new students to get an early understanding of their discussion activities. Then he introduced a mid to high level monster, the Mountain Tyrant. Whether inside the magic school or external organizations, information on high level monsters is extremely valuable, with the information on vital parts alone trading for at least several $100 million. Yunhayan suddenly asked where the Mountain Tyrant's weak point is, specifically asking Yona to answer. Although surprised, Yona answered, "So far, no one has found the Mountain Tyrant's weak point," and that was the correct answer. Yunhayan said that discussing these issues is one of the pleasures of the club. At the end, he said that students who want to exchange ideas should definitely stay for the follow-up activities. The welcoming party soon ended, and watching Yona stand up, I asked her if she was going to participate in the activity, but Yona acted as if she couldn't see me and turned her head to leave. So I spoke up again. "Miss Yona, are you also going to participate in the after party?" This time she finally responded to me. She said she would participate. Maybe she would find some useful information. Hearing this, I roughly guessed Yona's purpose, then casually said, "Are you planning to pass the information to the raid team of the Essence of Straight?" My words forced Yona to turn back. Essence of Straight is one of the major guilds established 50 years ago during the outcall. Founded around Yona's family, they have now become a large guild capable of influencing the country. However, the deputy guildmaster is currently gaining momentum, and even the legitimate heir feels threatened. I continued to speculate, guessing that Yona's unusual participation in the activity was probably for this reason. She didn't understand what I meant by saying so much, so I clarified my intentions. "I can tell you the weakness of the high-rank monster, the Mountain Tyrant." This surprised Yona, even making her speech a bit stuttered. Without any hesitation, I told her, "The Mountain Tyrant has a small blue emblem on its heel. Attacking there will immobilize it. However, this information isn't free. Once the task is successful, I want you to get me a Desert Eagle from the Essential Armory. After all, your guild owns that armory." Yona was curious about my basis for this, or if there was any corroborating data. To this, I calmly smiled and said no. Instantly, Yona fell silent, regretting why she even bothered with me, feeling it was a complete waste of time, but I still called out to her, insisting she must trust me. In the blink of an eye, Yona had left. If she would trust me just once, she would become my ally in the future. After leaving, Yona didn't go to the event. Instead, she went to a secluded place and contacted the guild secretary, instructing them to convey a message to the Mountain Tyrant strategy team. During this operation, pay close attention to the blue emblem on its heel. It might be a vital spot. After saying this, Yona felt completely insane. Days passed in a blink, and I was thinking of seeing if I could get some advance payment from the school, but when I opened the Cube Bank, I found myself deeply in debt. I owed the school $300,000, a number that made me break out in a cold sweat, as $300,000 is the maximum loan limit for the Cube students. I was curious what Kim Chundong had done to spend down to just $3,000 from $300,000. At this rate, not to mention returning to my original world, just repaying the debt would keep me here for a lifetime. It seems I have no choice but to make money while becoming stronger. Right now, I have two legitimate ways to make big money. One is investing in towers and dungeons. To this day, towers and dungeons continue to appear around the world, and guilds that discover and successfully conquer them can enjoy treatment equivalent to companies. Investing early in a guild's shares, if they go public, will yield astronomical returns. Although I know which guilds will go public in the future, I don't have the capital to invest, so I'll have to leave this method for later. Thus, my only choice is the second route: go to hunting grounds to hunt monsters for materials to sell. Unlike towers and dungeons, hunting grounds are known dangerous areas where selling monster carcasses can quickly earn money, but my current ability level has just surpassed that of an adult male, and even using SP for enhancement, my training handgun is not capable of dealing with those tough-skinned monsters. As I was pondering solutions, a new message popped up on my computer. The dormitory doorbell suddenly rang, and the delivery person outside said that Yona had sent me a package. This surprised me. Why would she send me something? I immediately went out to check. Outside was a suitcase, and after slowly opening it, the contents inside surprised me. Indeed, because of what Yona sent, the next day I went to the hunting grounds in G Province. I didn't expect the staff at the hunting ground transfer point to be so polite after I reported my identity as a Cube student. After coming out of the transfer portal, I was directly in the official G Province hunting ground. The hunting grounds here are generally low in danger level, so they are popular all year round, with foreigners from all over the world coming to hunt. Walking down, the street was full of people looking to form teams or trading after their hunts. Seeing the scene in front of me, I remembered that I needed to find an agent to maximize my profits when selling monster materials. I thought I might as well just find someone nearby. Just then, a man approached me proactively. When he heard that I was indeed looking for an agent, he quickly handed me his business card. I only glanced at it, but his name caught my attention: Park Soo-hyuk of SH Entertainment. He would not only become become the best agent in each country in the future. But most importantly, in the original story, he was Kim Suho's agent. Park Soo-hyuk honestly said, "We just opened." I smiled and greeted him, not expecting to sign a contract with him the next second. This world is still in the early stages of the novel, and forming good relationships early with those who will be famous in the future is also a good investment. Having found an agent, I then went on a hunt, and to my surprise, Park Soo-hyuk chose to come along. Normally, agents without cars would choose to wait outside the hunting grounds. Along the way, he identified a hobgoblin from just a footprint, listing its characteristics and market price, but the hobgoblin's market value was not high. Then I pointed to the steel wild boar below us and asked Park Soo-hyuk about its price, which scared him with its sudden appearance. He then told me I probably couldn't handle it because normal firearms couldn't even penetrate its skin. Hearing this, I happily prepared to try. The weakness of the mountain tyrant I had provided to Yona. She had actually followed my information. Yesterday, I also received the new weapon, a desert eagle, that she sent, and I had also used SP points to add a certain setting. The next second, I fired at the steel wild boar without hesitation, and the shot easily pierced through the monster. Looking at the steel wild boar lying on the ground, Park Soo-hyuk's eyes were filled with disbelief. And the setting I had written was this: the destructive power amplification ability is multiplied each time the desert eagle kills the enemy in a single blow. I didn't expect the new weapon to perform so well, which pleased me greatly. My precise shooting instantly earned Park Soo-hyuk's admiration. I briefly responded to him, but the next second, I turned around and continued firing. Park Soo-hyuk didn't understand why I was doing this, but following the direction I was shooting, the black pelican above the distant cliff had already been shot down. Park Soo-hyuk wondered if I could really see that far. Confidently, I told Park Soo-hyuk that seeing from miles was now quite easy for me. Having killed 2 monsters, that was it for today. It took a lot of effort, but we finally gathered the 2 monsters together. I wondered how to transport them outside the hunting grounds, and Park Soo-hyuk didn't disappoint me. He had already thought everything through. He would pay for a rescue team to come and transport them and would give me the payment tomorrow. Hearing this, I confidently left the matter to Park Soo-hyuk and decided to only work with him in the future. When I first came here, I told Park Soo-hyuk it was my first hunt, and now he was curious about what I planned to do after receiving the payment. Unexpectedly, I seriously said I wanted to invest, which left Park Soo-hyuk astonished. He realized I didn't seem like a typical teenager. That evening, when I returned to the dormitory, the first thing I did was use the remaining money to buy all the shares that I could of a guild called the Pack Horse Master. This investment cost me the remaining $3,000 I had. According to my original setting, the founder of this guild was a Jinn, playing a significant role in the novel. Of course, my focus was on whether they could go public in the future. In a while, the Pack Horse Master would conquer the Devil Nest in X City, after which they would successfully go public and their value would skyrocket. After searching around, I didn't find any other guilds to invest in, probably due to the lack of public information. It seems I'll have to search in the Violet Banquet of the Dark Web. Remembering the setting of the Dark Web, I couldn't help but recall a major antagonist team from later in the story, the mysterious organization called the Chameleon Troop. The identity of each member is a mystery, known only to me as the author. Although the Chameleon Troop are antagonists, they are very resistant to jinns, so if there's a chance to connect with them, they might become a powerful ally in eliminating Nayun. According to the original storyline, there's still one spot open in the Chameleon Troop, and they should be starting to act soon. Just as I was about to continue checking the settings, my computer suddenly went dark, which made me very anxious. In my mind, the computer is now more important than anything else as it is crucial for my return. Fortunately, after some waiting, the computer finally lit up again, displaying some messages. A month has now passed, and the laptop's functions are currently updating. Meanwhile, Yona and Shin Jong-hak seem to be waiting for someone. They originally had a group called the Noble Society and were planning a gathering now. Seeing that Shin Jong-hak was annoyed by gatherings, Yona asked him to bear with it. Soon, the door of the restaurant was finally pushed open, and the person who arrived was Nayun. Seeing her, Shin Jong-hak immediately brightened up, showing no sign of impatience. However, compared to his enthusiasm and concern about her hospitalization, Nayun felt he was making too much of a fuss. Hearing the two continue to chat, Yona looked very gloomy beside them. They soon started their discussion for today, but during it, Nayun suddenly brought me up. Seeing this, Yona was surprised. Why did she want to learn about this person? Immediately, Nayun did not hold back and recounted the incident at the museum. She found it highly suspicious that I destroyed a Jin's arm with just a training handgun, which was completely different from my performance at school. At that moment, Nayun remembered that Yona was in the same group as me, so she asked if Yona knew about my situation. Yona had investigated me, but she only knew about my background from the orphanage and the debt of 300,000. Comparing this with what Nayun said, she realized I must have hidden my true strength, but Yona still said outwardly that there was nothing worth noting. Nayun suddenly suggested that Kim Ha-jin might be a Jin, which silenced the others. Then Yona dismissed her guess. Shin Jong-hak asked Nayun if she disliked Kim Ha-jin, and after a moment of silence, Nayun thought of what I had said and then remarked, "Indeed, that could be said." While they were discussing, my computer also completed its update. The next second, the light emitted by the computer made it hard for me to open my eyes. When the light faded, I suddenly felt a sharp pain on my arm, and by then, my left sleeve was already soaked with blood. A message then appeared on the computer, informing me that I had acquired a stigma, one of the creator's powers, accompanied by a flood of information into my mind. The mental strain and the severe pain in my arm were too much for me, and I collapsed to the ground. My computer displayed a new message about this update. It had added a sub-talent book of truth for me, and had enhanced my original observation and browsing abilities. The next day, when I attended the city recognition ceremony, my hand was still tingling. After fainting yesterday, I woke up in the morning. After receiving the notification, I came here. Although I had received the stigma, I was not clear about its specific effects yet. What surprised me was that I was merely thinking in my mind, yet suddenly Nayun said I was disturbing her. This kind of troublemaking behavior left me speechless. I then calmly told Nayun, "You shouldn't forget that I saved your life a few days ago." Hearing this, she became even angrier and said that was a different matter. But our conversation was indeed disturbing to Kim Suho, so he pulled Nayun away to switch places. After sitting next to me, Kim Suho thanked me, understanding that if it weren't for me that day, they definitely wouldn't have beaten the Jinn, so he was very grateful. To this, I responded, "Even if I hadn't been there, you guys would have definitely won. Maybe you would have awakened even stronger powers." After all, Kim Suho is the main character in my novel. Facing those hardships and dangers, his strength always grows. After waiting for a while, the recognition ceremony finally began. The ceremony officially started, and the presenter of the awards was Yushi-Yuk, ranked 37th among heroes. He is known as the Wolf of Valhalla, a high-ranking hero. When the host called the awardees to the stage, the three of us went up. Yushi-Yuk presented the award to Kim Suho first, and with just one look, he understood why everyone in the industry was eyeing Kim Suho. However, while handing over the certificate, Yushi-Yuk whispered in Kim Suho's ear, advising him that it might be better not to join an association and to remain a free hunter instead. The so-called hero's responsibility is everything, which Yushi-Yuk found boring. But Kim Suho is not someone who is easily swayed. Even if it's as boring as others say, he still wants to be a real hero. Hearing this, Yushi-Yuk sighed helplessly and said no more. When it was Nayun's turn, he noticed her. Nayun awkwardly called him master, but Yushi-Yuk said that an archer is not his disciple. Although Nayun's father asked him to look after her, Yushi-Yuk had no interest in Nayun becoming an archer. When it was my turn, Yushi-Yuk was somewhat puzzled, as he hadn't even heard my name. Although being ignored made me feel uncomfortable, fortunately, the Jinn expulsion unexpectedly came with a reward of over 10,000, so I happily had an extra meal to celebrate. After the awards ceremony, I received the prize money, totaling 15,000, which made me very satisfied. This money could be used to purchase more shares of the Packhorse Master Guild, but for now, let's check the laptop's updated functions. First was the stigma, which likely was the wound that appeared on my wrist yesterday, possibly added by the other author. The explanation of the stigma was somewhat ambiguous, only knowing that magic could be manipulated at will by my mind. As I thought about it a bit, the stigma on my wrist suddenly appeared, but it was accompanied by pain. It wasn't convenient to check in the restaurant, so I decided to go back and confirm it later. The next update was that the laptop's network had been activated. I clicked through and saw that there were several sites I could access, which seemed to be the focus of this update. Among them, the importance of Violet Banquet, a highly reputable private website, was significant. It offers information, weapons, bounties, and contract trading. Almost every hero has used Violet Banquet during their development. Joining this site requires a high fee, but I only need 200 SP points to create an account. Just as I was trying to log in, Yun-Suna unexpectedly approached me. She said that after the awards ceremony ended, she noticed I was missing and came looking for me to give me her business card. Receiving Yun-Suna's business card was very significant. It represented that Yun-Suna was officially trying to recruit me to her guild. After she sat down, she said she wanted to ask me a question. Although Yun-Suna presents herself as a friendly image to the public, I am well aware of her true nature. She is a strong woman who adheres to the principles of survival of the fittest. Even now, as she warmly recruits talent, if they later fail to meet her expectations, Yun-Suna would certainly discard them without hesitation. Establishing a relationship with her could be very beneficial for future development, but not right now. So when Yun-Suna just started asking how I defeated the Jinn, I immediately refused her. Yun-Suna, who was rejected, introduced her identity again and then expressed her interest in me. Hearing this, I appeared somewhat indifferent and then thanked her for her attention. It's likely that Yun-Suna approached me because she saw me using light attributes, but currently, she is just interested, so I decided to play hard to get to increase her attention towards me. Thinking this, I stood up to say goodbye, and Yun-Suna, still not reacting, could only watch as I left. After returning to the dorm, I immediately started to investigate the specific effects of the stigma. The laptop indicated that the stigma's magic could change at my will and would not cause fatigue during use. The magic of the stigma can be manipulated freely, so I imagine the stigma's magic taking the form of a short sword. sword, and indeed, the next second, the stigma on my wrist began to glow, and a small short sword appeared in my hand. It seems, then, that the stigma's abilities are quite strong. The magic inside the stigma can be used in many flexible ways. I thought I would be unconnected to magic when I suddenly came to this world, but I didn't expect to be able to use magic in this form now. The next thing to check was the newly appeared Book of Truth. Using the power of the stigma, I displayed the Book of Truth with magic. At that moment, a mechanical voice indicated that the book contains the truth and, within the range allowed by magic, can answer any question. I asked the Book of Truth how tall I am, and sure enough, the answer it provided was very accurate, while also costing me a bit of SP, probably because I don't have magic of my own, so it used points instead. Just then, my smartwatch suddenly received a notification, an urgent message from the Cube Academy. A student from world class, Jin Ha-jong, has gone missing. Seeing this message, I immediately understood. This is the start of the second main storyline, the Cube Missing People incident. Just like the name suggests, a total of 6 students will disappear, and the perpetrator leaves no clues. This storyline is very important because the final target of the perpetrator is Yona. But I thought of another possibility. If an accident happens again like in the museum, I might as well catch the perpetrator first. But I quickly dismissed this idea. Rashly interfering with the storyline's development might lead to unexpected events later. So, I decided to just observe for a while. In the following days, I continued training as usual, maintaining vigilance about my surroundings. During this period, a different situation occurred. Someone always came to mock and insult me. Just as Kim Suho was about to rest, someone called him to look ahead. That's when he saw that a student nearby was unabashedly calling me useless, saying I couldn't even lift such a light barbell. Seeing this, Kim Suho was visibly angry, but a man beside him advised him to stay calm and said there was no need to intervene. This man was the class president of the truth class, Lee Yang-han. His advice puzzled Kim Suho. Lee Yang-han explained that these people were Xinjiang hacks, and Kim Ha-jin must have offended him. Moreover, Lee Yang-han believed I was acting. After all, Kim Suho had said that I had disabled a Jin's arm. Such a brave record should not be bullied by Xinjiang hacks people. But under everyone's gaze, I really couldn't lift the barbell. Seeing me unable to stand up, Kim Suho angrily went forward and soon got into an argument with the mocking group. The noise at the training ground finally drew the instructor. The instructor stopped everyone and then gathered everyone together. A few days ago, we had a small test on the analysis of phenomena, and now the results were out and soon posted on the wall. Many people went to check if they had failed. Looking at the test rankings, I was indeed first. After all, as the author, coupled with the effects of observation and browsing, this result was naturally expected. But then there was the sound of a long sword falling to the ground behind me. Rachel was incredulous about the ranking, and I also remembered her setting. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, a princess from B country, ranked 3rd in strength among new students at the Cube, just behind Kim Suho and Xinjiang Hack. Since entering the Cube, she had never missed being first in any test, no matter the size. She was determined not to let down the honor of the royal family she came from. But today was the first time Rachel had been defeated in ranking. During class, the teacher gave high praise to my exam. After some thought, Rachel also understood that it would be difficult to shorten the gap between us by midterms. Phenomenon analysis is a complex and difficult subject at the Cube, and now Rachel was even more curious about what I usually study. In fact, I have never seriously listened in class. After class ended today, as usual, I went back. Having acquired the Book of Truth, I was ready to make good use of it. So, I created an intelligence agency on Violet Banquet. Although it doesn't have much credibility now, as long as I find an opportunity to get started, coupled with the use of the Book of Truth, it will definitely attract a steady stream of clients. After registering the agency, next I decided to spend the SP points I had recently accumulated. The start of the second main storyline meant that the Cube was no longer a safe haven. With my current capabilities, I was not strong enough to face Jins alone. Thanks to the group led by Xinjiang Hack always bullying me, my SP points were maxed out due to increased attention on me. First, I wanted to enhance my weapon, adding a transformation feature to the Desert Eagle to allow it to morph into a sniper rifle. Although this seemed far-fetched, it was necessary to increase power. This modification was also expensive, costing 250 SP. After saving the settings, my Desert Eagle quickly transformed into a sniper rifle. I thought if I took it out, everyone would be surprised. For now, I let it remain in its pistol form. Next, I needed to set my skills. If talents are based on supernatural phenomena powered by magic, then mastery are formed through acquired training. As a marksman, survival and assassination are crucial. I thought of a suitable mastery and wrote a simple description, then used points to create it. The computer soon provided a mastery called parkour, which cost over 300 SP. Fortunately, the effects of parkour were exactly what I needed. It would increase my agility and flexibility. Before I could test it, my watch rang. This time it was about the disappearance of a word-class student, the second victim. In the novel, until Yona was kidnapped, those missing students were hunted by the murderer. Although I knew who the murderer was, I was still a bystander as students disappeared one by one. Even in the world of the novel, I was confused, unsure whether to intervene ahead of time. time. The next day, many students gathered at the cube's outdoor training ground. The instructor announced that today's combat training would be different from before. Behind us, in a cave, was an artificial dungeon crafted by the cube, inhabited by monster dolls mimicking real monsters. Today was a simulation of dungeon raiding. The instructor warned us not to take it lightly, as even the dolls posed a threat to life. Due to the large size of the dungeon, today's training was a joint session between the Truth class and the Cultivation class. Teams temporarily formed between the two classes. The cube's artificial dungeons were full of traps, some of which were secretly set by jinns. Just in case, I had prepared several bullets with attributes. Just then, a pop-up suddenly appeared on my computer, followed by 3 notifications of setting changes. I began to look around for the person causing these changes. It turned out that Yona, teamed with Kim Suho, had become more aggressive, and Jaden from the Cultivation class had enhanced growth potential. Another was with Chai Nayun's team, a man named Sven, whom Chai Nayun had apparently seen in another club before. Sven's change was a worsening of his mental fortitude. The likelihood of him being eroded by a jinn's minion significantly increased, which left me stunned because this change seemed a bit extreme. But of the two I needed to pay attention to, the first was Jaden on the same team. His character was bullying the weak and despising everyone, but the window indicated his potential for growth had increased, leaving me puzzled about what it represented. During the temporary team merger, both team leaders introduced their members, but Yona mistakenly pronounced my name wrong. Jaden seemed normal for now, but the key person was Team 3 Sven, a student from abroad enrolled at the cube. Like many students, Sven admired Chai Nayun and aspired to be among the top talents of the cube. However, contrary to his wishes, faced with the more exceptional prodigies of the cube, he remained just an average student. Repeated failures made him feel inferior and frustrated. Eventually, to gain power, Sven sold his soul to a jinn in exchange for strength. However, the Windows alert just told me that in this dungeon raid, Sven might prematurely awaken as a jinn. Next, we started entering the dungeon for the simulated raid. I needed to stay vigilant, especially about Sven's movements. In such an environment, any anomaly could lead to severe consequences. You can't let your guard down like this in the dungeon. I briskly swatted off Jaden's hand. Seeing this, Jaden seemed to understand, commenting on my bad temper and how it's no wonder many rumors were circulating about me. Hearing this, I felt a surge of anger. Recently, my reputation at the Cube Academy had been very poor, mainly due to rumors from the world class claiming I used my student status to intimidate and threaten others outside, and other rumors about my indulgences in city pleasures every weekend. I knew all these were the doings of Shinjonghak and his group. Although I gained a lot of SP because of this, the team members treating me as if I were invisible was probably due to these reasons. As we waited for the team ahead to enter, everyone in the team seemed cheerful, except for me. The dungeon was as vast as the instructor had described, and after a few minutes of walking, everyone stopped due to many forks in the path. Yona and Jaden were discussing on the spot. Jaden originally wanted their team's sharp-sensing archer to choose, but I had already suggested taking entrance number 6, which displeased Jaden. Unexpectedly, Yona decided to listen to me and immediately chose the 6th path, telling Jaden, although Kim Hajin might not be much, his eyes are still pretty good. I didn't mind. Thanks to her, I could finally enter the fork that would lead to encountering Chai Nayun's team as I wished. If Sven really makes a pact with a jinn here today, Chai Nayun alone won't be able to withstand it. If she gets into trouble, all subsequent plots will be thrown into chaos. Eventually, Jaden also agreed to take Route 6. Along the way, he quietly mocked me for seeking attention, but I simply told him, you should think about how to deal with the monsters ahead instead. As soon as I said this, everyone was puzzled because it was pitch black ahead and nothing could be seen. At that moment, another archer in our team stood up and shot a light arrow into the interior. Under the illumination, a low intermediate ranked monster, a salamander, was indeed ahead. The students quickly formed a battle formation. Jaden asked if anyone could use water attribute attacks, since the salamander was a fire attribute. Hearing his words, I didn't respond. The magic within the stigma was limited, and I had to save it for the most critical moment. Seeing no one in the team had water attribute magic, Yona proposed a direct frontal assault. She took the initiative against the monster, and just as the salamander tried to spit fire, it was swiftly bound by her whip around the mouth. The warriors in the student ranks followed up with attacks, and with everyone's cooperation, the monster was killed within seconds. Yona's power was indeed increasing quickly, and the lightning emanating from her whip indicated that she was on the verge of enlightenment. We continued on, and as we moved closer, I could feel the atmosphere ahead becoming increasingly eerie and tense. I had to stay alert, especially as we neared the route leading to Chai Nayun's team, where any anomaly could have severe consequences. I suddenly pushed Yona aside, successfully preventing her from getting hurt. A trap was activated. Unaware of the situation, Yona coldly told me to let go. Sensing her intent to kill, I quickly stepped back. Just as Yona was about to deal with me, other team members noticed an arrow that had penetrated the wall. That was why I had pushed Yona. Moreover, when I fell, I saw a new alert. It was an arrow laced with neurotoxin. Compared to Yona's luck, Team 3 Sven was not so fortunate, as he was accidentally hit by the poison arrow. arrow. Carrying Sven, Nayun was puzzled. In the midst of the battle, an arrow had suddenly flown at them, which couldn't possibly be part of the training. Moreover, Nayun noticed that although it was supposed to be a training dungeon, the monsters inside were abnormally powerful. Meanwhile, my team continued fighting against the monsters. After the salamander, there were many peanut flames, but with everyone's combined effort, the lower tier monsters posed no threat. We soon cleared the area, with only that one poison arrow trap along the way. Just as everyone was ready to charge ahead, intense heat suddenly rose from behind us, startling me with its lethal threat. Turning around, I saw the salamandra we had defeated earlier had revived, and it was about to unleash a firestorm. Before others could react, Salamandra's attack was already launched. However, having sensed it earlier, I immediately acted, channeling all my will through the stigma. The power of the stigma quickly converged, and I transformed the magic into a water barrier in front of us. The flames crashed into the barrier with great force, but the barrier held, shielding Yona and the others. The monster, already near death, had little magic left to fuel the flames, and with the fire extinguished, Salamandra truly died this time. Such formidable power sent Hazuki and others into a state of shock. The team guessed that the Salamandra was definitely not a mere monster doll, feeling the intense heat even without being touched by the flames. Just when I thought things were over, Jaden erupted in anger. He shouted, asking why I hadn't stepped forward earlier when looking for someone with water attributes. Even explaining that it was due to my equipment didn't convince him. Fortunately, Yona stepped in to stop our argument. Then someone asked why there were real monsters here, and Yona speculated that this was the ideal dungeon environment where real monsters could indeed evolve. She then motioned for everyone to keep moving forward, but her suspicion rose when I had just claimed it was the equipment's effect. After all, I couldn't afford even a Desert Eagle, so how could I possibly afford magical equipment? Yet aside from Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak, no new student could imbue magic into equipment. And not only did I know the weakness of the Mountain Tyrant, but I also had the ability to imbue magic properties, yet I deliberately hid my strength. Yona couldn't help but recall what Nayun had said, wondering if Kim Hajin really was a djinn. A while later, Nayun's team had already found a place to rest, but an intermediate level 5 monster, the Magma Golem, was gradually closing in. The enemy might well be the dungeon's boss, and the difficulty felt overwhelming to Team 3. With Sven also urgently needing treatment, it seemed impossible to defeat this type of monster. Despite everyone's reluctance to abandon their own, Sven felt very guilty, blaming himself for carelessly getting hit by the poison arrow. Ever since arriving at the cube, Sven had never had a smooth day, causing him great inner turmoil. At this moment, a seductive whisper resonated within Sven's mind, promising him unmatched power if he made a deal with it. This was exactly what Sven longed for. He didn't want to continue being useless, especially not in front of Nayun. Thus, uncontrollably, Sven accepted the pact with the Jinn. The next second, he screamed in pain, causing his teammates to panic, not understanding what was happening to Sven. Seeing their inability to control the frenzied Sven, Nayun instructed other team members to hurry over, but they were too terrified by the monster to move. After searching for a while, the Magma Golem finally located its prey, causing everyone to scatter in panic. The Magma Golem's attack burst forth instantly. Fortunately, Nayun and her team reacted quickly enough to escape the calamity. However, due to the large attack range of the monster, 2 students were unfortunately knocked unconscious. In an instant, Team 3 mostly dispersed. Nayun, carrying Sven, fell to one side. Falling to the ground, Nayun couldn't stop coughing. At this moment, Sven's body began to undergo dramatic changes, twisting grotesquely as the Jinn's power corroded his body. As she recovered, she turned around only to find that the Magma Golem had targeted her. The monster in front of her was nothing like the monster dolls described by the instructor. Nayun realized it was a real monster. She had never imagined that she might die in a training exercise. Just as the boss monster's molten lava was about to erupt, a bullet imbued with ice had struck the Magma Stone Golem's neck accurately. The ice magic permeated the monster's body, temporarily freezing it. Nayun was stunned for a moment, and behind the Magma Golem, the shooter was none other than me, who had arrived just in time. Just a few minutes before, our teammate continued forward only to find no way out, blocked by a tall stone wall. Jaden, somewhat angrily, asked me, "Didn't you say that the end of this path leads to the boss monster?" I was puzzled too, because when I used my 1000-mile eye earlier, there had been no wall, but I still asserted that the boss was behind it and suggested that Jaden try to break the wall. Though unhappy, Jaden swung full force at the wall to get out quickly. The result was obvious. The strong recoil numbed his hands. Even though the attack was imbued with magic, it was ineffective, indicating that the wall was very thick. Just then, Hazuki suddenly called everyone. It turned out there was a crack at the top of the wall, so I suggested crawling through it, but the wall was over 10 meters high, and Jaden complained that it was impossible. I went first to try, as the situation on the other side might not be good. Using my parkour mastery, the rugged wall was like flat ground to me. In no time, I had climbed to the crack. Once I crawled through, a huge vibration suddenly came from the surrounding space, making Jaden even more curious about what was happening on the other side of the wall. Back to the present, the ice on the monster was slowly evaporating, and it had only been a few seconds. Unexpectedly, it was already starting to move again. I quickly shouted at Nayun, telling her not to just sit there, as the pain monster had now targeted me. At that moment, 2 attacks interrupted the magma stone monster's actions, coming from the recently dispersed Team 3 members. Seeing her teammates arrive, Nayun finally rallied. She quickly took up her bow, began to draw it with power, and told her teammates to buy her some time. Hearing this, the other students fought valiantly, and unexpectedly, Sven, who had been poisoned, reappeared and even managed to injure the magma golem. With several teammates helping each other, the monster couldn't interrupt Nayun's charge. Finally, her killer move was fully charged. Instantly, Nayun released her arrow, powered by strong magic, struck directly at the core of the magma golem. The monster screamed, and its body began to crack and finally turned into a pile of rocks, completely dead. Students couldn't believe they had managed to defeat a magma golem. After the battle, Nayun waved to check if anyone was injured, while Sven praised her, saying she could even defeat such a strong monster. But I was surprised by his condition. Sven hadn't transformed into a Jinn, but I knew he had made a pact with one, and it was only a matter of time before he would be exposed. Seeing me sitting alone to the side, Nayun slowly approached me, looking very shy, and said, "No matter what happened before, thank you for saving me." I was surprised by this new side of Nayun, and I didn't even react at first. Seeing my shocked expression, Nayun immediately became even more embarrassed. I hadn't expected her to apologize to me. On her 6th birthday, Nayun had seen her mother die at the hands of a Jinn, which is when she resolved to become a hero, and so, she began training intensely from a young age. Her childhood experiences made it difficult for Nayun to form close friendships. She didn't want to show her vulnerable side to others. Therefore, it was rare for anyone to hear Nayun personally say thank you. She almost never did. Instead of thanks, Nayun often said sorry. That's the character I wrote for her. To avoid an overly awkward moment, Nayun started a conversation. She wanted to know, if I'm so strong, why do I let Shinjonghak and his group bully me? When I admitted that I indeed couldn't beat them, Nayun was puzzled, given the impressive power of the gun just now. Then I took out the Desert Eagle. This is a personal weapon, not comparable to the school's training guns. Seeing me use such a weapon, Nayun quickly checked to see if anyone else had noticed. If the school authorities found out, it would surely lead to suspension. I wasn't worried, because I had learned to conceal weapons within my stigma. Even if discovered, no one could find the weapon. Although I used a special weapon, Nayun still felt I was very strong. Then she guessed that I must have the talent to enhance firearms. Seeing that I didn't respond, Nayun walked away with a look of I knew it, saying she wouldn't tell anyone about my use of personal weapons. But halfway through, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "Don't you have anything else to say to me?" I understood what Nayun meant, but I still said directly that I had nothing else. If I apologized to her now, Nayun would surely forgive me for insulting her brother. But I couldn't do that. It's better to continue being someone she dislikes by her side. When the time comes, Nayun might feel a bit better. After all, I have to kill Jin-yoon. Seeing Nayun return, others were curious whether she and I were close, which upset Sven. Not long after, a broadcast informed the students to stop the dungeon assault and quickly evacuate. Since the start of this exercise, the dungeon's cameras had malfunctioned, and the presence of real monsters wasn't detected in time. Fortunately, there were no casualties, so instead of a thorough investigation, the academy chose to calm and compensate the students. In other words, the Jinns in high positions at the academy successfully covered up the incident. In the original storyline, a full investigation wouldn't start until after the second plot ended. I need to focus on Sven's condition. The side effects of a pact with a Jinn are amplified emotions and obsession. If Sven continues to have chances to be alone with Nayun, he might erupt due to his emotions getting out of hand. To prevent any issues, I decided to use my computer to monitor Sven and Nayun's movements. I began by checking Nayun's chat history. Conversations with others were normal, but I soon found a useful piece of information. Nayun and Sven's hunting club planned to travel to G province this week. In the original story, Sven made his pact and went berserk during this trip, so I decided to accompany them this week. Just as I made this decision, my watch received a call from someone unexpectedly, Kim Suho. He asked if I was free on Friday and wanted my help with something. Before handling these two matters, I planned to obtain 2 top-tier items from the novel. The next day, I set off directly for Gari Mountain in G province. Referred as the mecca of training for martial artists, Gari Mountain also attracts treasure hunters and adventurers because of its rare items, particularly its famous ginseng. The adventurer introducing me to Gari Mountain is one of them. Even though I tell him my purpose isn't to find ginseng, he remains skeptical. As I walked in, I tripped on a root, but when I looked back, I discovered a ginseng hidden beneath the roots. While this seemed absurd, given my extraordinary luck, it seemed plausible. As I climbed Gari Mountain, I ate the ginseng roots. With my ability to modify settings, eating the root temporarily increased all my improvable stats by 2 points. However, eating part of the ginseng prematurely was somewhat wasteful, as selling the whole root could have easily cleared my debt. But with more pressing matters at hand and needing a boost in strength, I crossed the steep cliffs and reached the hidden Undead dungeon in Gari Mountain. The boss monster was a high intermediate rank level 1 monster, the Death Knight. Although I had already used the ginseng to temporarily enhance my abilities, I probably can't withstand a single strike from it. However, I'm not afraid, as my target today is not the dungeon boss, but the hidden levels within the dungeon. I only need to deal with some low-level undead. With the effect of bullet time, many undead do not pose a significant threat to me. After slaying a swath of them, I used Thousand Mile Eye to check the route, and then it was a merciless slaughter. The growth type equipment ether and Evangel seed. In my original novel, these two items helped the Jinn Tomer become an executive of depravity. There is no item better than ether to help me grow quickly right now. Soon, I arrived in front of the hidden level. Through the effect of Thousand Mile Eye, I spotted a giant withered tree ahead, under which the witch Evangel sat alone. She is still in her child form and poses no threat. Evangel's appearance is somewhat harmless, but I know that even if I don't act, when the Jinns come, the outcome will be the same. Since the witch in her spiritual form is hard to kill with firearms, so I used the stigma to conjure a light attribute mana spear. With the enhancement from the ginseng, I felt like I had become a master like Yona and others. As the spear struck the young witch, I noticed she didn't immediately disperse. It took a few minutes for the witch to slowly fade away, finally dissipating into light before me. However, this does not mean that the witch's life has ended completely. The remaining seed is the key item that can give birth to the Witch of Despair Evangel. Next to the seed is the growth type fluid equipment ether. After securing the items, I returned the same way I came. By evening, I had finally returned to the dorm. After successfully equipping ether, due to its ownership effect, all my upgradable abilities increased by 0.6, and this equipment cannot change its owner, an effect that I am very satisfied with. Now I have finally reached the basic level of the cube student. Next, I plan to list the remaining ginseng on Violet Banquet, as I am still quite short on funds. Today's journey was indeed fruitful, with the biggest gain being the Evangel seed right before me. Although the Despair Witch sounds like a villain, if I nurture her properly, she can definitely become a great ally. The method to sprout the seed is simple. Just use a small amount of fresh blood instead of water. However, the witch's temperament is determined by whose blood it is fed, so I must consider carefully. But getting blood from the protagonist group is too difficult, so sprouting will have to wait for now. Exhausted from the day, I prepared to sleep, as there is likely to be a tough battle tomorrow. The next day, members of the hunting club gathered at the mineral spring in Chi province, and naturally, I was among them. This club organizes a hunting trip monthly, targeting harmful birds and beasts. I'm also somewhat uncertain about today's scenario, mainly because I had only narrated the general ending. The original storyline involved Nayun being seriously injured, while Sven dies in the aftermath of a demonic human's rampage. This scenario was designed to make Kim Suho pay more attention to Nayun. When many people start to believe that the Jinns are targeting her, it's also when Yona gets kidnapped by a Jinn. However, this guy Sven hasn't shown any signs of going berserk yet. He can even control a bit of the power of a demon, and I'm almost certain I couldn't beat him with my current strength. If Sven could just die like in the original today, I wouldn't have to worry anymore. While I was keeping an eye on Sven, Nayun also noticed that I must be watching them. Even though I had previously seemed indifferent, now I'm conspicuously hovering around them. Nayun couldn't help but wonder if I had feelings for her. Seeing this, Sven suddenly reminded her to be cautious, as disappearances had been frequent recently. But when Nayun said she didn't think I was that type of person, Sven's look changed instantly. Soon after, the hunting action started. Sven and Nayun had a bet on who could catch more, and the winner could make a wish from the loser. When they separated to hunt, Sven finally stopped hiding his abilities and used demonic powers to rapidly devour creatures. Shortly after, Nayun's voice carried over. She carried today's trophies, thinking she had won, but upon seeing the prey behind Sven, Nayun's eyes widened in shock. Helplessly, she had to honor the bet and then asked Sven what his wish was. Unexpectedly, he suddenly confessed his feelings to Nayun. Without any hesitation, Sven's wish was to date Nayun. Watching from the shadows, I wasn't surprised at all. The demon Sven made a pact with his one of lust, and his desires had surged since becoming a Jinn. When Sven confessed his feelings, Nayun decisively rejected him. She explained that anyone would refuse a confession from someone they've known for less than a week. Hearing this, Sven appeared very disappointed. Nayun added that she prefers someone stronger than herself, hence she could never accept Sven's feelings. As Nayun turned to leave, Sven could no longer control himself and suddenly attacked the unsuspecting Nayun. After his frenzied assault, Sven thought he had succeeded, but I arrived in time and blocked most of the damage with an ether shield. I initially wanted to check on Nayun's condition, but the demonized Sven was too fast for me to react. Watching me being taken away, Nayun attempted to save me, but her bow had already broken. In a moment of crisis, Nayun used her hands as a sword, rapidly concentrating magic between her palms. With Sven fully demonized in front, Nayun finally stopped hesitating. With her action, powerful magic covered the entire area. In my novel, there are occasionally characters with great potential who fail to realize their abilities due to choosing the wrong weapons, and Nayun was one of them. Nayun's talent was never meant for the bow. If she used a sword, she would be comparable to Kim Suho. Angrily, Nayun swung her terrifying energy sword, and with that strike, the demonized Sven was obliterated, leaving only remains. Nayun was also frightened by her own power, and I was curious about the technique she had just used. She didn't know herself. Then she asked how I was, and upon hearing I was okay, Nayun finally smiled, but the next second, she felt dizzy and then collapsed in front of me. Later that evening, Nayun slowly woke up, still somewhat groggy. She was startled to find herself on my back. Seeing that she was not waking up, I had decided to carry her down the mountain. Now awake, Nayun fussily asked me to let her down, but as soon as she tried to stand, she felt weak and collapsed again. She panicked because she couldn't control her legs at all. Confused, I asked if she had never experienced magic exhaustion. Nayun looked bewildered, so I simply explained that her magic was depleted and it would be difficult to move on her own for a while. Following my suggestion, I ended up carrying Nayun back. On the way, I asked if she would continue using a bow and arrow, especially given today's events. Nayun must be aware that her swordsmanship far surpasses her archery. If she could switch to swordsmanship, with her magic talent surpassing Kim Suho's, she would surely become an absolute dominant force in large-scale wars. However, judging by Nayun's angry cursing, convincing her to give up the bow and arrow she had trained with for years seemed unlikely. After a while, we arrived at the transport point. I mentioned I needed to get back before the dormitory curfew, and seeing this, Nayun hurriedly asked me to take her along since she still couldn't move freely. The next day, the news of Nayun being attacked by a Jinn quickly spread throughout the school. After class, I went to keep my appointment. Upon opening the classroom door, Kim Suho, who had asked me to come, was already waiting, but he wasn't alone. Kim Horak, Shin Jonghak, Yona, and finally Lee Yanghan were there too. It seemed all the major characters have gathered together. The day before the hunting club incident, when Kim Suho asked for my help, he explained that due to the recent increase in disappearances at the Cube and the institution's desire not to involve outsiders, they decided to select a few students from each grade to investigate. Although the school would conduct its own thorough investigation, considering that the perpetrator was likely a student, it suggested an internal investigation by students for quicker results. The representatives chosen for the investigation were Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, and Nayun, who could also invite others to assist. Kim Suho chose me because he knew I had sharp eyesight, and he mentioned Nayun had recommended me. Thinking of the SP I could earn, I agreed to help Kim Suho. Now that everyone had almost arrived, except for Nayun, who couldn't come due to her injuries, Kim Suho began to share his theory on the case. He first suggested that the perpetrator of the disappearances and the Jinn who attacked Nayun were not the same. Kim Suho's casual reference to Nayun sparked Shin Jonghak's displeasure. At this, Kim Suho sighed and then used her full name. Overall, Kim Suho believed that the Jinn's next target was likely Nayun. He asked us if we had any suspects in mind or had noticed anyone behaving strangely recently. Initially, I wanted to observe how the story unfolded without deliberately disrupting the pace, but with 3 disappearances in 2 weeks, much faster than in my original story, I knew the co-author had made modifications. If this continued, the number of victims would multiply beyond expectation. After my recent experience with Nayun, I decided I could no longer ignore the situation for the sake of the plot. So, I took the initiative to voice my suspicion that the president of the academic club, Yoon Hyun, was suspicious. The room fell silent instantly. Kim Suho mentioned that Yoon Hyun was close to the first victim and had already been investigated, proving his alibi. I was explaining that he could have used hypnosis magic to lure the victim to him when Shin Jonghak immediately countered my point. He does not think a mere hypnosis magic could make the elites of Magician's Cube obediently listen. At this time, Yona turned the tables on me, finding it odd that despite Yoon Hyun having an alibi, I persisted in my suspicions. Moreover, Yona felt that compared to Yoon Hyun, I was more likely to be the Jinn. Her words left me incredulous, and Kim Suho also came to my defense, pointing out that I had teleportation records during the previously assumed times of the crimes. Yona then used my earlier mention of hypnosis magic as an example, arguing that teleportation records could easily be falsified. Behind us, Kim Horak stood up, ready to physically test me himself. He believed that by beating me up, I would either speak up or transform. Except for Kim Suho, no one objected to this approach, seemingly agreeing with Kim Horak's method. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sneer, and soon I was physically clashing with Kim Horak. Kim Suho quickly intervened to stop us. Once calmed down, I told everyone that if they didn't trust me, they could simply ask Nayun, as we had both attended the hunting event that day. However, this brought about Shin Jonghak's displeasure. He was angry about why I would associate myself with Nayun. While we are all working together to eradicate the Jinn, you guys can only play boring pranks. At this, Shin Jonghak flew into a rage, and Lee Yanghan quickly calmed him down. After reiterating that Yoon Hyun was a likely suspect, I turned and left. But to everyone's surprise, Kim Horak suddenly attacked me, holding nothing back. Fortunately, my instincts allowed me to dodge the crisis. Turning to face Kim Horak's arrogant demeanor, I drew my pistol, ready to teach him a lesson. Just as we were about to fight, Kim Suho intervened to stop us. He was clearly displeased with Kim Horak and also told Yona that if there were doubts, they might as well ask Nayun directly. After a moment of silence, Yona went to contact Nayun. I left the classroom without looking back. At that moment, Yona shared the suspicions with Nayun. Hearing that they suspected me, Nayun confidently stated, Kim Hajing couldn't possibly be the Jinn. When I stepped outside, it was already dark. The events of today had completely stirred all my emotions. Being embroiled in my own fictional world was one thing, but to argue with the characters I had crafted was another. I've been in this world for some time now, missing my parents and friends, longing to return to my home. And if time in the original world was synchronized, how heartbroken my parents must be at my absence. The most critical question was whether I could return at all. In my moment of sadness, a notification popped up saying my resilience had increased. Seeing this, I couldn't help but lament how inappropriate the timing of this message was, but it also reminded me that my resilience had indeed improved. Otherwise, I might have given up searching for a way back by now. They only made me more determined to return home. On the other side, after watching me walk away, Kim Suho slowly returned. Yona asked Kim Horak if he had used his ability to attack. A marksman like me dodging a close-range ability attack is highly suspicious no matter how you look at it. Just then, Yona's watch received a message. It was an invitation from Yunhayan asking her to come to the study room before tomorrow's academic discussion to talk about something. Yona, confident in her abilities, agreed to go, unaware that on the other side, Yunhayan was eagerly anticipating their meeting. The next day, I came to terms with it and didn't dwell on yesterday's events anymore. However, Kim Suho and the others seemed quite concerned about my situation, which made me feel somewhat awkward. I decided not to quibble with my characters anymore. Finding a way back home was the key focus. This morning, Nayun was already back in class. Seeing her walk with some difficulty, Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak both rushed to help her, though she refused them both. Soon, it was time for class. The instructor announced that there was less than a week until the midterm exams. The written test would be immediately followed by a practical exam, which consisted of 2 parts, one-on-one student duels and battles against magicians, summoned beasts. Both parts of the exam would be significantly harder than the regular coursework. The written test was not a problem for me, but I anticipated trouble with the duels. In the dueling exam, students each have 3 nomination tickets to choose their preferred opponents. The cube has a scoring system in place. High-ranking students do not gain points by defeating lower-ranked students, but instead lose points. However, some individuals, like Kim Horak, ignore the penalty system. I'm sure he'd love to use his nomination ticket to thrash me. Lately, something else has been on my mind, the presence of Rachel sitting beside me. She usually doesn't talk to me, but ever since the last written test, she's been hovering around me. Previously, Rachel would sit at the back of the class studying alone, occasionally sneaking glances at my notes. So, I decided to tease her a bit. Missing my parents lately, I wrote their names in my notebook, confusing Rachel, who was peeking. By evening, Yunhayan had messaged Yona again. Thinking it was another typical club discussion, Yona thought little of it. Upon opening the study room door, she found Yunhayan indeed waiting inside. Noticing no other members were present yet made Yona curious. Yunhayan assured her they would arrive soon. That's when Yona noticed the lit aromatic candles, which Yunhayan passed off as something to enhance concentration. During their conversation, Yunhayan suddenly asked about the Jinn investigation as he was a second-year representative. Yona was about to say there was no progress when she blurted out some rash comments instead. Interested, Yunhayan merely waved his finger, prompting Yona to spill everything about my suspicion that Yunhayan was a Jinn with psychological magic. Hearing this, Yunhayan immediately asked if there was any evidence. This question brought Yona to a moment of clarity. Realizing his mistake, Yunhayan too sensed his error. Yona then became wary, understanding that an innocent person's first reaction isn't to worry about whether there's evidence against them. She recognized that something was definitely off with Yunhayan. With the cat out of the bag, Yunhayan no longer pretended, expressing regret while stating, "It was supposed to be a few more people before it was your turn." Suddenly, Yona felt dizzy. When she regained consciousness, she found herself bound. Observing her surroundings, she was shocked to discover she was in the second-year student's dormitory. She finally understood that Yunhayan was indeed the Jinn behind the student disappearances, and I hadn't been making baseless claims. After calming herself down, Yona tried to use her watch to call for help. However, she only struggled for a short while before Yunhayan returned to the dorm. Fortunately, within those few seconds, Yona managed to send a message, but surprisingly, she sent it to me. Seeing the number 9 she sent, I was initially confused. Yunhayan, who had just snatched the watch, saw my name on the message and assumed I was the one who had uncovered his identity. Yona warned Yunhayan that if anything happened to her, the investigation team would find out soon enough, but Yunhayan didn't care. He planned to leave the cube immediately after today. His words infuriated Yona to the extreme, but her expression seemed to please Yunhayan. Yunhayan revealed that he was following the instructions of the demon Lilith, which is why he targeted Yona. Meanwhile, I had realized Yona's intention, so I quickly activated the Book of Truth, found Yona's location, and set out immediately. 10 minutes later, under the continuous influence of Yunhayan's psychological magic, just as Yona seemed about to succumb, she would firmly from her resolve once more. Yunhyan couldn't help but marvel that despite his efforts, he hadn't brainwashed her yet. Although Yona struggled every time she awoke, Yunhyan still believed that under Lady Lilith's power, she could never escape. However, in the next second, Yunhyan was suddenly shot. Unlike ordinary magic bullets, this one caused him immense pain. The sudden turn of events raised Yona's hopes, while Yunhyan writhed in agony on the ground. Finally, my voice slowly came through the smartwatch. I wanted to know how Yona felt now, reminding her that she had doubted me before and now she was the one captured. Yunhyan, also hearing my voice, cursed at me. Realizing he was trying to delay to heal his wound, I playfully reminded him not to waste his effort, as the bullet that hit him had special effects. Yunhyan thought I was hiding and attacking from the shadows, so he started attacking wildly around him, inadvertently injuring Yona in the process. Seeing Yunhyan continue his frenzy, I calmly told him no need to look further. I was in a place far from him. Several more bullets hit Yunhyan. At that moment, I was hundreds of meters away in the bushes, with my Desert Eagle transformed into a sniper rifle. Long-range shooting was indeed good. I also loudly told Yona that the bullets she had given me were probably going to run out today, and if she had any conscience, she should prepare better ones for me next time. While speaking, I reloaded, and Yunhyan tried to flee. After emptying all my reserves, I finally relaxed. I asked Yona if she was alright and told her to take a nap, as the investigation team would arrive soon. Hearing this, Yona no longer forced herself to stay awake and soon fainted. Her last words seemed to be a thank you to me, but spoken so softly that I couldn't hear them from afar. The next morning, Yona slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in the academy's medical room and noticed Kim Suho sitting by the bed, peeling an apple. Suddenly sitting up, Yona curiously asked why he was there. The investigation team is taking turns looking after you. Yona didn't understand why they all came. Hearing this, Kim Suho explained that he and Shin Jonghak felt responsible for Yona's injuries. In short, they felt they hadn't protected her well enough and the investigation team was sorry. But Yona didn't see it that way, thinking the incident was her own fault. She then inquired if that person had come. This puzzled Kim Suho, unsure who she was referring to. Seeing this, Yona quickly turned her head away, not mentioning my name. At noon, I received a message from Yona. She expressed her gratitude and assured she would repay the favor. After eliminating the Jinn, I also earned a large amount of SP, completing the long-range shooting task, and my Master Marksman reached Mastery Grade 7. Compared to previous actions, this time I gained the most SP. Personally, eliminating a main storyline antagonist yields a substantial reward. Although I used many SP to enhance my ability for long-distance shooting of Yunhyan, the most important thing was that I successfully rescued Yona. At that moment, someone called my name in the restaurant. Yesterday, I had contacted Park Soo-hyuk to meet. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached, Park Soo-hyuk immediately knelt down. He worried I wanted to cancel the contract and pleaded for me to reconsider. Seeing this, I helplessly explained that wasn't the case. I had called him today for one reason only. I saw great potential in SH Entertainment, so I planned to invest money in them. Hearing this, Park Soo-hyuk was still slow to react. As for the money I put forth, it was from the ginseng I had sold on the Violet Banquet for a whopping $400 million. I split this money into two parts, using most of it to continue purchasing shares of the Packhorse Masters and planning the rest for investing in SH Entertainment. After all, their potential, in the long run, is no less than that of the Packhorse Masters. Seeing me ready to invest $150 million, Park Soo-hyuk was very flustered, stating he couldn't shamelessly accept such a large sum. Again, I insisted Park Soo-hyuk take it, emphasizing that investing this money was also about growing together. I also advised him to buy a decent magic bag and a high-utility vehicle when he returned to better facilitate their work. After discussing the cooperation, as it was nearly afternoon, I then parted ways with him. At the same time, in an abandoned factory somewhere, a phantom-like shadow slowly emerged from the ground, finally revealing a young boy. He asked the leader what to do next now that the Packhorse Masters had gone public. The leader above him had only one answer: to grab the item and ignore the rest. The boy also had some news to share, including that someone had been continuously buying up shares of the Packhorse Masters. The second piece of news was that there were several new interesting homepages on the Violet Banquet, and the boy found one called the Truth Agency suspicious because it claimed to answer any question. He wondered whether to try posting a commission, but was stopped by the leader. From the leader's mouth, it was learned that the boy's name was Drun. Seeing the leader appear somewhat irritable, Drun changed the topic and then mentioned the upcoming midterm exams at the Cube, noting that the Chameleon Troop needed to pay attention to Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak, and the leader herself wanted to personally observe to see if there was anyone useful. As days passed, the Cube's midterm practical exams finally arrived. The campus would be fully open to various guilds and associations and employers to observe, and the students' parents would also attend. With people from around the world gathered inside, the vibrant atmosphere resembled that of a festival. Many high-ranking students of the Cube had many followers on social media, and these people would also come to watch, so seeing any type of person on campus wouldn't be strange. I then picked up the drone given by Park Soo-hyuk to start monitoring the school school, also as a precaution. After the drone flew out, someone accidentally bumped into me. Just a glance at her startled me because I recognized her as the captain of the Chameleon Troop. I knew the captain would come to today's exam, but I hadn't expected to run into her. However, I had been pondering the captain's setting for too long. I had to say something, otherwise, I would appear very suspicious. Struggling to find words, I blurted out. I regretted it immediately after saying it, and the captain just rolled her eyes at me. Fortunately, she didn't say much and quickly turned and walked away. But things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. It wasn't long before the captain contacted Drun because the person who had just brushed past her seemed immune to the perception blocking item. Seeing her true face directly, the captain instructed Drun to investigate my identity. Unfortunately, I was unaware of this on the other side. Many people come to recruit students in the novel's storyline, but the Chameleon Troop only targeted 2 individuals. Ultimately, after observing, Kim Suho found their beliefs different, so the people from the Chameleon Troop noted Shin Jong-hak and left. Their infiltration into the cube wasn't a serious issue, but I worried that if the storyline changed again and they encountered the exam's security heroes, it wouldn't just be a few people dying. There are many security heroes inside the cube, some even top-tier heroes. Oh Jun-hyuk and Seo Yangji have already patrolled the cube several times without spotting anything suspicious. Oh Jun-hyuk didn't believe anyone would dare cause trouble during this time, but after the two walked past, a man, also a member of the Chameleon Troop, stepped out beside them. Hearing that someone could ignore the siren necklace's perception blocking intrigued him. After watching a stream of seemingly fragile students, the man was utterly bored. Just as he thought about meeting up first, Drun internally scoffed at his simple-mindedness. As for the captain, she stopped the man because the confrontation was about to start, and there was no need for a test to know the other party's strength. This morning, the second day of the competition, Kim Horak used his nomination ticket, and naturally, he chose me as his opponent. As I was entering the arena, someone called out to me. It was Yona. At that moment, she ordered her subordinate to bring over a box containing 100 of the highest quality bullets. Although they weren't needed for the exam, she told me to take them home and use them freely and to contact her anytime if I needed more. Yona also mentioned that mere bullets were not enough to repay the debt of saving her life. They were just a small gift she was giving me today. Moreover, when the school authorities asked her to provide testimony about the death of the Jinn, she didn't mention my supporting fire. I was very grateful to Yona for keeping my secret. If the news of my shooting in Hyan had spread, I might have faced trouble since none of Lilith's Jinns are ordinary. At this moment, Yona also said she knew I had my reasons for hiding my strength, but continuing to hide it would make it difficult to pass the practical exam. Seeing my confusion, Yona curiously asked if I didn't know who my opponent was, but I had guessed as much when I arrived, and I was prepared to settle things properly with him. Meanwhile, Drun had already clarified my situation for the captain. In this world, Kim Ha-jin comes from an orphanage with no parents or close friends. He entered a military academy at the age of 6 and came to the cube with a mediocre performance and a debt of $300,000. These were all the details Drun found out. After hearing the report, the captain was even more puzzled. Such an ordinary person, why could he look directly at her true face despite the perception blocking item? As the captain pondered, another member of the Chameleon Troop finally found her. The man was Cheek Jungyang of the Chameleon Troop. Hearing the captain say he was late, Cheek Jungyang quickly explained that he had been scouting for talent as instructed. When the captain asked about the results, Cheek Jungyang said they were all weaklings. Any one of them would be knocked out with a flick on the forehead. His response left Drun speechless because the captain was interested in potential, and this year's most promising talent was in the first year. So Drun suggested that the captain and Cheek Jungyang check it out themselves, especially since the first year Kim Ha-jin's contest was about to start. Remembering the previous encounter where she was seen through, the captain took Drun's advice. As the grand opening ceremony took place, the arenas of the cube were bustling with excitement. Oh Jun-hyuk and Seo Yangji, who were in charge of the second arena, had now arrived at the observation stand. As they chatted, Seo Yangji suddenly sensed something unusual originating from Cheek Jungyang sitting at the opposite side of the arena. She hinted at Oh Jun-hyuk that the man seemed to be smiling at them continuously. Oh Jun-hyuk thought he was just a fan and didn't pay much attention. After the ceremony, the contest officially began. The first to enter was Kim Horak of the combat department, ranked 19th among first-year students. Although far behind the top 6, his overall strength was also commendable. Seo Yangji was surprised to see that Kim Horak's opponent was Kim Ha-jin, ranked only 934. Looking at the fiercely determined Kim Horak, I couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you looking a little too fierce? Let's take it easy. Hearing this, Kim Horak became even angrier. His main skill was protective energy, which could release magic power from his body to form a transparent shield, so the training bullets couldn't harm him at all. The most important thing was to keep Kim Horak at a distance, because if he got close, I would indeed be in real danger as he was a formidable close-range fighter. The match started, and Kim Horak charged at me instantly. His tactic was correct to close the distance between us. The next moment, I activated bullet time. After a period of diligent training and enhancement, bullet time had extended to last for a minute, allowing allowing me to keep up with Kim Horak's movements. However, his tremendous destructive power made me realize he was like a tank. Next, Kim Horak chased me frantically across the platform, while I utilized 1000-mile eye and bullet time to seemingly narrowly dodge his attacks time after time. As he continued to pursue, I suddenly pulled out my handgun and aimed. Kim Horak seized the opportunity to get close, and at the same time, my bullet also fired. But he didn't care at all. He thought I was foolish to think his protective energy would fail. He believed he could easily deflect such bullets and didn't even need to defend. However, things went far beyond his expectations. Not only did he fail to block the shot, but the bullet also successfully penetrated his protective energy. The sudden change in the arena made the audience disbelieve their eyes, as the well-known protective energy was pierced by a mere training handgun. Kim Horak on the platform was stunned, only the severe pain in his shoulder making him realize that his energy had indeed been penetrated by a small bullet. The next second, Kim Horak reacted because he heard the sound of my trigger pull. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Facing my rapid fire, Kim Horak had to protect his vital body parts, and this was exactly the method I had thought of to deal with him. Kim Horak thought he could deflect bullets. He was very wrong, because I had infused the bullets with the power of my stigma, and they were also bullets with anti-demon power. Now that Kim Horak's offensive had ended, he faced my relentless barrage. After dodging all the way, Kim Horak finally couldn't stand it, using his full strength to try to use debris to make me lose balance. This strike seemed to slow down my attack, but as I jumped to dodge the debris, I suddenly warned Kim Horak that I was about to throw a knife next. Seeing this, he didn't dare to take it head-on and didn't use the opportunity to close in on me. Fearing the knife might also have a special effect, Kim Horak chose to dodge directly. I smirked and said that was actually just a bluff. During his dodging, I had already rapidly reloaded my handgun, and then came another round of quick shooting. This time, Kim Horak had absolutely no room to dodge or defend, and just like that, he took all the damage. After a round of shooting, he was already kneeling on the ground in severe pain. I approached at a leisurely pace, stopped, and then raised the handgun on the spot. Without his protective energy, Kim Horak was like a lamb to the slaughter. This spectacular fight made the audience even forget to breathe. Finally, under everyone's gaze, I pulled the trigger of the handgun, but the sound of an empty gun echoed through the entire arena. Kim Horak's eyes were filled with disbelief, and the audience finally took a breath. Oh Junhyuk, in surprise, could it be that Kim Ha-jin has no bullets left? At this moment, Kim Horak was also covered in wounds. As everyone wondered who the winner of the fight was, Kim Horak finally stood up, deciding to make a last stand. At this, I just smiled slightly. Thinking this was enough, I threw away the handgun and told the referee that I surrendered. My voice echoed in the silent arena. The people on stage did not react immediately until the referee stutteringly declared the duel over and the victory belonged to Kim Horak. Compared to the shock of the audience, my demeanor was calm. Kim Horak was furiously cursing, demanding I come back, while I turned around and left without looking back. At this point, Oh Junhyuk asked his companion what they thought. Seo Yanji's view was simple. She thought I performed very well, whereas Kim Horak was too hasty and did not use martial arts to approach step by step, instead opting to use the energy-consuming protective energy to respond. My performance intrigued Seo Yanji because my firing speed was beyond normal, and my dynamic vision was too exceptional, capable of tracking the movements of a martial arts student. She was also surprised that I could surround bullets with compressed magic. Oh Junhyuk and Seo Yanji concluded that this was why the bullets could penetrate the protective energy. But I was just a student, and yet I could compress magic to this density. Various guilds and organizations were hurriedly contacting their superiors to report my performance. By evening, all the duels for the day had pretty much ended. After leaving, Cheek Jungyang contacted his partner, saying he didn't like that guy named Kim Ha-jin, a little guy who hides far away and shoots. He didn't understand why the captain would want him to pay attention to such a person. Didn't you notice the anti-magic power? Cheek Jungyang told him that this has nothing to do with strength. Hearing this, Drun finally realized that he just simply dislikes shooters. In Cheek Jungyang's eyes, a real duel is about fighting to kill the opponent, staking one's life. Drun didn't bother to argue with Cheek Jungyang and instead inquired about Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak's matches. For these two, Cheek Jungyang acknowledged their strength. Shin Jonghak's savage spear technique made a deep impression on him, with no probing but direct attacks aimed at the opponent's vitals. He said he liked Shin Jonghak. As for Kim Suho, Cheek Jungyang found him a bit special. Kim Suho's swordsmanship also surprised Cheek Jungyang. It was indeed as elegant as rumored, like a sword dance refined over countless years. But after watching the match, Cheek Jungyang always felt that Kim Suho was hiding his true colors. However, the current strength of Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak was not enough to make his hands itch. At this time, Drun asked him to also make a note of Kim Ha-jin. Although dissatisfied, Cheek Jungyang complied because the captain had requested it. Just then, a security guard from the cube spotted him and began to drive him away. The next second, Cheek Jungyang suddenly flicked his finger at the guard's head. Hearing the commotion over the phone, Drun asked if he had killed the person. Cheek Jungyang casually admitted it and asked Drun to keep it a secret for him because if the captain found out, he might get killed. As for the captain, she had already already arrived at a deserted place, recalling past events and the betrayal she had suffered, as well as the vow to avenge someone. The captain, having come to her senses, contacted Drun to have him investigate Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak, and also Kim Hajin. As for me having the anti-magic power capable of breaking through magic constitution, the captain put me first on the list to investigate, but Drun thought it inappropriate to act on such scant information about me. The captain reassured Drun, because tomorrow she planned to meet Kim Hajin herself. The next match was between seed players, with the first match featuring Rachel versus Chai Nayun. Even more spectators than on the first day attended, including the top guild from each country, Creator's Sacred Grace. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the battles between seed players, and naturally, I was among them. However, today's match is supposed to end in a disastrous defeat for Chai Nayun. After all, the bow and arrow really didn't suit her talent, so she couldn't possibly defeat Rachel. As the battle began, Chai Nayun appeared confident. Her recent training had significantly boosted her abilities. After releasing her magic, Chai Nayun shot an arrow that instantly transformed into a myriad of light arrows aimed at Rachel. But Rachel was quick, easily dodging most of the light arrows, and the last one was blocked with her sword. Watching her all-out attack effortlessly neutralized, Chai Nayun couldn't believe it. Rachel then gradually closed in on her using her movement techniques. While I was thoroughly enjoying the match, someone came up behind me and sat next to me. The arrival of the captain was a surprise. She is a notorious blacklisted wanted criminal of the Hero Association. She's the infamous leader of the Chameleon Troop, a formidable individual who hides behind countless names and identities. But in the next second, the captain was doused with cola when a man behind her stumbled. This scared me half to death. If the captain lost her temper, it would be the end. After Rachel's victory on stage, the captain also took my handkerchief to dry her hair. Hearing her say thank you, I hurriedly said it was no problem. Shortly after, the captain explained her purpose. She had watched my duel with Kim Horak and wanted to get to know me, then handed me her business card. But looking at the name on it, Li Xiaofeng, I knew it wasn't her real one, just one among her many identities. I curiously inquired about the captain's intentions, but she didn't tell me and got up to leave. The captain said if I wanted to find her, I could contact her directly. Watching the captain leave, I couldn't figure out why she would seek me out. In the afternoon, Kim Suho's match also ended. He easily defeated the 8th rank Yohei. On the way out, many people were still discussing today's matches. I retrieved the drone I had released and prepared to return to the dorm to check if anything unusual had occurred in the school today. However, on my way back, I suddenly heard someone quietly crying. Looking down at the bushes next to me, it turned out to be Chai Nayun, who had hidden and quietly cried after losing the match. This is part of the storyline. In the original story, it was Kim Suho who happened to pass by and comforted and encouraged her during her moment of despair. It was this incident that began to endear Chai Nayun to Kim Suho. But now that the antagonists have all been strengthened, the light encouragements in the novel like Kim Suho's to not give up are of no help to the current Chai Nayun. In Kim Suho's life, giving up is not in his vocabulary. He never persuades others to give up, so until the end, Chai Nayun never gave up on archery. Just then, I thought of a way to give advice to Chai Nayun without disrupting their encounter. I decided to send some messages to console her. Seeing the message was from me, Chai Nayun was initially puzzled, but the content made her eyes widen because I directly told her that sword suited her best, recommending she give up the bow and arrow she had persisted with for years and consider changing her profession, just like me. Initially, Chai Nayun thought I would comfort her, so she was taken aback for a moment. By the time she finished reading the message, Kim Suho and others had found her. When Kim Suho tried to comfort her, he found that Chai Nayun was infuriated by my words, as my message ruthlessly denied her years of effort. Thus, the first subject duel of the Cube midterm exams came to an end. Back in the dorm, I opened the drone footage and saw Cheek Jungyan's brutal actions. He didn't hesitate at all when he struck, purely to amuse himself. In this world, there are indeed such people who can do such things, but unlike ordinary lawbreakers, they possess powers far beyond ordinary humans. I can no longer just be wary of the villains from the original novel, as the novel has been adapted by the co-author, and new villains could appear at any time. The next day, the midterm exams monster battle began. The examiner this time was one of the magicians, Jean Jua. Next, we would battle the magical creatures she summoned in the arena below. These creatures have the same attacking power as monsters and won't disappear immediately even if the summoning is cancelled, so she reminded everyone to surrender immediately if they feel unable to continue the exam. The assessment isn't necessarily about defeating the creatures, but is scored based on how long one can last and how calmly one can handle the situation. After explaining the rules, the groups were formed. Soon, the first group went down to wait for their test, but the students not undergoing the test were not idle. The examiner told everyone to analyze the battlefield and write a report about this monster battle. Just then, someone's smartwatch rang, and immediately, the examiner asked everyone to turn off their smartwatches. Lastly, Jean Jua stated that the reports would also account for a part of the written test score, thus everyone should take it seriously. After finishing, she announced the start of the monster removal battle. The first group, Suzuki, was ready to face her challenge. The creature assigned to her was an advanced ghoul. As Hazuki fought, the students on the platform watched closely. When the first group's test ended, it was time for the second group of students to take their turn. Unlike the battles of Hazuki and others, the top-ranked talents like Li Yanghan directly defeated the summon monsters upon releasing their magic power. Nayun's battle was also easy. Finally, after some waiting, it was time for my group, Group 10, to enter. I was assigned a Crum Wolf. Facing this close combat powerful summon monsters, I chose the most conservative tactic. Just when I thought I could finish smoothly, sudden vibrations echoed through the examination field. Oh Junhyuk, patrolling nearby, heard the situation inside the arena too, and Seo Yangji in the monitoring room told him to be more attentive, given that a security patrol had been murdered before. Hence, they remained very alert for the rest of the exam. The heroes speculated that the source of the vibrations within the examination field was the seabed in the sea area near Oh Junhyuk. Just as he was about to investigate, he suddenly sensed a killing intent from behind. Cheek Jungyang of the Chameleon Troop had not evacuated. He was still inside the cube. Oh Junhyuk informed him that entry was forbidden to outsiders. Initially, Cheek Jungyang wanted to chat, but he suddenly rolled up his sleeves in a challenging manner, looking ready for trouble. Oh Junhyuk immediately drew his weapon. Just as they were about to engage in combat, the earlier vibrations occurred again. Feeling a formidable pressure, both turned to look at the sea, where a huge water tornado had risen, containing a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, inside the examination field, the examiners paused the exam, instructing all students to go outside for safety. I was also quite surprised, as this event did not occur in the original novel's storyline, and the summon monsters I was supposed to battle had not been recalled yet, so I loudly called for the examiner, but no one was there. I immediately realized this was not a simple accident. It's very likely that one of the dispatched magicians was a Jinn. Jean Jua definitely wasn't responsible, as she had already been seen, and there were no notifications of changes to the setting. However, I quickly remembered that my computer had not detected any character changes in this exam from the start. If that's the case, it meant that a completely new storyline appeared today. Meanwhile, in another part of the exam field, a man appeared in front of Rachel. He greeted her faintly, even calling her Princess Highness. The man's appearance completely surprised Rachel, indicating a new plotline that I was unaware of. The man's name was Sir Lancaster. After regaining her composure, Rachel asked him where he had been since the incident in L City years ago. Lancaster did not answer but instead lifted his eerie eyes. Instantly, Rachel understood, and she accused Lancaster, the former Imperial Guard captain, of selling his soul to a Jinn. Lancaster smiled and said that he had dedicated his soul to his country for his entire life. Finally, he was tragically betrayed and abandoned. He has found refuge with a new lord. Hearing this, Rachel no longer spoke much and immediately charged at Lancaster, intending to arrest him and take him back to her country. However, Lancaster did not dodge Rachel's attacks. Where the blade passed, only an illusionary smoke was left. Regretfully, he told Rachel that his body was elsewhere, and today he had only come to bring some gifts. Lancaster mentioned that the outside was very chaotic now, including the invading monsters, and the examiners had all gone out to face the enemy, so no one would come to help her. In B country, the royalty is always given priority for protection, but here, Rachel is just an ordinary person. He wondered if Rachel could survive on her own, starting his revenge for past tragedies. Although he wanted to talk more with the princess, he was out of time, and Lancaster turned and left directly. As he faded away, a terrifyingly powerful assassin had emerged. Upon meeting, the assassin instantly drew his sword and approached so quickly that Rachel could barely react. The assassin was very strong, and Rachel tried to distance herself, but the speed of his sword strikes was too fast to see clearly. Even if she barely blocked a few, Rachel still suffered multiple cuts. After the exchange, she realized she could not defeat him head-on, so she gambled on finding a weakness. She calmly observed the assassin's movements, looking for an opportunity. In an instant, she dodged using her agility. The blade's edge grazed her shoulder, but she also managed to leave a deep gash on the assassin's side. Taking advantage of the assassin's momentary hesitation from the pain, Rachel quickly created distance, gasping for breath, ready for the next round of attack and defense. Rachel knew that only by finding his weakness could she completely defeat this formidable enemy. Soon, the assassin's blade overwhelmed her defenses, and even her sword was knocked away. Just as the assassin prepared to finish Rachel, her hand secretly moved. Unknown to the assassin, Rachel's sword was connected by a thin wire. The next second, as the assassin struck, she controlled the sword to block this attack. At the crucial moment, the wall behind them was suddenly breached, distracting both. Seeing another person from a different field emerge, the assassin immediately abandoned the now defenseless Rachel and turned to kill the one who had broken through the wall. Seeing this, my power instantly activated, and I spent SP to convert my Desert Eagle into shotgun mode. At such a close distance, combined with the special effects of my terrifying shot, the assassin was instantly obliterated. The bullet that hit him consumed 250 SP, and its power was as expected. Looking at my figure, Rachel also recognized that it was Kim Ha-jin, her classmate. Confirming there was no danger, I approached to inquire about her condition. condition. Even without Rachel speaking, the wounds on her body told me it was serious. Fortunately, I carried first aid supplies, so I began to bandage her up. During this, she couldn't help but cry out in pain, and I reminded her to endure a little longer, as her hand might never wield a sword again if not treated promptly. After finishing, I looked at the blood-stained bandage and suddenly realized that I had unwittingly obtained the blood of a top student from the cube. While Rachel was thanking me, I hurriedly hid the bandage behind me. After resting for a while, it seemed the outside battle had ended, and the examiner Jean Jua also rushed over. She was about to take us up when another magician hurried over to inform that 2 students were seriously injured in the neighboring examination room. Hearing this, Jean Jua's expression turned grave, realizing that there was foul play behind this accident. By evening, the incidents at the examination site had largely been resolved, but Oh Junhyuk was sitting disheartened by the sea. Seo Yangji successfully found him and, confirming that he was unharmed, she inquired about the sudden occurrences. Oh Junhyuk was unclear about the reasons, but he mentioned he had been driven away by the invaders. Although unsure who had angered them, Jichu and Jing had repelled the monsters with brute force, which had also frightened Oh Junhyuk. He speculated that this person was likely the killer of the security guard. This exam involved not only mysterious invaders, but also numerous high-level monsters. Oh Junhyuk realized that the cube would probably be held accountable by various parties. The next day, news of the cube exam incident spread globally. The midterm exams were consequently postponed due to the administration needing to explain externally and repair the venues, leading to the cancellation of scheduled exams and classes, giving the students an unprecedented 10-day holiday. As the instructors scolded everyone for only caring about discussing the holidays, a notification finally arrived on my computer in my backpack. The co-author's change notification was regrettably late. It had increased the capabilities of a character, Lancaster, setting him up as a more dangerous figure. His adjustment included increased probabilities of attacking Rachel and an enhancement in strength. Lancaster was a character I had designed related to country, intended to overturn the entire country. Originally, Lancaster was supposed to appear later as a significant antagonist, but now he had made an early appearance. Not only had he appeared much earlier, but he had also become stronger. However, yesterday's events turned out to be good for me, as I had obtained Rachel's blood. I was thinking of feeding it to Evangel when I returned, when suddenly someone elbowed me in the head. Turning around, it was Chai Nayun, who appeared quite smug, clearly doing it on purpose. To other students, our friction seemed commonplace, and I didn't take Chai Nayun's actions to heart. Now in her dorm room, her mood significantly improved, even calling me a coward, clearly provoking me despite not daring to confront her directly. At that moment, Chai Nayun's smartwatch received a message. It was the analysis report of the exam. She eagerly opened the reports, many of which discussed her. Kim Suho was the first. His comments on Chai Nayun were very inspirational. He believed that despite many factors recently diminishing her confidence, he still saw her as a talented archer. Kim Suho was confident that if Chai Nayun continued to believe in herself and improve as she did during the exam, she would eventually become the best hero. Watching Kim Suho's lengthy encouragement, Chai Nayun read it all and ended up feeling quite shy, as it was the first time someone had encouraged and praised her like this. Chai Nayun decided, no matter what others say, she would steadfastly remain an archer. Chai Nayun continued to read other people's reports. However, the next one was anonymous and also quite lengthy, so she happily started reading. When she saw the content, Chai Nayun was initially stunned, then her whole body trembled with anger because this anonymous comment was written by me. Unlike Kim Suho's encouragement, my lines were full of criticisms saying she was completely unsuitable for archery and her performance in the exam was full of flaws. After reading, Chai Nayun exploded in rage, loudly cursing me in the dormitory. Meanwhile, in another part of the dorm, I had placed Evangel's seed on the bandage, which soon began absorbing the blood on it. Seeing this, I thought the seed should grow well. If fed with human blood, it could nurture the real witch Evangel. Rachel comes from a great bloodline, so I think the witch hatched from her blood wouldn't turn out to be a villain. I just have to wait for Evangel to grow quickly, so she can help me in the future. But as I was imagining her future appearance, my heart suddenly began to beat violently, accompanied by pain on my wrist. Unexpectedly, the second stigma chose this moment to appear. The pain of the stigma's etching made me scream in agony. The next morning, I contacted Park Soo-hyuk to go to the hunting grounds early, still in severe pain in my wrist and looking quite haggard from the lack of sleep the night before. Seeing this, Park Soo-hyuk was curious about what was wrong with me. After telling him it was nothing, we started talking about the recent business. Park Soo-hyuk mentioned how, thanks to me, having a hunting vehicle not only made running errands more convenient than before but also reassured the clients a lot. Upon arriving at the entrance to the hunting ground, I noticed it was crowded with many people, mostly from guilds. The crowd of onlookers was also attracted by these guild members, who represent the essence of straight, and leading them was none other than Yona. Seeing her, I was also surprised. She must have brought her guild members to scout the hunting ground. Noticing someone staring at her, Yona turned her head and saw me in the car. She then approached me, curious about what I was doing at the hunting ground. Yona coming over to greet me was unexpected, and I told told her I was here to earn some extra money, and I was with my agent Park Soo-hyuk. Hearing this, Yona turned to look at Park Soo-hyuk. In the original story, Park Soo-hyuk becomes Kim Soo-ho's agent. After learning this, Yona invested a lot of money in SH Entertainment, which turned out to be very successful, leading both to successful careers. But that's the content of the original novel. Without the banner of Kim Soo-ho, SH Entertainment probably doesn't hold much value in Yona's eyes. It seems I've become an obstacle for Park Soo-hyuk now. At that moment, realizing I was actually here to hunt, Yona suddenly pulled open the car door and sat next to me. She thought, since I was here to hunt, she might as well come in and have a look first. Despite my confusion, I agreed to go to the hunting ground together. On the way, I wondered what Yona was up to, but she spoke first, asking if I had considered my future. Hearing me say it was too early to think about it, Yona explained it wasn't too early at all, since we had just finished our midterms, and by the third year we would leave school to become trainee heroes, so we should start planning for graduation as soon as possible. Then she finally revealed her purpose, which was to invite me to join the Essence of Straight. Yona was very sincere, stating that although the Essence of Straight couldn't compare to the creator's sacred grace, she believed that once she became the leader, she could make the Essence of Straight the top guild. If I was willing to join, she could provide any resources I needed, from high-end weapons to well-known agents. Yona thought these offers were attractive enough since I was still a student, but I changed the subject, telling Yona that contacting prospective heroes in advance could result in a fine. Hearing this, she laughed and said, "Do you think I can't afford that little amount of money?" The hunting vehicle suddenly braked hard, causing her to bump into the seat. Immediately, Yona angrily asked why the sudden stop. Park Soo-hyuk stammered that we had reached the area where monsters lurk. His comment surprised Yona. She hadn't expected an ordinary agent to know about monster hotspots. Park Soo-hyuk explained that April is when monsters in the deeper parts of the hunting ground get restless, forcing the weaker ones to flee to the periphery. He considered my skills as a sharpshooter and specifically chose this hunting spot. This information was from Park Soo-hyuk's personal field research, and he said it could be trusted. I also took the opportunity to boast to Yona that Park Soo-hyuk was an excellent agent. After greeting them, I went down to start hunting. As for Yona, her guild members would soon arrive here too. As I got out of the car, Yona came back to knock on the window and also asked for Park Soo-hyuk's business card. During the holiday, I continued my training as usual until school resumed classes at the end of the break. By then, the written exam results were out. As expected, I topped my class, and Rachel remained in second place. Moreover, since I had taught Kim Horak a lesson during the practical exam, that used to bully me became much quieter. This period was probably the calmest I've had at Mage Cube. Just then, Nayun punched the wall next to me, threateningly asking if I was the one who wrote the anonymous report about her performance. I initially thought of denying it, but Nayun was sure because the tone was unmistakably mine. I explained that I wrote those things for her own good, but Nayun was furious. Both of us being marksmen, she felt I had no credibility to backseat her, always advising her to give up. She even challenged me to a bet, asking me to experience the difficulty of archery for myself. Surprisingly, I immediately agreed to her challenge. The bet was that if I won, Nayun would have to give up being an archer. However, she needed to give me time to train in archery. Nayun readily agreed, curious to see how I could beat someone who had trained for years after just a few days of practice. I was confident about the bet. My master sharpshooter talent proficiency is currently grade 7. If I could raise it to grade 6 in the remaining time, the bet will be as good as mine. She mistakenly thought her archery talent was comparable to her swordsmanship. Slow persuasion wasn't working, so I thought the bet was a good idea. After the midterm exams, the club activities resumed. At this point, everything was quite similar to the original story. Therefore, the next scenario should be the assassination event involving a billionaire in P City of F country. And today the travel club's activity location was exactly P City. The event began with a murder notice from an assassination organization addressed to the billionaire Bethel. His personality is gentle and frugal, so the incident caused quite a stir. These were all facades. His real identity was Burbot, a heartless swindler and irredeemable villain. Despite his efforts to conceal his identity, the organization The Footstep of Darkness targeting him had decided to genuinely attempt to kill Burbot. In the original story, the disguised Bethel was very scared after receiving the notice. Luckily, at a gathering, Bethel overheard the travel club president Han Hyun planning to bring students to P City. Hearing that they hadn't found suitable lodging yet, Bethel promptly invited the Mage Cube students to stay at his house, actually intending to use them as bodyguards. At this moment, my computer received a message. It was from the Violet Banquet. Someone had come to my truth agency to post a commission, my first ever, so I immediately perked up to check the client's request. The client needed me to find out the current location of a con artist who was extorting their family. Looking at the information sent by the client, I realized the swindler was none other than Bethel. Meanwhile, at the Chameleon Troop's secret hideout, they were collectively watching the Mage Cube midterms, currently viewing my showdown with Kim Horak. Those who saw the anti-magic for the first time were startled by this mysterious power. Some members felt I could be useful, while others wondered why they were analyzing someone new to rope in. Jinn. One member felt there was a good chance I would join, pleased by the fact that I had no family or significant other. A person so isolated could be easily swayed with wealth. The Chameleon Troop's primary goal was to capture and execute traitors, and my anti-magic could play a role, so most agreed on recruiting me. At this point, a woman objected. You can't assign the color black to that newcomer, which is reserved for the strongest. The last owner was the man who betrayed the previous boss. Hearing this, Cheek Jungyang suddenly stepped forward, proposing that he take over the black role and pass his red role to the newcomer. This was met with opposition from many, who thought Cheek Jungyang was too stupid and not the strongest. With opinions divided, Drun suggested they vote as usual, letting the minority comply with the majority. When the team leader initiated the vote on whether to recruit Kim Ha-jin, the result was as she expected. Drun summed up 8 in favor, 2 against, so the Chameleon Troop would start recruiting Kim Ha-jin. After the meeting, the team leader handed an invitation to a woman named Jane. It was a VIP party invitation in P-City, with the mission to steal a ring. Jane readily accepted the task, as she was the yellow of the Chameleon Troop. The day after Jane accepted the mission, the members of the travel club were also transported to the activity location in P-City. Once I arrived, Han-hyun organized everyone to draw lots for teams. According to the original storyline, Yona would end up on the same team as Kim Suho. As for who I teamed up with, it didn't really matter to me, but unexpectedly, Nayun drew the lot to be with me, and she was visibly displeased. Just then, someone nearby exclaimed. Turning around, I saw Han-hyun was warmly embracing a girl. Everyone finally understood why he had chosen P-City for the activity. It was to meet his girlfriend. After the affectionate greeting, Han-hyun introduced his girlfriend, Natasha, who would also serve as the accompanying doctor for this trip. The following period was free for sightseeing before gathering to head to the billionaire's mansion. Nayun, who had been grouped with me, asked where I wanted to go, which surprised me. I suggested we grab some food first and wondered why she wanted to stick with me. Aren't we in the same team? Aren't we supposed to stick together? I couldn't help but remark that she was different from someone I knew. Nayun looked around, unfamiliar with the surroundings and unsure of where the restaurants were. I told her to just follow me, as I had already briefly checked on my smartwatch upon arrival. Along the way, Nayun mentioned her picky food preferences. After a short walk, we entered a grand, opulent restaurant that even surprised Nayun with its splendor. When we sat down, she asked how I managed to book such a place. I didn't specify, actually using the effect of the Book of Truth. When ordering, I handed the menu to Nayun. Being from a wealthy family, she should be able to order for herself. I enjoyed the view outside. Unexpectedly, I spotted a familiar face and quickly stood up, told Nayun to wait for me, and then rushed outside. The presence of the person walking by, Yun Sun-ah, the deputy guild master of the Creator's Sacred Grace, suggested a possible plot change. After catching up to her, I curiously asked why Yun Sun-ah was in P-City, but she pretended not to recognize me and hid behind a man accompanying her. Just as I was about to press further, I received a notification on my computer, so I apologized, admitting I mistook her for someone else. Outside the restaurant, I opened my laptop. It contained a change notification from the co-author. Due to someone's report, a conflict between Jane and Yun Sun-ah was imminent, so her appearance in the current plot was necessary. After reading the change, I understood why Yun Sun-ah came to P-City. Once, Jane and Yun Sun-ah were both members of the Creator's Sacred Grace, sharing many missions and dangers, surviving together and becoming friends. But at a critical moment, Jane betrayed Yun Sun-ah for fun. After that incident, Yun Sun-ah found out that Jane's real identity was Jane Valorine, the yellow of the Chameleon Troop, a villain skilled in disguise and theft. After being recognized, Yun Sun-ah left with her subordinate, Yorin. They had unexpectedly received a letter, learning that Jane might appear at a party in P-City. Yun Sun-ah was skeptical, but she knew Jane enjoyed such parties, especially since the party's banquet hall would feature a mythical item, Homer's ring. Meanwhile, Nayun and I had finished eating and came out. I suggested we split up because she might have her own places she wants to see. But actually, the special party was starting at 5 p.m., so I needed to find a spot for a good inside view. Hearing this, Nayun agreed and turned to leave. I reminded her not to get lost. After a long wait, the party officially started. Guests disguised themselves and gradually entered. In the banquet hall, Yona and Kim Suho were also present. Kim Suho's attire was very dashing, drawing many guests' attention. As for me, I was outside the party mansion, estimating that Yun Sun-ah would soon arrive. At a masquerade party held in an ancient castle on the outskirts of P-City, my task was to ensure the plot proceeded as originally intended. I then used Thousand Mile Eye and spotted a magical teleportation point nearby. Such teleportation points can only be artificially created by powerful jinns, indicating that a powerful jinn capable of opening portals was hiding at this party. The computer pinged again with a message from the co-author. They told me that it's a mistake to think that not many would be after a mythic item just because it hasn't awakened yet. The Jinn organization Evil Society planned to steal the ring. The Evil Society is a powerful Jinn organization in my writing, led by a character named Kim Hakbyo. The disputes over relics and terrorist attacks around the world are mostly linked to the Evil Society. The co-author had decided to involve this dangerous group, suggesting that today's plot would not go smoothly. I then used ether to make a mask to disguise my true face. Next, I began to track Jane's location. With the effect of Thousand Mile Eye, I easily spotted a man in the banquet hall's secret room knocking down a guard and entering the room housing Homer's ring. As the man excitedly reached for the shining ring in the safe, Yun Sung-ah entered the room. It appeared the man was actually Yorin. As he wondered why Yun Sung-ah was there, she suddenly grabbed him. Yun Sung-ah coldly stated she would not be fooled by the same person twice. The next second, she gave the false Yorin a violent judo throw, shattering the room instantly. Such devastating power caused panic in the banquet hall. Quickly, a figure emerged from the dust, unharmed. It was Jane, running and wondering why her perfect disguise had been detected. Yun Sung-ah was furious, remarking that she could not possibly fail to distinguish the tone and posture of a trusted person. Jane continued to taunt, noting that Yun Sung-ah hadn't been so meticulous before. Jane's betrayal clearly left a deep impression on Yun Sung-ah. Mentioning the past only fueled her rage. Just as she was about to strike again, a whip blocked her attack. The newcomers were Yona and Kim Suho, unaware of the current situation, merely trying to stop the disruption at the banquet. But Yun Sung-ah had only one goal now, and suddenly her magic transformed into flames, turning Yona's whip to ashes, which pained her greatly. In the moment Yun Sung-ah destroyed the whip, Jane tried to sword strike her from behind, but Yun Sung-ah narrowly dodged. The two then unleashed their magic and began a frenzied battle in the banquet hall. While blocking Jane's attacks, Yun Sung-ah was gathering magic to blast Jane away, shattering her gear. As Jane was stunned, Yun Sung-ah quickly moved in to deliver a fatal blow, but Kim Suho intervened just in time. Continuously interrupted, Yun Sung-ah was furious. Jane, meanwhile, was sweating profusely from fear. Their fight had injured many in the banquet hall, and Kim Suho could no longer let them affect others. Yet seeing an opportunity, Yun Sung-ah wouldn't give up and chose to physically break through, kicking Kim Suho away. But when she looked back, Jane had already made a quick escape. This infuriated Yun Sung-ah, while Jane cheerfully said goodbye. But just as she felt a moment of joy, a massive Jinn energy appeared behind her, growing increasingly intense. Taken by surprise, Jane found the ring was already in the grasp of a demon claw. The arriving Jinn was Silison from the Evil Society. The situation in the banquet hall was complicated, and under no circumstances could the ring fall into demonic hands. Meanwhile, Nayun was utterly lost. Even following her smartwatch map, she couldn't find her way back and thought of complaining to the manufacturer, only to realize it was her father's company. She tried contacting Yona, but got no response to her calls or texts. In the banquet hall, everyone was startled by the Jinn's appearance, but Yun Sung-ah quickly regained her composure. She pointed her sword at Silison, unleashing her full magical power and demanding he drop the ring. In response, Silison scoffed, saying it wasn't something they were worthy of owning, so it should belong to the Evil Society. With Thousand Mile Eye and my observational skills, I surmised that even if everyone present worked together, they likely wouldn't be able to retrieve the ring. Fortunately, I was prepared for the worst. I then transformed my ether into a long rope, swiftly coiled it, and threw it toward the ring in the Jinn's hand. In the banquet hall, Silison's attention was entirely on Yun Sung-ah and the others. While she was still smug about it, my ether rope precisely ensnared the ring and, with a strong tug, I snatched it from his grasp. Silison paused, stunned, then flew into a rage. At that moment, Yun Sung-ah and Yona quickly reacted, taking advantage of Silison's distraction to launch a full-force attack. I quickly secured the ring, ensuring its safety while preparing for Silison's counterattack. Suddenly, I felt a surge of powerful magic. The next moment, a terrifying explosion occurred on the castle walls where I was. Thanks to my sense of imminent danger, I wasn't harmed by the blast, but another Jinn appeared, blocking my way. I hadn't expected two Jinns to show up today, and the newcomer happily introduced himself as Sidious, also a member of the Evil Society. He admired my technique of stealing the ring, managing to do so unnoticed by Silison. Sidious's goal was clear. He wanted me to hand over the ring. Seeing me tuck the ring into my clothing, Sidious didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out his weapon. As he wielded his magic, Sidious's hand suddenly brandished a laser sword. Without any warning, he decisively swung the sword at me, its destructive power outrageously high. Even though I dodged in time, the aura emanating from the sword slash still left me quite intimidated. The Jinn proudly boasted about his weapon, saying it was a magic sword worth hundreds of millions, its power increasing with the user's magic level. Because the power surge was a privilege Jinns gained through contracts. In other words, if I could deal with his sword, I might have a chance to win. Then I thought of stalling, telling him to hand over the ring now. Sidious found it laughable, as he could just kill me and take the ring anyway. He realized I was just trying to delay his attack and didn't care. He had understood right away that I was much weaker than those who fought indoors, curious why I would dare confront a Jinn with just a broken handgun. But he wasn't interested in more talk and prepared to strike me down next. But suddenly, Sidious's magic sword malfunctioned, bringing a surprising quiet to the air. He struggled to activate the magic sword, unable to understand what had happened. Seeing the information on the window, calmly told Sidious that his sword wouldn't work for today. The information showed that a lucky effect had triggered, weakening the magic sword's function. Sidious definitely didn't believe believe it. He thought it was normal for such equipment to malfunction. He confidently said that even without a weapon, he could easily kill me in seconds. I told him that wasn't so certain now. I quickly converted all the magic in my stigma into bullets of light mana, and at that moment, my handgun transformed into a shotgun. Seeing my little maneuver, Sidious sneered, thinking it was just a desperate struggle. He immediately launched an attack, lunging at me. However, I quickly aimed at his chest and pulled the trigger. A flash of light passed, and the bullet of light magic hit Sidious squarely, and with a loud gunshot, the battle came to an end. After a while, unable to find her way back, Nayun chose to wait for someone to find her. Since the beginning, she had noticed many police cars heading in one direction, unsure what had happened. Moreover, none of her messages were answered. Nayun felt a bit disappointed at this moment, but soon she wondered why she was feeling disappointed. While she was sulking, she turned her head and saw me sitting next to her, startling her. She was surprised why I was there, completely drained. Just told her I wasn't feeling well, and then, due to exhaustion, I fainted. Nayun urgently asked me what was wrong, but could never get a response. In my sleep, I had a dream where I returned from an exam on a snowy day and saw my parents coming to pick me up in the heavy snow. It had been so long since I'd seen them that when I woke up, my eyes were blurred with tears. But once I cleared my vision and saw my surroundings, I knew I hadn't gone back and wondered exactly where I was. Just then, Kim Suho and others opened the door. Seeing me awake, Nayun, still looking listless, complained about the trouble she had gone through to transport me back to the mansion. But soon, Nayun noticed traces of my tears and couldn't help but laugh, thinking I had cried because of the pain. As Nayun talked more and more energetically, and since it was getting late, Kim Suho suggested she should head back. I finally had the chance to ask where I was. Through the explanation of the accompanying doctor, Natasha, it turns out this is the mansion of the wealthy Bethel, and now I am in a room with Kim Suho. Looking at the clock on the wall, I also breathed a sigh of relief. The plot of the assassination of the rich man should start soon, and it's good that I woke up in time. After Nayun and Natasha left, Kim Suho also peeled some apples for me. While chatting, I opened my watch and then saw the news about the appearance of jinns in P City, which also reported on Kim Suho and the others. In the end, both Silicon and Sidious were not caught. I wanted to ask Kim Suho about the details of what happened, but he said he couldn't tell me, just that it was nothing serious. The jinns ran away after the heroes arrived. Then he handed me an apple. However, while eating, I noticed many scars on Kim Suho's hands, so I reminded him to take care of his body, as he is the protagonist and cannot be seriously injured. He had blocked the murderous Yun Suna today. If not for the arrival of the jinn, he might have been seriously injured. Kim Suho is a purely good protagonist, but now the plot has been changed by the co-author, and I am very worried whether he can overcome this twisted and chaotic plot, and also whether Kim Suho can help me successfully return to the original world. To my words, Kim Suho somewhat denied it because, in his view, if he is the protagonist, then I should also be the protagonist, or rather, everyone in the world is the protagonist. I was somewhat surprised by his response, but it seemed to fit what Kim Suho would say. At this time, Kim Suho mentioned the report I wrote for Nayun, feeling it was a bit too much. No matter what, it was Nayun's choice, and persuading someone to give up, in his view, wasn't good. My response was firm. If a path is clearly a dead end, I cannot encourage her to continue. I also told Kim Suho that simply going along with others cannot solve issues. If Nayun persists until the end only to find it was wrong, no one would take responsibility. Kim Suho then asked me how I could be so sure that Nayun's talent was not in archery. I simply stated that I have put a lot more thought into this, and I have been observing Nayun the longest, so I understand her better than anyone. My words surprised Kim Suho. Just then, a noise suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting our conversation. After using Thousand Mile Eye, I found that Nayun had been eavesdropping all along. Having just heard what I said, she hurriedly ran away. She returned to her room with flushed cheeks, not knowing what I was talking about. As for Yona, who was still sleeping, she was also awakened by the noise caused by Nayun. After Nayun said it was nothing, they both turned off the lights and went to sleep. Nayun, tucked into her blanket, thought she just needed to continue ignoring as usual, but she couldn't help but remember what I had just said. While Nayun was muttering softly, a piercing scream suddenly came through. Yona thought it was Nayun who had screamed, but after explaining, she realized that there was a problem downstairs. At the same time, in the main bedroom on the first floor, the maid who came to deliver items was terrified to discover that the mansion's owner had been assassinated. Hearing the commotion, the students all came out to check, and upon learning that it came from downstairs, Kim Suho immediately jumped down. Being the first to go down, he was the first to open the master bedroom door, but the scene in front of him shocked Kim Suho, as Bethel, lying there, had his entire bed soaked in blood. Everyone felt sad for him, and Natasha also came to check the situation, quickly concluding that Bethel had unfortunately passed away due to significant bleeding from a stab wound in the abdomen. The butler and maid were even more heartbroken, certain that someone who had previously had conflicts with their master was responsible. As everyone was paying their respects, Natasha asked everyone to go back and wait for the police to arrive. However, I suddenly turned on the lights, which surprised everyone who was dazzled by the brightness. this. I then walked nonchalantly to Bethel's bedside. Natasha hurriedly approached, asking me not to disturb the scene, but I decisively pulled out a pistol. Kim Suho and Han Hyun were dumbfounded on the spot, and Chai Nayun thought I was crazy, but I didn't care about any of that. I took a deep breath, looking at everything before me, prepared to uncover the truth behind this assassination. I then calmly stated that Natasha was lying, because Bethel was not yet dead. In the novel, the villain Burbot, having escaped assassination by faking his death, became the great schemer for the Jinns. Since this was a villain character I had only improvised, removing him now was the best option. In the chat with Kim Suho, I had already made up my mind. Since the plot had already been twisted and uncertain, there was no need to worry because Kim Suho will be able to overcome that uncertainty. So I told everyone that Bethel was currently in a state of feigned death. Hearing this, Natasha hurriedly objected, asserting that her medical judgment was more accurate than mine. To this, I listed the doubts. First, the wounds on Bethel's body, which were too shallow to seem like someone had stabbed down from above. Next, he had bled too much, with fatal wounds only at the heart, yet the blood had soaked the entire bed and even flowed to the floor. As for the last doubt, I pulled out an international wanted list of the con artist Burbot, then told everyone that the two looked too similar. Hearing this, Natasha was flustered, immediately asking the butler to contact the police and ambulance, while stating that we should not speculate wildly and wait for experts to investigate for an accurate result. But I didn't answer her and instead raised the pistol, aiming it at Bethel on the bed. The sound of the gun loading made Natasha freeze, stunning everyone. I said coldly, "I will count down from 3 and then shoot directly. After all, everyone has confirmed Bethel's death, so another shot shouldn't matter." Hearing this, Natasha urgently asked the students to stop me, but I had already counted to 1. Just as I was about to shoot, Natasha suddenly screamed madly and then jumped onto the bed to shield Bethel. She begged me not to shoot, revealing that Bethel was actually her father. At this revelation, Anhyun was incredulous. The butler tried to sneak out, but I fired a shot to stop him the next second, then ordered the butler to contact the heroes immediately, reporting that we had captured a wanted criminal. Once the heroes arrived, they confirmed Bethel's identity as a wanted criminal. Natasha was taken away for orchestrating this fake death scene with him. The assassination was a farce directed and performed by Bethel, aka Burbot, who has committed severe crimes and is wanted throughout the Northwest region. It happened that Natasha brought in the gullible students from the cube, so he concocted this plan. Despite the costly drug that induces a state of feigned death, Natasha, being a doctor at the cube, easily obtained this medicine. They also bribed all the police in the suburban areas of P City, planning to replace Bethel with a prepared similar corpse later. They expected the police to be fully convinced of Bethel's death after the students' statements, but now everything had changed, the plan completely exposed. The students discussed all this amid shock and unease, while I sighed in relief, having finally dealt with this complex situation. After the incident, I also completed the employer's commission from the Truth Agency. To build a reputation, I didn't charge a fee. Thanks to the employer, the credit of my Truth Agency was enhanced. Yona curiously asked if I was Sherlock Holmes, suggesting that I could completely open a detective agency. But what she was most curious about was how I remembered so many criminals and recognized the person similar to Bethel. Hearing this, I became very aloof. It's a family matter. Mentioning this made me realize that I didn't know the family background of the character Kim Chundong. Meanwhile, Silison was reporting to Kim Hakbyo that the ring had been stolen by a stranger wearing a leopard mask, and Sidious had also fallen at the hands of the same person. After hearing this, Kim Hakbyo instructed them to investigate my identity. Just as Silison thought she was off the hook, Kim Hakbyo suddenly became angry, criticizing Silison's appearance for proclaiming herself a Jinn. Subsequently, Silison hurriedly reverted to her original appearance. Finally, Kim Hakbyo inquired about the whereabouts of the magic sword, but at that moment, the magic sword was already in my hands. After the incident, we were transported back to the school. This sword is of no use to me, so I just set it aside for now. Next, I need to examine this ring. To activate it, a certain amount of magic power must be injected. However, using SP to modify a sentence is all it takes. After activating Homer's ring with SP, its hidden effects are revealed. The ring, inheriting Homer's abilities, enhances the wearer's intelligence and magic power. Moreover, it's not a bound item. It can be gifted to others. My magic is not sufficient, but if someone like Kim Suho or Chai Nayun were to use it, it could exhibit even greater power, especially for Chai Nayun, who has more magic power than Kim Suho. Lately, my ability scores have increased. While the archer's skill requires practice, it has improved with increasing familiarity. I now face a progression barrier, and I anticipate that breaking through this limit will require great effort. Fortunately, with my current strength, I should be able to win the archery bet against Chai Nayun. I also remembered to investigate Kim Chundong's situation. The co-author would not leave his past unexplained. Although in my novel he's just an extra, in this world, he must be an elite. It's highly likely that his parents are not insignificant figures. I chose an office in Violet Banquet, run by the investigative expert Yu Jin-hyuk. He is a top expert in the industry, capable of thoroughly investigating a person's background, which is why his fees are quite high. Just as I was about to place an order, I remembered that I had run out of money due to recent investments, so reluctantly, I decided to wait until I had the funds. At this moment, Evangel was shaking vigorously. It was her feeding time. Simultaneously, Yona suddenly made a phone call, contacting her uncle, Yujinhyuk. Yona is also very interested in my family background, so she plans to have her uncle investigate. The decision to do so was also because, on the way back, Yona speculated about me. She thinks my ability to remember so many criminals' faces stems from experiencing some terrible tragedy but not knowing who the main culprit was, hence firmly memorizing the faces on the wanted list. Combined with my background of being born in an orphanage, it's very likely that my parents or relatives were murdered. Although these are her assumptions, Yona thinks that if she can help uncover the truth about my hidden past, the likelihood of successfully recruiting me into her guild would significantly increase. Meanwhile, Yujinhyuk also received a call from Yona. Hearing his niece's voice, he was both happy and surprised. Yona expressed her desire to commission her uncle to investigate someone, and she proceeded to provide some basic information about me. Yujinhyuk possesses the ability to delve into the past, so investigating someone's background shouldn't be a problem. A few days later, I teleported to Country Inn, ready to face new tasks and challenges. The entire area is now covered in heavy snow. I was still enjoying the beautiful scenery when suddenly, a big snowball hit me in the face. The culprit was Nayun, who loudly declared that it was intentional. The reason we came here is that, after the club activities at the Cube resumed, the hunting club took everyone to a villa in the valleys of Country Inn to commemorate the return of club activities. The club has also prepared a small event, with flags bearing rankings hidden throughout the snowy forest, each tied with corresponding rewards. Next, we drew lots for team formation, and once again, Nayun and I ended up in the same group. On the way, Nayun wondered why I was only wearing a thin coat. I explained that it's a functional coat made by the UK Imperial family artisan, capable of self-regulating its temperature. Of course, such a luxurious item was beyond my reach after my investments, and this coat was a gift from Rachel as thanks for saving her during the midterms. She's truly kind-hearted. If only I could have created more characters like Rachel. Continuing our walk, Nayun soon spotted a flag on the peak, and it was the flag for the first place in the event. I thought no fool would climb up there, but not only did Nayun climb, she also beckoned me to join her. Seeing this, I sighed and then took out a dagger. Nayun was curious about what I was about to do. I concentrated the magic power of my stigma on it, then threw the dagger forcefully upwards. No matter which direction the knife flew, as long as I slightly manipulated the magic on it, I could easily knock down the flag. Nayun was dumbfounded by this. Slowly walking up and picking up the flag, she excitedly ran up to see what the reward was. Tied to the flag was a note, and the reward was one favor from Yun Sung-ah and her phone number. Compared to Nayun's excitement, I was left speechless, expecting something better. I then handed the reward to Nayun, which surprised her, as it was the phone number of Yun Sung-ah, the Deputy Guild Master of Creator's Sacred Grace. I told Nayun I had no use for it, and then handed it over to her. Holding the note, Nayun was silent for a while, then handed it back to me. If you also have no use for it, then let's forget it. When we returned, we also found the 4th place flag. In the evening, everyone gathered to eat, and I took on the task of barbecuing. In the world I came from, I had helped out at my aunt's barbecue shop, so I was quite skilled at it. During our chat, we touched on the fact that the first-year students were about to have their final exams, and a second-year senior warned us not to trust anyone during the exam period because the difficulty was very high, and she had seen many people break down because of it. They continued to warn everyone to be wary of the Cube's repeater classes. Those folks are dangerous. As the senior said, the repeater class consists of students who failed to progress to the next grade. In the novel, 20% of the repeater class students make pacts with jinns, making them a high-risk group. According to the plot, they will cause major disturbances during these final exams. With the co-author's interference, the percentage of those making pacts with jinns might even be higher. After the barbecue, everyone started playing Mafia. Throughout the game, everyone kept saying Nayun was the Mafia, looking at me as if I were the mastermind, which annoyed her. In the evening, I went outside alone to enjoy the view. It had been a long time since I had felt this happy. Just then, a new message arrived on my computer. Apparently someone had posted a commission at my office. I then used the Book of Truth, and a multitude of messages flooded into my mind. Always a painful process, but fortunately, it was successful in obtaining answers. The client was also very prompt with payment. After shutting down the computer, I sat quietly alone, occasionally gazing at the distant scenery. I used to have the habit of smoking when I was alone in my rental, and I almost unconsciously raised my hand before remembering I had quit smoking after entering this book world. But my habitual gesture was noticed by Nayun behind me, who used it to tease that I must have been a little delinquent before. Nayun wanted to know if I really had the confidence to beat her. I countered by asking if she would have the confidence to give up archery if she lost. She didn't answer because she didn't believe she would lose. I told her to go back to sleep, and as she left, Nayun immaturely scoffed at me before departing. The next day, near an orphanage, Yujinhyuk used his abilities and waited in hiding. Just as his magic was about to run out, he finally saw a figure at the orphanage garage door carrying a baby who was gently placed at the doorstep. Yu Jin-hyuk wanted to continue watching, but his magic had run out, preventing him from maintaining the vision of the past. He discovered that this student named Kim Ha-jin had a very dense history, too dense for his magic to handle for long. Back in reality, now puzzled, Yu Jin-hyuk didn't understand what was so special about me. Having exhausted his magic for the day, Yu Jin-hyuk returned to his office. When asked by an employee, he mentioned that this investigation target was quite unusual, but when pressed further, he excused himself to the restroom. In the restroom, he organized the minimal information he had gathered and decided to delve deeper when he was more refreshed. Although it was a request from his niece, he realized this investigation might not be straightforward. He hadn't expected it to be so troublesome, especially since he was helping for free. Yu Jin-hyuk felt it was a loss. Hearing his words, the employee who had just opened the door remarked that even at a loss, the investigation must continue because the office had received another commission, also requesting an investigation into Kim Ha-jin's background. Moreover, the client was a top-level Red Diamond patron from the Violet Banquet Haze, the same level as Yu Jin-hyuk. Looking at the impolite commission email and the absurdly high deposit, he immediately concluded it was from the Chameleon Troop. Now Yu Jin-hyuk was even more certain that Kim Ha-jin was truly no ordinary person. Time flew by and it was already Friday when the instructor notified everyone that the final exams were just 4 weeks away. This final exam would be fundamentally different from the midterms, he warned, urging everyone to prepare thoroughly. Unlike the midterms, the final exams would not take place in a well-equipped arena with an audience. Instead, it would be held in private. The specific location was on a remote island within the country, populated with countless monsters and wild beasts, where students would undergo a week-long survival test. Thinking about the possibility of the co-author meddling in this, I prepared myself for a radical change, especially with those repeaters involved. The instructor also mentioned that he couldn't reveal the details of the exam yet, but many instructors and middle-tier and upper-tier heroes had been invited to ensure our safety, so we shouldn't worry about that aspect. Today marked the beginning of the weekend, and I was just about to pack up and head back. Nayun stopped me. "You haven't forgotten our bet. Remember to give up archery if you lose. Don't cry when you lose." We then headed to the archery range inside the cube. Soon we both picked up our gear, but I was puzzled by the large number of spectators. Li Yanghan joked, "A bet like this needs an audience to feel right." Meanwhile, Shin Jonghak angrily asked me, "Can you drop out of the cube if you lose?" Nayun shooed them away as the competition was about to start. We had agreed to shoot at high-speed targets. The target launcher was right beside us, starting at a distance of 100 meters. Each time we hit the target, the distance would increase by 50 meters until one of us missed. Nayun thought I would back down knowing the difficulty, but I found it simpler than I had expected. As the competition started, Nayun and I both drew our bows and shot. When she signaled the start, her arrow swiftly hit the center of the flying target at 100 meters, which was child's play for her. But when she turned around, she was stunned to see my reaction. I explained, "I was startled just now and didn't shoot in time. Give me another chance." This scene caused laughter among the students behind us, and Shin Jonghak even told me to step down quickly. Hearing my request, Nayun was speechless but agreed to give me another chance. After all, my posture was a mess that it wouldn't make a difference how many times I shot. At her words, I drew the bowstring again. Naturally, Nayun's posture was much more correct than mine, but in this world, proper posture and years of practice are just bonuses. Talent is the key. As the target flew out, I shot my arrow immediately. With my archer talent, I was destined to surpass Nayun in archery. As the archer's skill assisted my shot, the arrow perfectly hit the target's center. Seeing this, the others outside the range could hardly believe it, and Nayun was equally shocked, especially since I had just been struggling with my posture. Once I got the hang of it, I told her the competition would continue. Nayun was called a prodigy by everyone during her childhood, thanks to her swordsmanship talent, and Yu Shiyuk even gifted her an expensive magic sword. However, hearing that his disciple wanted to switch to archery, Yu Shiyuk initially thought it was because of Nayun's mother, but he was quickly rebutted. She said she simply wanted to change directions and claimed that a genius like her could top the archery ranks immediately, while also apologizing to her master. Yu Shiyuk was angry about Nayun's choice, saying he didn't have a disciple who changes their path in life so easily. But after his anger, Yu Shiyuk didn't stop her. Instead, he asked if this was really her own decision and advised Nayun to think it over so she wouldn't regret it. As time passed by, my and Nayun's competition had reached a distance of 400 meters. After she successfully hit the bullseye, I also succeeded in hitting it. The other archers from the truth class were amazed because I could keep up with Nayun's pace. Someone analyzed that this wasn't just keeping up. If it had happened once or twice, that would be one thing, but every time Nayun hit the target, I would follow immediately and shoot without hesitation. This was a competition, and the pressure on Nayun was surely increasing, even to the point where she could lose. However, feeling the anger of Shin Jonghak, the others quickly stopped analyzing. Unexpectedly during this round, Nayun missed the bullseye for the first time, which made her look very upset. My voice followed, stating that I had always said she she wasn't suited to be an archer. Nayun thought I was scared and making such provocations, then immediately told me to shut up and concentrate on the competition. But I knew her personality like the back of my hand. Nayun is not a calm person. Even a slight provocation could anger her and shake her confidence. Clearly, this temperament is not suited for an archer. Yet she continued, out of fear. Are you afraid of fighting with a sword? These words completely infuriated Nayun. You were just rationalizing it to yourself, trying to believe that even with a bow, you could become the most formidable hero. Considering you switched to archery midway, your performance has been quite excellent, but with your current skills, you would struggle to even kill a Jinn, not to mention avenge your family. My words disturbed Nayun's mind, causing her to miss the target with her next arrow. Nayun was still unable to react, while I immediately followed with another arrow and successfully hit the bullseye. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't expect this to happen. After the bet ended, Nayun quickly fled the scene. Everyone was worried and went to look for her, and finally, Yona found Nayun on a bench in a corner. She looked very dejected, and Yona was surprised to hear Nayun cry. Kim Ha-jin used to help me. Although she knew our relationship wasn't very close, she had always thought I wasn't as bad as the rumors. But why always target her? Regarding this, Yona didn't understand either. That what would I even gain from saying such things about Nayun's family? But then, Yona's brain worked rapidly. She realized that both me and Nayun are prospective talents, and if our relationship worsens, she would not be able to recruit the both of us to her guild. Immediately, Yona started discussing some of my background. She suggested that, having heard Kim Ha-jin was an orphan, his actions might stem from a shared experience with you, making him empathize deeply. Also, Yona shared her suspicion. Kim Ha-jin causing such a stir to awaken you might be because he wants you to live a better life. After speaking, Yona prepared to leave. She knew these words needed time to be pondered. Continuing to sit for a while, Nayun recalled her childhood. Initially, her brother was also curious why she wanted to become an archer. Although Jin-hyun trusted his sister, he made her promise to seriously consider what she truly wanted to do once she was ready. Nayun realized she had long forgotten the promise made with her brother. Meanwhile, a notification on the window puzzled me because it stated that my relationships had changed. As for Nayun, she now intended to revert to her true self, while taking a path different from the one I depicted. The next morning, Jin-hyuk shared the current findings with Yona, but did not mention the Chameleon Troop. He also expressed that I might be involved with some serious crime syndicate and asked whether to continue the investigation. To this, Yona declared she had decided to definitely recruit me to join the essence of the straight. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk was taken aback. Misunderstanding, he hurriedly stated that as an uncle, he would definitely put in extra effort. Since the day many people watched my competition with Nayun, the event had spread throughout the school. Even an instructor found me for a private talk. The reaction was so overwhelming that I now dared not enter the classroom. I also came early in the morning to prepare for training, thinking no one would be around at this time. Yet the scene in the training room surprised me, because Nayun was already training alone, and not only that, she was practicing swordsmanship and had even cut her long hair short. At that moment, she noticed me and quickly hid her sword. Curiously, I asked why she was training so early, to which Nayun retorted, "What of it?" Then I mentioned her hair. Hearing that I thought she had cut it because she lost a bet, Nayun immediately became flustered and then explained it was cut due to the heat, insisting she wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters. I happily commented that the hairstyle suited her well and asked if she felt cooler. Knowing I meant no harm, Nayun weakly responded to me. Then I took my leave as I was also about to go train. Nayun pondered what it must have felt like for Kim Ha-jin, a swordsman, to give up years of sword practice to switch to a different weapon. And this brief reflection made Nayun's magic power grow stronger. She infused her magic into the sword, increasing the length. It could even touch the ceiling now. Recalling what I had said before, Nayun couldn't help but wonder, did I know everything from the start? In the evening, I bought some tents in preparation for the final exam. Although personal items will be checked when entering the exam venue, it's mostly to search for private defense weapons and such. Thus it should the purchased items should be fine. Evangel's seed is urging me to feed it, and lately, the seed has grown bigger. I think it's about to be born. A newborn Evangel looks like a 3 or 4-year-old child. As long as I use witch's power to change her form, she should be able to live in the dorm with me. Thinking about this, it made me look forward to her birth even more. Meanwhile, in a hotel in City S, the captain wanted to disguise herself as a student to infiltrate the final exam, so she asked Jane for help. She wants to enter to confirm someone's strength and also to pick up something from the exam venue. Seeing the captain had made up her mind, Jane didn't stop her and started using her skills. Afterward, Jane shared the disguised identity information with the captain and reminded her to memorize it all. Looking at Jane's worried face, the captain couldn't help but smile. Pretending to be a student is not that difficult. A few days later, the captain successfully disguised herself. Now facing the closeness of 2 female classmates, she finally understood what friendship meant in the information. However, this wasn't too difficult for her, and she cheerily acted like a teenage girl. However, when I appeared and saw this scene, the captain's composure disappeared. I immediately fell silent, using observation and browsing, her disguise couldn't fool me. The captain knew from my look that I had seen that embarrassing display. Staring too long, the other two girls noticed me, and I quickly turned around and left. After reaching my seat, I still didn't understand the situation. The captain's appearance surprised me, and she continued to be around the school in the following days. Many days later, after the written exam at the end of the term, it was now time for the final practical exam. I had been observing the captain recently and disguised as COE Jean. I thought the captain, like in the original story, would disappear after midterms. Although I don't know the reason, I better keep an eye on her, and I could also earn SP points in the process. Even though I've been trying to get close to her these days, all I got was a bottle of cola. I guess the captain is probably here to deeply investigate Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak. Once everyone gathered, the instructor began to announce the rules. The rules of the final exam were simple. Essentially, it involves surviving 5 days on a distant island and earning points during this period. Points can be obtained by eliminating monsters on the island or stealing from other students. Students can also trade points among themselves. You can also steal the examiner's badge, which is worth 200 points. Of course, I think no one would want to challenge that, as all the examiners are active heroes. Next, we were assigned to specific places on the boat. Before long, everyone had also landed. I found Rachel in the crowd and immediately asked if she wanted to team up with me for the final exam. I did this because she got off with me, and I think this is not a coincidence. With the recent changes by co-authors, she is likely the most endangered person in the final exam. My invitation surprised Rachel, but being used to fighting alone, she still refused. This was also within my expectations. Just in case, I'll share my location with you. Seeing this, Rachel accepted my kindness. When the exam progressed to that evening, Nayun was still hunting. Facing a monster's sneak attack from behind, she wasn't the slightest bit panicked and killed it instantly with her sword. At this moment, Nayun's strength had greatly improved. As for the bow, she also carried it with her, but after killing the monster, Nayun wasn't happy because, as someone who gets lost easily, she now couldn't find her way out of this place. She seemed very dejected, having been relentlessly killing monsters since arriving on the island, yet unable to find any place for food and rest. Continuing this way, she realized she might be the first to be eliminated due to starvation. After walking some more, Nayun finally saw a light, and the closer she got, the stronger the smell of food became. She happily rushed over, thinking someone must have found something to eat. When Nayun came through the bushes, I also saw her disheveled appearance. Seeing it was me, Nayun could hardly believe it. I reminded her that students couldn't attack each other until after 12 hours. Fortunately, Nayun wasn't there to trouble me. Her eyes were fixed on the roast meat in the pot. Hearing that I had prepared it early, she proudly complimented me, but soon her stomach started growling, making her blush with embarrassment. I told Nayun to give me half of the points she had earned in exchange for the food. Hearing my demand, Nayun was startled, but with her stomach growling again, she had no choice but to agree. I had thought the first person I would encounter would be Rachel, but instead, I saw Nayun first. Next, I hacked into the drone server with my computer to check on some of the students' situations. Through one of the cameras, I saw Rachel had also found a group of students with food. She wanted to buy food from the people ahead, but they said she didn't need to give any points, as everyone was classmates and there was no need to trade points for food. But I understood that the group in front of Rachel was actually the students from this term's remedial class. When I woke up from my sleeping bag the next morning, I quickly realized that today seemed to be a polar night, as it still hadn't gotten light. Nayun was still asleep, and the evangel seed next to her was throbbing, looking hungry in the morning. The appearance of the evangel seed made me involuntarily praise how cute she was. After feeding her, I put her in my pocket. As I was about to move locations, I called out to Nayun, indicating that I was going to take the tent, but she seemed still asleep. Seeing this, I didn't continue to disturb her, as taking the tent wouldn't affect her since she had a sleeping bag. From today, students can start fighting each other, but they cannot kill anyone. So even if I suspect those students are jinns, it's useless, as they probably aren't technically jinns yet. A jinn who signs a contract with a jinn and a jinn who signs a contract with the devil are different. The former is treated as a card that's disposable, but because they're supplemented with magic power from another jinn, they can run away because their contract is loose. On the other hand, the latter is treated as a core power, but there are only a few like that due to large complications. Ju Yeo-hoon is the only cadet on this island who has overcome those complications. With this in mind, I prepared to go to a higher ground. My first destination was the World Tree on this island, and I quickly headed there. But just after I left, Nayun's sleeping bag moved slightly. Shortly after, I arrived at my destination, but someone was secretly watching me. Just when they were about to make a move, Yona stopped them. She warned her teammate Rose not to provoke me. The girl beside her was stunned, as I was ranked 934. Yona confidently said, "You can't beat him." I then walked under the World Tree. Seeing the jumping pose I made, Rose wondered if I really intended to jump up there. But just as she thought, even the towering World Tree could be quickly scaled using parkour. Seeing this, Rose finally believed it. Yona also reminded her not to tell others that Kim Ha-jin is strong, because he might become part of her group in the future. Hearing Hearing this, Rose instantly understood and promised to keep it a secret. Just then, Yona received a message, and the person contacting her was Coe Jean. Soon after, Yona took Rose and left. As for me, after climbing to the middle of the world tree, I activated my 1,000-mile eye to observe. After observing for a while, I suddenly spotted someone, stayed on them for a while, and quickly figured out how to deal with the remedial class students. I then carved specific content and coordinates on a branch and threw it with force. I imbued the branch with the power of Stigma's mana, and it quickly landed precisely on the ground. The person was Shin Jonghak. He picked up the branch and quickly turned to see who had thrown it. Unfortunately, at such a distance, it was impossible for Shin Jonghak to find out. Next, all I needed to do was quietly wait for things to unfold. Meanwhile, back at my previous camp, Nayun, confirming that I had left, finally crawled out of the sleeping bag. It turned out she had just woken up but mistakenly thought that my comment about cute referred to her. The thought of being called cute by me made Nayun's face turn red instantly. Although she had often been praised since childhood, it puzzled her that I would say such things to someone that's asleep. Nayun didn't understand what I was up to. She thought maybe a stray cat or dog had gotten into the tent, or perhaps I was just praising myself. But ruling out these possibilities, she really believed that my comment was directed at her. If that was the case, Nayun didn't know what to do. Time passed, and Rachel and the group of remedial students had already begun slowly exploring the forest, but now she was feeling increasingly uneasy. Since last night, she had been moving with Ju Yohun and his group. Although they shared food with her without needing points and took care of her at every turn, there was something odd about traveling with them. Rachel found these remedial students very strange. Unlike other students who were working hard to earn points, the remedial students had no intention of earning points at all and kept an occasional discreet watch on her. Rachel felt that, more than points, they seemed more interested in her. These suspicions made Rachel realize she had to find a chance to leave. While she was considering this, Ju Yohun suddenly called out to her, saying he had found a grizzly bear worth 10 points and wanted Rachel's help to catch it. Hearing this, Rachel agreed, thinking that helping with this task would naturally create an opportunity for her to leave. They hadn't walked long when Ju Yohun pointed out a large bear ahead, but when Rachel looked, standing at the edge of the cliff was clearly a Jinn, just like during the midterms. As for Ju Yohun, he continued to feign ignorance, puzzled that the other party seemed not to be an examiner. Noticing the Jinn's murderous intent, Rachel pushed Ju Yohun away. Sure enough, the next second, the Jinn's attack came swiftly. She asked Ju Yohun about his condition, but he pretended to be severely injured and screamed Jinn in terror, then immediately ran away. Seeing this, Rachel was helpless. Such poor acting was unbearable to watch, and now she understood why that group seemed so suspicious. Students from the cube actually helping a Jinn. Rachel coldly stated she had miscalculated. The Jinn in front then immediately attacked, and in the next instant, spikes of rock surged rapidly towards Rachel. She quickly dodged, and the Jinn took advantage of the dust to attack. Although the opponent's destructive power was strong, but Rachel knew she could handle it, and she immediately launched a fierce counterattack. In the ensuing close combat, Rachel found an opening exposed by the Jinn, but just as she was about to strike, she found her foot ensnared and couldn't move. Another Jinn appeared behind Rachel, catching her in a pincer attack. Rachel knew she probably couldn't dodge this time. Just as the new Jinn made its move, the sky flickered with a rapid light, and the next second, a bullet pierced the Jinn on the spot. Watching the suddenly fallen Jinn, Rachel was still unsure what had happened, but the death of its companion enraged the battling Jinn, who then unleashed its full magical power in an attempt to kill Rachel. At that moment, the crisp sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and Kim Suho, who had arrived just in time, blocked the Jinn's attack. While calling for Nayun to take action, the Jinn hurriedly turned back, but Nayun's charged arrow had already been shot and hit the Jinn too quickly for it to dodge. Seeing that it was the classmates from the truth class who had come, Rachel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nayun and the others hurried over upon hearing the battle, and fortunately, Rachel was not seriously harmed. She was very thankful for her classmates' help. Kim Suho checked the cliff and found that the opponent had not died. Instead, they had escaped down the cliff before they were hit by the arrow. At that moment, Kim Suho suggested that Rachel move with them, and they could split up after leaving the area. Soon after, the group left from there. However, just as they started moving, Rachel noticed something on the ground. Curious, she looked down and found a large caliber bullet submerged in the mud. Rachel picked it up, and the presence of the bullet at the battle site made her wonder if the initial attack hadn't been launched by Nayun. Meanwhile, I was observing Ju Yohun, who was fleeing. Considering someone would naturally handle him, I didn't intervene directly. Before long, they found a place to rest. During this time, upon hearing Kim Suho ask if Nayun had decided to bring a sword to the fight, Nayun quickly explained that the sword was just a secondary weapon. The finals are important. Relying solely on a bow makes it too difficult. As for Rachel, she was still pondering the origin of the bullet. She had a theory, but was puzzled about how Kim Haji knew she was in danger and why he would come to help her. Most importantly, he helped without showing his face. But just as she was thinking about this, her train of thought was interrupted by a nearby voice. Nayun said that since she and Kim Suho had no teammates, everyone everyone could collaborate. However, Rachel refused. She apologized and then got up to leave. Kim Suho suggested she stay longer, saying it was dangerous to go out alone right now. Rachel still decided to leave because she needed to meet someone. At the same time, on the other side, I had just finished hunting some monsters, and with the points given by Nayun, I already had 22 points. But to be safe, I probably needed another 50 points to pass the exam smoothly. If it were just up to killing monsters, it would take a lot of time. As I was reflecting on this, I looked up and was startled. The captain, disguised as Coe Jean, had found me. I couldn't help but suspect she might be here to fight, but how could I possibly be her match? However, thinking that the captain was probably just observing, I calmed down. So I asked her what's up, only to find that the captain had suddenly drawn her sword. This made me inwardly wince. I hadn't expected her to be serious. The captain coldly told me to pick up a weapon, but I pretended to be confused to buy time, while subtly activating the ether in my clothes. Seeing this, the captain told me not to play dumb. Seeing me continually stalling, the captain wondered what I was really up to, but this time, I didn't answer her, and the captain took it as my consent to start. However, she didn't notice that the ether rope I controlled had already untied her watch. After achieving my goal, I also breathed a sigh of relief, while the captain was confused about what I was doing with the watch. Was I planning to surrender directly? Upon hearing this, I told her the watch wasn't mine. Stunned for a few seconds, the captain then looked at her wrist and suddenly exclaimed, "You should know, in a duel between students, the person who snatches the watch first is considered the winner, because pressing the fingerprint lock on the watch will eliminate its original owner." The captain furiously accused me of trickery, but I tossed the watch back to her, smugly saying, "I'm letting you go just this once. Got it?" With that, the captain was even more flabbergasted, but before she could ask, I decisively turned and ran away. After being silent for a while, the captain contacted Jane, but Jane had just been distracted and hadn't seen what happened. Once calm, the captain began to analyze. Although she had lost half her perception due to Jane's talent, she regretted her oversight now that a 17-year-old student had shown such meticulousness. I found a suitable place for camping to rest. Just after escaping the crisis brought by the captain, I prepared to enjoy a meal before earning more points. But then, suddenly, there was a rustling sound nearby. Turning to look, I didn't expect Rachel to have found me, and she indeed came looking for me on purpose. Rachel was about to ask about earlier, but because she hadn't eaten for most of the day, her stomach couldn't hold out any longer and started growling. I then invited Rachel to sit down and eat together, and the shy Rachel hurriedly said she would give me points. While waiting for the food to cook, Rachel wanted to know what I had been doing alone. After telling her I had been earning points, I realized what Rachel was really curious about, but now felt embarrassed to openly say it was me who saved her. Meanwhile, I also noticed the scars on her neck, which seemed to be from fighting a djinn. At that moment, Evangel in my pocket was wriggling continuously, and the next second, she jumped out on her own and even stuck to Rachel's wound. Evangel moved so quickly that I couldn't stop her, and Rachel didn't know what was happening. When she cautiously felt it with her hand, the wriggling sensation on her neck scared her to tears, and she couldn't help but scream. After removing Evangel's seed, Rachel finally calmed down a lot. She thought it was some kind of bug, and I quickly apologized, then explained that it was my pet seed. Hearing this, Rachel handed Evangel back to me. To ease the awkward atmosphere, I had quickly invited her to eat. Rachel, feeling somewhat uneasy, expressed that although it was a bit late, she wanted to team up with me, just like cooperating in action. I agreed to Rachel's proposal and added, "You sound just like Nayun." This made Rachel mistakenly think that Nayun had approached me to form a team first. After I explained that wasn't the case, Rachel remembered her previous team. Knowing it was Yoon's team, I reassured Rachel that it was okay to leave that team, especially since they would likely be eliminated soon. Shin Jong-hak showed no mercy, and those remedial students were all severely injured. When Yoon returned, the scene before him puzzled him. He didn't understand what had happened or why Shin Jong-hak was there. Seeing Yoon, Shin Jong-hak suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Then through a branch he was holding, Yoon slowly turned his head and saw provocative content and coordinates written on it. Realizing the situation, he quickly explained that he hadn't sent it. It was all a misunderstanding. Shin Jong-hak casually replied that it didn't matter. His words also sent a chill down Yoon's spine. Picking up his long spear, Shin Jong-hak stepped forward, indicating that it didn't matter who sent it. He just couldn't stand vermins. People from the remedial class who overestimated themselves always genuinely disgusted Shin Jong-hak. Meanwhile, inside the examination tower located in the northwest part of the island, one of the examiners, Yun Sung-ah, was deep in thought. Seeing this, a colleague curiously asked whom she was thinking about. Hearing Yun Sung-ah answer Kim Ha-jin, the man was a bit puzzled because wasn't she most fond of Kim Suho? Hearing this, Yun Sung-ah smiled and said that of course, she thought of Kim Suho first. However, she had recently obtained a report in which Yona's evaluation of Kim Ha-jin was more special compared to Kim Suho's. Given the prior Jin incident involving the light mana, Yun Sung-ah didn't care whether the report was true or not. Taking this opportunity to get to know Kim Ha-jin better seemed like a good idea. Her colleague was curious about how she planned to verify his abilities. To this, Yun Sung-ah pointed to her badge, indicating it was the perfect bait. night. The next morning, Rachel stayed alone at the camp. She was now sure that I was the one who had protected her, but she didn't understand why I hadn't admitted to it, and was even more curious about how I knew she was in danger. As for today's ambush, Rachel knew it was arranged by Lancaster. Thinking about this, her heart grew heavier, and a terrible thought occurred to her. On the other side, I was continuously hunting. Today's yield had basically met my expectations. Rachel was supposed to come along, but she wasn't feeling well that morning. Fortunately, after feeding her some meat, she recovered some energy and would likely be able to join the hunt soon. Just then, a flashing light nearby caught my attention. I immediately pushed aside the trees and tiptoed towards the light source. Unexpectedly, behind this patch of forest, there was a huge lake. I estimated there might be high point monsters in there, possibly crocodiles. To get a clear view inside, I used the stigma to conjure a sphere of light just by shining it on the lake's surface. No monster could hide, but a voice from behind startled me. After loudly questioning with no response, I understood that the person must have been tracking me for a long time and was highly skilled at hiding. However, since I had detected them under the 1,000-mile eye, any invisibility skill would leave traces. But recognizing the person as someone familiar, I fired a shot next to her instead. Startled, Nayun quickly stood up. Seeing her ready to get angry, I took the initiative to confront her, wanting to know why she was following me. Nayun hurriedly denied it, but I continued to press her. If not, then what was she doing here? At this, Nayun stuttered, unable to speak clearly. Then she changed the subject, asking about the move I had thrown into the water. I insisted Nayun explain why she was following me first. In her frustration, she spilled everything, revealing that she was actually after Yun Sung-ah. Hearing this, I again confirmed if it was the Yun Sung-ah I knew. Though my question sounded somewhat offensive, Nayun confirmed it. I then turned to pull out my computer, asking her to wait a moment. I was preparing to check the drone footage. In the novel, Yun Sung-ah had been observing Kim Suho for the past 2 days, then switched to other potential candidates. But now, she had found me. From the drone surveillance, I also located Yun Sung-ah, indeed nearby. Her actions pretty much confirmed that I was also on the list of potential candidates. Nayun quickly asked if I had just created the sphere of light. I admitted it, but immediately told her not to ask further, with a smug look telling her to shut up if she understood. Nayun was quite annoyed, saying I was out of my mind, and she wasn't that interested in knowing more. Not wanting to argue with Nayun any longer, I told her I had been here first and suggested she go hunt somewhere else. After sending Nayun away, I breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I couldn't let her continue asking because explaining the power of the stigma would mean telling her this was all part of a novel's world. She'd probably think I was crazy. 2 hours after parting with Nayun, I hunted many monsters, all low-medium grade, but I also quickly earned 15 points. However, now I had a new problem because Yun Sung-ah, who had been tracking me, stopped observing from the shadows and approached me to say hello. Seeing my cautious demeanor, she explained that she was testing the students' strengths and handing out benefits along the way. The rules of the event were simple. Yun Sung-ah stated she would stand still and allow me to attack, using only her left hand. If I could effectively hit any part of her body other than her left hand or make her move her feet, she would give me an examiner's badge worth 200 points. This enticing offer seemed not difficult, and it was indeed very tempting for a student. Although the opponent was the famous hero Yun Sung-ah, securing the badge would almost guarantee first place. Yun Sung-ah wanted to know if I would try or give up. At this, I slowly moved my hand to my gun. With such a chance to earn a large number of points, how could I pass it up? The next second, I decisively fired, but Yun Sung-ah simply waved her hand, and the bullet fell to the ground. This strike also made her realize that I indeed had strength. I had previously formed a sphere of light, and now even with a regular handgun, I had exerted such force. However, after feeling the shot, she just smiled and said it was quite painful. Seeing this, I knew the gap was too large. Yun Sung-ah hadn't even used magic, just bare skills. I threw a throwing knife. After easily dodging it, Yun Sung-ah still complimented me, while I took the opportunity to fire continuously. But even the continuous enhanced magic bullets were all blocked by her in an instant. Yun Sung-ah guessed I must have some talent related to firearms, while I used the stigma to control the throwing knives towards her. At such a close distance, I thought she wouldn't be able to block them with her left hand. But even if she hadn't noticed the changing direction of the throwing knives in time, just the release of her magical aura was enough to snap the 2 knives. Seeing her formidable strength, I understood that winning was impossible. As for Yun Sung-ah, she was quite surprised that I could use magic to alter the path of the throwing knives, even comparing me to an onion, that I had many layers to me, and she was curious about how I did it. Yun Sung-ah also wanted to know my other abilities, but at this point, understanding I couldn't win, I didn't want to waste time. Seeing me turn to leave, Yun Sung-ah appeared very puzzled. I firmly told her I decided to give up. Yun Sung-ah still wanted to keep me there, and this whole scene was being watched secretly by the captain. Once I was completely gone, Drun sent a message to the captain. He felt that operating separately from the friends of whom she was imitating would invite unnecessary suspicion, but the captain really couldn't stand it. Suddenly, the entire island shook. The captain understood that the vibrations signified the awakening of the butterfly larvae. At the same time, somewhere on the island, a huge purple insect egg emitted a heavy heartbeat, and it was the egg capable of breeding the butterfly sapling. This was a type of sprite-like monster that parasitizes trees. In my original story, after the appearance of the butterfly sapling, they would be killed by the protagonist group. Kim Suho would then obtain the butterfly's dust, and Rachel would gain a hint about her enlightenment. Now that Rachel is in my team, to help her awaken, we would have to face the butterfly sapling. I had to lead her into battle, but the problem was that I hadn't written down the exact location of where it would appear. Rachel came out with me, and although we had been hunting for most of the day, she started to wonder why I was just circling around the area. Hearing this, I remained silent, not knowing the exact location to start the battle, and could only wait for the right moment. After a while, on the other side, Kim Suho's team had already cooperated in hunting many monsters. Now it was the 4th day, with only 20 hours left until the end of the exam. What do you think about Kim Ha-jin? Hearing this, Kim Suho was puzzled, not knowing why she suddenly brought up Kim Ha-jin. Chai Nayun explained that from the initial museum to P-City, she thought I had too many secrets. Hearing the word secrets, Kim Suho immediately associated it with what I had said during the tycoon incident. Understand her, misunderstanding my relationship with Chai Nayun. Seeing Kim Suho's expression, Chai Nayun thought he had inside information, so she quickly urged Kim Suho to tell her. To this, Kim Suho laughed and told her to ask me herself, but in the next moment, a terrifying root suddenly burst from behind, sweeping across the entire island with countless roots. On the other side, I finally felt the changes in the island. Other students also encountered the attacking roots, with sounds of fighting and cries echoing through the forest, and huge tremors occurring all around. Knowing that the time had come, I told Rachel that next, we needed to go to the source of the tremors to catch the monster. In the area where the monster was, I needed her protection. Although she didn't know what I was going to do, Rachel quickly agreed. Feeling the earthquake, the students would likely head towards the butterfly sapling, and I couldn't let anyone else seize this opportunity, so I immediately rushed with Rachel towards the source of the tremors. The situation on the island had already been discovered by the examiners, and an examiner thought this monster wasn't part of the exam, so he asked if they should pause the exam, but Yin Sun-na thought it was unnecessary. With the current students in the exam area, they were fully capable of dealing with the butterfly sapling, and she believed these future heroes would not disappoint her. On the island, Chai Nayun, faced with huge roots, decisively took out the sword she had recently started practicing with. Her talent ensured that even without years of practice, she was still very strong. Seeing Chai Nayun slice through the largest root with one move, Kim Suho and Yi Yanghan were very impressed. However, while praising her, Kim Suho suggested that if the sword energy was closer to the sword, it would be sharper when cutting monsters. After fighting for a while, Yi Yanghan found that the roots seemed endless. Realizing this, Kim Suho noticed that since cutting the roots was useless, they had to find the source. Then they decided to confront the root's main body. Nearby students discovered that a tree ahead looked strange, and something seemed to be moving inside the cocoon on the tree. However, the cocoon was quickly torn open, and what emerged was a beautiful large butterfly. The students below did not recognize this strange creature. After flying out of the cocoon, the large butterfly sprinkled many specks of powder in the air. These glowing specks slowly enveloped the entire forest. When Chai Nayun and the others arrived, they also noticed the glowing specks in the air, curious about what they were. When Chai Nayun suddenly found it very difficult to breathe, accompanied by a feeling of weakness all over her body. The surrounding students were also affected, and within a few seconds, she could no longer hold herself up and collapsed. Fortunately, Kim Suho caught her in time and checked on them. He found they were only asleep, not showing signs of poisoning. He had also held his breath in time after sensing something was wrong, which spared him from the effects. But Kim Suho knew he couldn't hold his breath and act indefinitely. Before inhaling the powder, he couldn't be sure he could subdue the butterfly in the air. Just then, Kim Suho suddenly heard rapid footsteps, and looking up, he saw two figures leaping out from the bushes. Surprised to see it was me and Rachel, he was quite astonished. When I arrived, I handed Rachel the prepared mask I had, so she was unaffected by the butterfly dust. Watching one student after another collapse by the roadside, Rachel couldn't help but wonder, had I anticipated this situation all along? But before she could ponder further, I had already identified our target, and I then told Rachel that I would soon confront the butterfly monster above us, and during that time, I needed her to cover me from the tree roots. After receiving Rachel's response, I quickly picked up my pistol and fired repeatedly at the butterfly sapling in the air. After being hit in the wings, the pained butterfly sapling emitted a huge cry and then summoned more tree roots. Fortunately, with Rachel's protection, these roots were easily severed, but the next second, Rachel was startled as roots from beneath the ground attacked me. Without hesitation, Rachel pushed me aside, successfully dodging the butterfly sapling's attack, but her foot was caught by the roots and she was thrown heavily to the side. Seeing this, I urgently called out to Rachel, wanting to know her condition, but in just an instant, many more roots targeted me. Just as I thought I was about to be severely hit, Kim Suho, enduring discomfort, blocked the attack for me. He confirmed that he had inhaled some of the powder. Noticing Kim Suho's poor condition, and with Rachel apparently unconscious on the ground, I didn't know what to do. Just as I was frantically pondering, Evangel's seat inside my clothes clothes, suddenly jumped out, looking very happy, and quickly attached herself to Rachel. Seeing this, I really wanted to pull Evangel's seed back, but I had to deal with the monster first. Kim Suho told me he could still help me for a while, but he probably wouldn't last much longer. My stigma's mana could only produce 3 fire attribute bullets, and I needed to kill the butterfly sapling before the bullets ran out. I then shared my plan with Kim Suho. Although the butterfly sapling were sprite-type monsters and very agile, to deliver a fatal blow, I would need to aim from a close distance. I planned to get close to the monster and needed Kim Suho to distract the butterfly. Hearing this, he immediately agreed. Then Kim Suho held nothing back and completely released the Sword Saint's magic power. Seeing the strong power he emitted, I realized that compared to the last time at the museum, Kim Suho had become much stronger. He was also observing me, and he remarked that no matter what secret techniques he showed, I always appeared calm. Not only that, I had even previously noticed Chai Nayun's abilities. Sometimes he even felt as if I knew everything in the world. Kim Suho's words momentarily enlightened me. After speaking, he went to attract the butterfly monster. In his Sword Saint state, these roots were hardly a challenge for him. I also quickly moved towards the monster. My momentary daze was due to Kim Suho's perceptiveness, but I couldn't tell him that this place was actually a world I had written about in my novel, and I had become a character I had never written before. After quickly reaching the highest point, I fired a flaming magic bullet. This shot accurately hit the butterfly sapling's vital spot. Seeing the creature burning fiercely in the sky, Kim Suho was surprised because it was a fire-type attack. He was already struggling to stand. Fortunately, seeing me take action, Kim Suho thought it should be over soon. However, the butterfly larva in the air was still struggling violently, and the fireball did not kill it completely. The creature then controlled the roots to catch itself. Seeing this, I realized that the firepower was still insufficient, so I decided to fire another shot. However, before I could act, the butterfly larva was struck by a bolt of purple lightning. This time, the creature finally fell without resistance. The person who intervened surprised me. I did not expect the captain to come in at the critical moment and deliver the final blow. This made me suspect that she was after the butterfly's dust. Down below, Kim Suho looked at the creature, now on its last breath, and with one swift sword draw, he finished off the butterfly larva. Seeing the creature breathe its last, Kim Suho could no longer hold on and collapsed on the ground. At this moment, the captain approached the large butterfly, intending to collect the butterfly's dust, but I sternly stopped her from behind. I couldn't just watch the captain take it away. She still didn't know the specific functions of the butterfly's dust. It seemed the captain was here because the byproducts of the sprite could fetch a high price, but the butterfly's dust was crucial for Kim Suho. It could enable him to confront formidable enemies that would appear later, so I had to ensure he received it. Hearing my voice, the captain also halted. She glanced around. The other students had already been put to sleep by the butterfly powder, although the sleeping effect weakened after the butterfly's death. As a student, I should have difficulty resisting the effects, but I had held on until now. Thinking this, the captain reaffirmed the mystery of Kim Ha-jin and decided to observe me more closely. I have been using the owner defense function of the ether to withstand the butterfly's dust, but I'm reaching my limits, so I intended to put on my mask. But the captain suddenly attacked me, catching me off guard. As her magic enveloped us, a huge spherical barrier suddenly appeared around us. Inside the magic barrier, she revealed her true face and asked if I recognized her. Hearing this, my mind raced, and I feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Are you Li Xiaopeng?" At this, the captain was momentarily confused. She searched her mind for this name and soon remembered that it was a false identity she had used to get close to me before. The captain wanted to know when I had found out. I was about to say just now when she coldly threatened, "If you lie, I'll kill you." But before she could finish saying kill, she changed it to beat you to death. Startled by her threat, I quickly said it was when we were fighting for the watch. Although this was also untrue, it was probably within what the captain would accept. I told her that I sensed something was off when we were in close contact, as my eyes are quite sharp. Yet the captain knew that Jane's ability could not be uncovered simply by having sharp eyes. Recalling that I could see through the perception blocking item in Jane's talent, she couldn't help but wonder if my mana was anti-magic. If so, that would make sense, because with inherent anti-magic, as long as the power is concentrated in the optic nerves, it indeed can be easily accomplished. If her guess is correct, then I am an invaluable talent that the Chameleon Troop cannot afford to miss. After she finished speaking, the captain lifted the magical barrier. As she slowly approached, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, the captain reached out to give me the butterfly dust. Then she said, as a price, I needed to compensate, but she fell silent, unable to speak, as she didn't know what to ask for. At this point, Jane became anxious in the call and asked the captain to take her time to think. Quickly, she gave a perplexing answer, simply asking for my contact number. I had thought I was nearly in mortal danger, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Fortunately, I achieved an important goal. However, I now needed to find a way to give this to Kim Suho naturally. Once the captain left, I suddenly realized I had almost forgotten about Rachel and Evangel. When I turned around, I saw Rachel under the big tree, radiating golden light emanating from her chest. I immediately understood what it was. This was a sign of Evangel's birth. The next second, the immense golden light made it impossible for me to look directly. At this moment, the sleeping Rachel was thinking about quickly eliminating the spirit. However, the sudden bright light brought some consciousness to Rachel. In her dream, she saw a child and gently embraced them. The warm feeling seemed to be healing her wounds. Moreover, there was a familiar feeling about the child in Rachel's arms. If she were to describe the smile she saw, Rachel thought it was like her own in childhood. She seemed to hear the little girl speaking, but couldn't make it out clearly. Rachel wanted to ask her again, but the current Rachel was simply too tired. After fainting, she was still softly inquiring what Evangel had just said. The words Rachel wanted to know, I heard clearly, because Evangel affectionately called Rachel mommy and even recognized me as daddy. Sometime later, when Nayun woke up, she just happened to find the examiners, and I was moving the fainted Kim Suho and others. After the chaotic 4th day passed, it was the 5th day. All students were safely sent back. Thus, the dreaded final exams ended as scheduled. The appearance of the butterfly sapling also caused a stir among the examiners. After consultations, they unanimously decided to allocate the killing points to 4 students who successfully repelled the monsters. I've been waiting on the ship ever since, but the captain didn't contact me, making me curious why she was interested in me. While I was pondering this, Nayun suddenly interrupted me, wanting to know how I finally managed it. It turned out that Nayun learned from Kim Suho that it was I who had broken the butterfly's wings. How could a small handgun possibly do that? Hearing this, Nayun agreed. She initially wanted to ask about what happened at the end, but I was the first to ask, why did you use a sword instead of a bow and arrow at that time? Nayun was completely shocked. Wasn't it you who told me to use it? I explained that using a weapon she was not proficient with in actual combat could be very dangerous. Nayun told me not to worry because she was not so clumsy that I would need to worry. Next, I wanted to know how she felt after using the sword. Seeing Nayun turn her head away, I couldn't help but question. It seems you are still a bit scared, aren't you? She hurriedly defended herself in a panic, but it was clear that Nayun was lying. I then smiled faintly. Practice more in the future and you won't be scared anymore. After all, you are a natural-born swordsman. A few days after returning to the academy, Yona, while eating in the cafeteria and hearing about Nayun's experiences with me, also expressed surprise. Kim Hajin must like you. Then she also asked for Kim Suo's opinion. He also thought that Yona made some sense. The continuous teasing from the two made Nayun feel her whole body heat up. Yona was asking her what she planned to do next when she turned around and saw me buying something. Hearing Yona call me, Nayun hurriedly turned her head to dodge. Seeing it was Kim Suho and the others, I also greeted them. After glancing at Nayun, who was visibly uncomfortable, I turned and left. But just that one look made Yona reaffirm her thoughts. Nayun also didn't know what to do about it. A little while later, I returned to the dormitory. Hearing that I had come back from shopping, Evangel hurried towards me, happily calling out Daddy. I told her not to run around in the room. Evangel wanted to know where I had been, so I told her I went to buy food. After picking up Evangel, I discussed with her whether she could stop calling me Daddy and call me Hajin or Uncle instead. However, little Evangel did not agree. As for why she was in the dormitory, it all starts from the day she hatched. At that time, Evangel asked me why Mommy was asleep again. At first, when she called me Daddy, I was wondering who she was calling. It turned out Evangel was calling me. Just then, the examiners came to check on the aftermath of the battle, and I asked her if she could turn back into a seed. Evangel wanted to ask about Rachel's condition, so I tricked her a bit, and she obediently turned into a seed. Just like that, I successfully brought her to the dormitory. Evangel is very well behaved when eating, looking indeed like a miniature version of Rachel. After letting her eat quietly, the next step was to deal with the butterfly's dust. Butterfly's dust can adhere to things with magical properties. It helps awaken their hidden potential. Simply put, whether it's people or objects, butterfly's dust can activate their potential. It should have naturally ended up with Rachel and Kim Suho, but because of the captain, now I had to find an opportunity to pass it on to them. Meanwhile, in Rachel's dormitory, she kept thinking about the child she saw. She could clearly feel the other person, and even after waking up, her hands still retained some warmth. Rachel thought it might be a creature like a tree sprite, or perhaps it was just a hallucination, but recalling the smile from her dream, she couldn't help but feel happy, continuously reminiscing about that warmth, as if it was telling her that they would meet again someday. A few days later, the school sent out a message about a guild tour. That students that are included in the list given by the guild will be contacted via their smartwatch. During the holiday, they could visit the guilds and observe the work of current heroes. High-ranking domestic guilds have the right to specify the students they want, but each guild can only choose 3 students from first and second years. Therefore, it is difficult for first-year students ranked outside the top 300 to get an experience opportunity. I was also curious about what heroes do on a regular basis. Besides the missions I had written about in the original novel, they must have other things to do. Unfortunately, my school ranking is very low, and even if I do well in the final exam, I can't break into the top 300. So, this guild experience probably isn't going to happen for me. Just as I was thinking this, the ringtone from my watch made me quite puzzled. Surprisingly, a guild contacted me. After slowly opening the message, I saw an invitation from the Essence of the Strait. After the holiday, holiday, Yona was waiting for someone on the road. Soon after, I also arrived there. Seeing me, she was very happy, having thought I would refuse. Yona mentioned there was another person, but they would be a bit late, so she suggested we go ahead. I then followed Yona to set off. On the way, she commented on my good performance at the finals, but in the end, I only scored 67 points. After driving for a while, Yona announced that we had arrived. I couldn't take my eyes off the building above us as I slowly looked up. Yona then welcomed me to the essence of the strait. Entering the building, there were many people inside, all busy with their own tasks. Although it's nominally a hero experience project, some work still needs to be done indoors. More challenging tasks require analysis before they can be strategized. I understand now why a low-ranked person like me still received an invitation from a major guild. It seems to be Yona's decision. As the guild leader's daughter, she would have that authority. We soon arrived in front of an office, precisely the analysis room of the essence of the strait. The person who brought us here is Park Sang-ho, an intermediate and advanced grade hero, and the left hand of Yona. He heard that I ranked first in theoretical scores, so he brought me to the analysis room. However, although Park Sang-ho appears to be a gentleman, he is actually a sinister person and will later betray Yona. At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind. The newcomer was Lee Jina, another intermediate and advanced grade hero, who spoke sarcastically, saying it's surprising that a student ranked 934 could experience the essence of the strait. Lee Jina's remarks were aimed at Yona. She aligns with Young Hoseok, the vice captain of the essence of the strait, while Yona, being the guild leader's daughter, is the rightful successor. Naturally, Lee Jina sees her as a thorn in her side. This is only temporary, as she will later become a subordinate of Yona and eventually rise to the position of vice captain. However, her current remarks are still annoying. Lee Jina then looked at some documents in her hand and came up with an idea. She challenged me to solve a problem in the document if I was confident, and even called me kid. Lee Jina succeeded in provoking me, so I asked her for a few sheets of paper to use. She continued to mock and snicker. Just then, Yona received a message that the last person had arrived. They then went out together to meet them. As for me, I started reviewing the documents. They contained variables that could occur when raiding a dungeon. I possessed the talents of observation and browsing, and such problems can be solved in a matter of seconds for me. Next, all I need to do is write the final analysis conclusion, and this document will be completed. But just as I was about to finish, Lee Jina disdainfully took the documents away, urging me to give up and leave already. But I went downstairs anyway. Unfortunately, I hadn't written the conclusion yet, and I definitely wouldn't tell Lee Jina if she later asked me for it. When the elevator doors opened and I had just stepped out, I unexpectedly ran into Nayun. The next second, she finally reacted and then asked Yona why I was also here. Then I understood that the last person was Nayun. But why hadn't Yona told me? Meanwhile, in Hyuk's office, he looked very troubled because after a whole month of collecting, he only had a few pages of information about Kim Ha-jin. Hyuk hadn't anticipated the difficulty of the task. No matter how he spied during these days, he couldn't dig deep into who I had contact with before, not even knowing who my parents were or why I became an orphan. But one thing he found during this period caught his attention. Elsewhere, after everyone had arrived, Park Sang-ho took us to experience an activation mission. Before receiving the activation orders, we needed to wait here for a while. At this time, he also asked Nayun why she was late. Hearing that Nayun had gone to visit her grandfather, Park Sang-ho was very excited because her grandfather was the great hero Jukyo. Yona received a message and said we should go on ahead, needing to take a call first. After reaching the restroom, Yona picked up the phone, and the caller was her uncle Hyuk. She then inquired about the status of the last investigation. Since the results were too scant to save face, Hyuk evasively claimed he hadn't started the investigation. His words also made Yona very angry. Following this, Hyuk wanted to know why his niece wanted to investigate the parents of Kim Ha-jin, or rather, if Kim Ha-jin really wanted to find his parents. Hearing this, Yona told her uncle that she thought so, given that Kim Ha-jin had memorized the wanted list, speculating that maybe my parents were involved in some criminal case. Upon hearing this, Hyuk went silent because he associated it with the matter that concerned him. He then found a casual excuse to hang up the phone. Yona wanted to ask him when he would start the investigation, but the phone had already been hung up. On the other hand, Hyuk was very somber, wondering if Kim Ha-jin was really related to that incident, a 16-year-old case. At that time, at the Gwango Fortress area, 87 civilians who took refuge in a shelter, along with 9 heroes who were protecting them, were all killed. A few years ago, when Hyuk investigated this matter, he was caught and subsequently driven out of the Yu family. Although the final interpretation of the incident was that it was the work of jinns, who personally investigated, understood that 3 significant figures were involved. One was the leader of K-country at that time, Kim Seoko. Another was the chairman of the Daehun group, Jukyo, and Hyuk's own elder brother, also Yona's father, Yong. Instead, they hired assassins, reflecting the trivial extent of their concern for the incident. The more Hyuk thought about it, the deeper his concern became. If Kim Ha-jin was a surviving victim now embarking on on a revenge plot. It would be too dangerous. He understood that this matter needed to end here. If the investigation continued, once the crazy old man Chai Jukyil noticed, Yu Jinhyuk would die a terrible death. Back at Essence of the Strait, after waiting for a while, we finally received the order to eliminate the appearing stone golems. Due to their speed, Park Sang-ho noticed I had disappeared. Regarding this, Chai Nayun told him not to worry, saying I would catch up on my own. As for Yona, since coming back, she had been gloomy, and she was very upset inside due to her annoyance with her uncle. Soon, several people arrived at the scene, where many golems were already causing massive destruction. A couple who couldn't escape were about to be killed by the golems. However, Yona's whip arrived in time, and seeing this, Park Sang-ho immediately stepped forward and then threw his spear at the golem. The next second, the golem was shattered into pieces. Just then, I finally arrived at the scene, and Chai Nayun had also found her target. Quickly making a decision, Chai Nayun decided to challenge this golem with a sword. She already knew the golem's weakness, so she aimed at the monster's ankle, but the distance was too close. The golem's reaction was unexpected, and before Chai Nayun could strike the weak spot, she was hit in the abdomen by the golem. The powerful blow threw her to the ground. Struggling to stand up, Chai Nayun didn't expect the golem to move so fast, and its attack was not over yet. I urgently told her to get away, but with a loud bang, I was stunned because I had already pulled Chai Nayun towards me using ether. That reaction was instinctive, and now I had to say something, otherwise it would lead to misunderstandings. Next time you can keep some distance. After all, your sword can become longer than a spear. Hearing this, Chai Nayun admitted that she had let her guard down, and asked me to watch carefully next time, but then she also said thank you. The reason Chai Nayun serves as a swordsman is because her mana capacity is several of times that of a normal hero. Chai Nayun's talent, known as the Mana Sea, even surpasses Kim Suho's magic. When she uses a sword as a medium, her output has no limit. In the evening, we had dealt with all the petrification golems. After the rescue team arrived, we prepared to leave, but at that moment, I suddenly sensed someone watching from behind, and using my 1000-mile eye, I saw her face clearly. Her features also allowed me to recognize her instantly. It was Tomer. Hearing Chai Nayun and the others telling me to leave, I did not stay any longer. I felt only a moment of regret. As in the original story, the ether should have belonged to her. That night, in the office, Lee Jina finally finished her work. She picked up the document I wrote, ready to evaluate it. However, after only a brief look, Lee Jina was stunned. She hadn't expected me to do so well, but not having the analysis results made Lee Jina very curious, and she directly contacted me. I want to talk to you, but knowing how the guild operates now, I have no more business there. So, I messaged Park Sang-ho that I couldn't go over. Seeing him ask why, I decided to tease Lee Jina, and then sent Park Sang-ho the reason for not going. Someone mocked me as a low-ranking nepotist. After seeing the message, Park Sang-ho knew it was Lee Jina's doing. Seeing him upset, Lee Jina quickly explained that she didn't intend for this to happen. I could almost picture Yona blowing up at Lee Jina. Having run around a lot today, I was also quite tired. Evangel had already fallen asleep early. There was still one thing I needed to do, and it was perfect timing while she was asleep. After covering Evangel with a blanket, I started to deal with the next task. I took out the previously obtained butterfly dust. Looking at the full bag of powder, it was clear that there was a lot more than I had anticipated. I divided the butterfly dust into 3 equal parts. Kim Suho and Rachel were certainly important, but I had to look out for myself too. I needed to seize this opportunity to become stronger. Tonight, I plan to use my share. Given my potential, using it on myself would be a waste. I plan to use this pile of butterfly dust to enhance the potential of the ether. Slowly pouring the powder down, the ether gradually absorbed it. All that was left was to wait patiently. Just then, my watch received a new message, unexpectedly from Chai Nayun. She came to thank me again for today, but seeing Chai Nayun say a but, I wanted to know what she would say next. After waiting a full 10 minutes without a reply, I took the initiative to ask her. Chai Nayun was puzzled, so I simply told her to go to sleep, ending the conversation. This inexplicably bizarre chat initially felt like a waste of time, but on second thought, it was quite novel. It seems I have now transitioned from a mere bystander to a character with a role in the story. Meanwhile, Yona was still working late into the night. Even at night, there was still much to handle. She decided to create her own information guild. Rather than waiting on her lazy uncle, Yona thought it better to take action herself. After writing the recruitment notice, she also received a call from Chai Nayun. It turned out that next Tuesday, she and Kim Suho were going to a seminar, so she asked if Yona wanted to join. Yona was about to decline, but upon hearing that Shin Jonghak was also going, she changed her mind and said she would go. Chai Nayun had something else to ask. She inquired if Yona had seen the video of herself with the golem. Yona said she had. I saw clearly how you fell into Kim Hajin's arms. Hearing this, Chai Nayun became anxious and threatened that if the video were spread, she would never forgive Yona. After teasing Chai Nayun, Yona happily hung up the phone. As for Chai Nayun in the dormitory, she didn't expect that scene to have been exposed. While continuing to work, Yona soon received another message, learning that I had given up the guild tour because of what Lee Jina said. Yona immediately became angry and told Lee Jina to answer the phone right away. way. Because of their attention, I unexpectedly gained SP. The SP I've recently acquired are also quite substantial. When it's time for the ether to be activated, I plan to use up all the SP on it. In terms of physical strength, even though I work hard, I will inevitably fall behind others, so I need to enhance the power of my weapons as much as possible. Using the SP, I set up a skill called Random Enhancement System that can strengthen recognized equipment. Although the name random seems unreliable, with my top tier luck, this skill is absolutely amazing. However, it's just uncertain whether it can be set successfully. As I spent SP and pressed the confirm button, the status window indicated insufficient SP, reducing the quality of the skill. But before I could be disappointed, my powerful luck once again played a role. In the next second, the random enhancement skill was successfully set. The only downside is that the upper limit of the enhancement power decreased. Although the result was not perfect, considering the incredible effect, it was good enough that it could be set successfully. The reason I am in such a rush to get stronger is also because the main story will soon start once again. In the blink of an eye, a week of summer vacation passed, and I spent it all in hellish training. Although I invested all my SP in weapons, it doesn't mean I plan to give up physical training. After the ether was enhanced by butterfly dust last time, it unlocked some of its potential. After recent practice, ether had fully matured. Overall, after the potential of the ether was enhanced, my physical strength value increased by 0.7. Not only that, but it also added a feature for more realistic transformations of items. Overly complex structures take more time. I then materialized a dagger to thoroughly test it. Examining the ether dagger in my hand, both its appearance and feel are the same as a normal dagger, but as soon as I use the random enhancement skill, its power becomes formidable, easily capable of splitting the ground and breaking rocks. Although it falls short compared to ancient relics, its ordinary appearance is key. It can make people let down their guard. After all, no one would expect such high power from a dagger. Time quickly came to the day of the travel club activity. I told Evangel I was going out and would buy her something delicious when I returned. I also told her that she can only make animals with the spirit friend, and she mustn't make any humans. Hearing this, Evangel had no choice but to agree. After putting on the coat Rachel gave me, I said goodbye to Evangel. I then headed straight to the gathering. Meanwhile, in the palace of Country B, a butler named Henry told Rachel that she could rest easy from now on. After negotiating with the cube, it would send reliable officials to the training camp for protection. Regarding the person who saved Rachel, Henry inquired if the princess would mind if the royal guild contacted him separately. Rachel gladly agreed, knowing my strength was definitely not limited to my current ranking, and other guilds might have noticed me already. Although the royal guild isn't as famous as those in Country K, their advantage is having the right to early access, and Rachel also wanted to recruit me into her own guild. Meanwhile, Hanyan noticed that everyone had arrived, so he called everyone to head to Country B. On the way, Nayun was completely overheated since she came in her school uniform today. However, noticing me, she wondered if I wasn't hot in a jacket in such warm weather. I replied that I'm totally comfortable. After teleporting, we arrived in Country B. Everyone was curious about the surroundings, and Hanyan introduced today's destination, the soaring Clancy Islet in the sky, which could also be reached by teleportation. Clancy Islet, unique to Country B, is made of floating stone and concentrates various money-related activities, such as various entertainment auctions and new product launches for investments and enterprises. It is undoubtedly Country B's golden island, and the main story will also unfold here. After arriving on the island, Kim Suho asked us if we had been here before. It was my first time here, while Yona nodded yes to the question. As for Nayun, she had been here once with her brother when she was 11 years old. Seeing Nayun's mood shift from happy to downcast, Kim Suho asked her if she could introduce us to the place. Hearing this, Nayun suddenly felt motivated. Soon after, Hanyan informed us that there was a major event on the island at 7 p.m. today, and the organizers were very welcoming of the cube students. Before the event started, he let us go have fun on our own. Nayun raised her hand to ask a question, and learning that it was okay to visit the casinos, she urged us to go together. Quickly, our group arrived at the destination, which was filled with an air of luxury. Seeing everyone else exchange money to play, I also followed to the front desk, but the reason I waited for them to leave was that the server in front of me was Jane in disguise. After casually chatting with her, I left. I was aware of the coming of the Chameleon Troop. After all, at 7 p.m. a major event would feature the appearance of something special that would capture the world's attention. I've always been excited to come here because, with high luck and the 1,000-mile eye, making money here is a piece of cake. The incident will occur at 7 p.m., and I still have plenty of time. However, after making a considerable amount of money from playing around, I noticed Nayun sitting at a table. The person across from her must be the scammer Vert. Nayun was about to leave when she was provoked by Vert calling her a kid, so she decided to keep playing. According to the original story, in the next 2 hours, Nayun would lose all her money and end up crying in a hotel room. She would lose because everyone else at the table were con artists, subordinates of Vert. This guy is quite a significant character. Watching the frantic Nayun, I couldn't help but lament this easy mark. Actually, I don't really care how much much this rich girl loses. What matters is that I've got my eye on something of Vert's. So, I took the initiative to approach and told Nayun to let me take her place. Not wanting Nayun to continue being an easy mark, someone beside pretended to have something to do and left. Then we sat down together. At the game's start, the man beside me was curious why I wasn't looking at my cards. I didn't respond, because I didn't need to flip the cards to see them clearly. On the other side, Jane was reporting to the captain and wondered if she had exposed herself. Hearing this, the captain thought not, as she believed I needed to concentrate mana on my optic nerves to see through Jane's ability. Considering this, Jane also thought it made sense, since she hadn't felt any mana flow. Meanwhile, at the table, as the betting rounds added up, my chips were quickly running out. Then Vert offered to bet my ring, recognizing it as a magical artifact, which was exactly what I had hoped for. Vert wanted to know what the ring was. Hearing this, I feigned a serious look and said it wasn't something I could discuss. Seeing this, Nayun, remembering my orphan status, thought it was a remnant left to me. So, she suddenly stood up and said she didn't want to play anymore. She didn't want me to lose the ring. I reluctantly pulled Nayun back down and reassured her just to watch, as I was definitely not going to lose. I declared the ring was precious, and if he wanted it bet, he'd have to wager his own bracelet. Hearing this, Vert happily agreed, thinking he had a winning hand, but it ended in his defeat. An irate Vert tried to accuse me of cheating, but after security confirmation, Nayun mocked him instead. After the affair, I successfully obtained the bracelet, an artifact that could restore magic. The true value of the bracelet was still unknown to Vert. By evening, Kim Suho and others had been waiting for a while. Yona was visibly upset when we finally arrived, but then noticed I had changed my attire, with Nayun carrying my things. Curious about where I got the money, Nayun eagerly shared the recent events with them. Just then, a man approached from behind, recognizing Nayun. Surprised to see him here, Nayun hadn't expected it. Yona curiously asked if the man was Kim Junwoo, a hunter from the Light Source Guild. Happy to be recognized, Kim Junwoo joined in our conversation, while the captain silently observed, then called over Jane. The next second, Jane emerged directly from the wall, and they were about to officially start their operation. Soon, many people arrived on Clancy Islet for an event hosted by the Roten Corporation. The most attractive part of the event was the legendary white crystal. As the host gradually introduced the guests, the girl's arrival captured everyone's attention. It was Princess Rachel of Country B, who was elegantly dressed for the occasion. After passing through numerous media interviews, Rachel entered the event hall. She breathed a sigh of relief, not fond of the journey's noise. Just then, someone called her from behind. It was Zealand, the current CEO of the Roten Corporation. His presence visibly upset Rachel, but she still inquired if preparations against the magic beings were in place. Zealand assured her that Clancy Islet was the safest place now to host the party. The Roten Corporation had dispatched many top-tier heroes. Zealand arrogantly claimed that as the Royal Guild's biggest sponsor, they ensured this event would elevate the guild to new heights. At that moment, Zealand's malevolent grin was unmistakable, leaving Rachel increasingly worried. We had already entered the venue, and there was half an hour until the event started. Now I was puzzled. Why would the Roten Corporation hold an event in such a dangerous place? In my story, they are one of the most corrupt corporations. Although there are no jinns among the upper echelons, there are many villains as bad as jinns. The white crystal would be a disaster in anyone's hands. 3 significant jinns will appear: Silison, responsible for the fight; Nade, in charge of transport; and the evil society's Kim Hakbyo. With my current strength, trying to snatch the crystal is impossible, so I'll just watch the plot unfold from the sidelines, as other organizations will also join the battle. Just then, the captain approached to speak with me. Seeing her, I quickly greeted her. The captain said she was here to serve as a security hero. Jane, on the other end of the call, congratulated her on finally meeting her secret crush, which instantly enraged the captain. Seeing her reaction, I was startled. The captain explained that it was just her teammate speaking nonsense over the earpiece, but I had heard it too. While chatting with her, Kim Suho noticed the new arrival and asked me who the captain was. I told him the fake info I had about the captain and introduced them to each other. However, the recently arrived Kim Junwoo stepped forward, introducing himself first, then immediately wanting to know how the captain knew me and asking which organization's hero she was. Before Kim Junwoo got an answer, the event officially started. People turned their attention to the center, giving the captain an excuse to leave for her security duties. I wondered if Kim Junwoo had sensed something. After the captain left, we continued our conversation. Rachel noticed where I was and also saw the clothes I was wearing. She hadn't expected me to wear the gift she gave me. The first act of the event was Zealand's appearance. He introduced the precious treasure, the white crystal. This crystal, naturally formed by magic, had 480 pieces discovered so far, but its full power had never been harnessed. Excited, Zealand told everyone that the Roten Corporation would demonstrate the true use of the white crystal. Meanwhile, Rachel kept observing the hall. Since the beginning, she had noticed unnatural men in black suits moving around. Initially, Rachel thought they were security personnel, but as their number grew, her suspicions increased. With so many people inside, she couldn't act rashly. Just then, my getting up caught Rachel's attention. With the event still going, Rachel was puzzled baffled by my departure. She couldn't help but think that I always appear at the scene of the crime, always giving off an unusual vibe. So, Rachel sent her bodyguards to monitor suspicious persons in the hall. After dispatching 2 guards, she slowly picked up her necklace. In the next moment, Rachel used this magical artifact to perfectly conceal herself. She planned to follow me first. In the hall, a man quietly listened to his subordinate's report. After investigation, the crystals in the Clancy Hall were confirmed to be genuine. This man was Kim Hakpyo from the Evil Society. Listening to Zealand's grand promotion on stage, he couldn't help but marvel at how desperate the other was for money, wanting to prove to the VIPs that the crystals were genuine, then trigger a surge in stock prices for greater profit. Of course, Kim Hakpyo understood that the Roten Corporation was very confident about the island's security. After all, it was an island formed by magic, inaccessible to jinns via conventional portals, and the only portal was heavily guarded. But in Kim Hakpyo's eyes, these preparations were inadequate, as they had also mobilized aerial transports today. He then ordered everyone to commence their operations. Elsewhere, I was slowly heading to the top floor of the hall, with Rachel increasingly curious about my destination. Soon, I reached 2 large doors, but they were locked. Rachel didn't understand the significance of me going to the rooftop, especially since it required a key to open the doors. She thought I might be persuaded to turn back. Unexpectedly, I pulled out a small hammer, leaving Rachel, who was hiding, dumbfounded. Weapons were prohibited on Clancy Island, but these tools were allowed. Rachel couldn't understand how such a hammer could smash through an alloy door. However, as the sound of the door shattering echoed, she was shocked silent by the scene before her because I had smashed the door into scrap metal without even using magic. But before Rachel could recover, there were many screams from downstairs. The hall was now in complete chaos. Guests were being brutally attacked by jinns, and Zealand had been captured by members of the Evil Society. He hadn't anticipated that jinns would drop from the sky. Nade, having obtained the crystal, mockingly thanked Zealand, but as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a danger behind him. The next second, a violent explosion erupted in the hall. The high-ranking hero Jin Xiangjun was surprised, as the opponent not only dodged his attack, but also had the annoying ability to clone himself. He had expected the Jin to confront him directly, yet Nade immediately fled with 8 clones. Seeing this, Jin Xiangjun was baffled and reluctantly chose one to pursue. The captain, watching everything from the shadows, saw not only Jins emerge, but many monsters as well. Kim Suho and Chai Nayun were struggling to defend themselves. Someone called out to Chai Nayun, and turning around, she saw it was Hunter Kim Junwoo. The hall had been too chaotic, and they had been separated to deal with different Jins. Finding Chai Nayun and the others, Kim Junwoo also tossed a sword to Kim Suho, which he had taken from a fallen Jin. While they fought, I stood alone on the rooftop watching. According to the story, Nade would split into 8 individuals to escape. The first was being pursued by a hero in the east, but that clone didn't have the crystal. The south was covered by Jane, disguised as a Jin, but the crystal wasn't there either. Only one person was still pursuing a clone, the captain in the north. According to the original story, the crystal was indeed with the northern clone. As the captain pursued, she was ambushed by members of the Evil Society, attacked by multiple Jins. She calmly raised her hand and launched a magic sphere towards them. The Jins didn't take the seemingly fragile sphere seriously, but it voraciously consumed them upon contact. Hearing their comrades' screams, the other Jins realized they had kicked the iron plate, but it was too late to flee. The captain's move was both eerie and brutal. Nade, seeing his comrades consumed to debris, couldn't hide his terror, but in just a moment, he was hit by the captain's attack. From the rooftop, I witnessed this one-sided battle. Although the captain was a character I created, her powers were indeed too brutal. Just when I thought the crystal would end up in the hands of the Chameleon Troop as per the original storyline, the Nade killed by the captain turned out to be a clone. The captain below was also perplexed. She had thought her judgment was correct. This scene made me unable to sit still, so I immediately opened my computer to see if the settings had changed, but I didn't receive any new messages, which meant that everything that had happened so far had simply led to a variation in the plot. Thinking quickly, I soon thought of a way to find the crystal, although I had never tried it before. However, there was no time to wait. I directed the stigma at my eyes, gathering magic power into them, and used Thousand Mile Eye to its full potential. Just as I expected, with the magic enhancement, Thousand Mile Eye was truly worthy of its name. I quickly scanned the entire scene, but still, I couldn't locate the crystal. Fortunately, a speeding car caught my attention. Upon closer inspection, I spotted the crystal inside. But then, the image suddenly blurred, and my eyes started to hurt intensely. I realized this was the result of pushing Thousand Mile Eye to its limit, but with time pressing, there was no chance to rest. I immediately started to pursue. After jumping down to the ground, I spotted a parked motorcycle. Silently apologizing to the owner in my mind, I rode off on the motorcycle. Meanwhile, the battle inside the hall was spilling outside. Chai Nayun and the others were protecting guests as they left. As I rode by, I shouted out to Chai Nayun. Seeing she had no weapon, I threw her the magic sword I had acquired. Confused, she looked at it. I quickly explained the effects of the magic sword and reminded her to be careful before riding off without waiting for her to ask more questions. The special equipment stolen from Sidious changes lowers its power based on the user's magic, so I figured the magic sword would perform far beyond demonic powers in Nayun's hands. As I rode, I used 1000 Mile again. Judging by the other's speed, I should be able to catch up soon. A few minutes later, the Jinn on the vehicle had already arranged for a transport plane to pick them up, but just when they thought they were safe, I crashed the motorcycle into their car. The powerful impact flipped the car. After successfully stopping the Jinn, I took a brief breather. However, a Jinn inside the car wasn't hurt and kicked the door open. He came out arrogantly declaring my demise. Seeing the Jinn signaling for help to the plane above, I realized he had backup. Consequently, I decisively took out my computer, checked the transport plane's number, and spent SP to alter the setting, making the plane return. The modification just completed. The Jinn in front was dumbfounded as the transport plane flew away. Now no one could stop me. Next, I was ready to take the white crystal, but a whistling sound from behind made me instantly sense danger. In the next second, a terrifying magic power suddenly appeared, and an explosion erupted at the Jinn's location. When I could see through the dust, the Jinn from the evil society was already dead. The newcomer was Cheek Jungyang from the Chameleon Troop, here to snatch the white crystal. Cheek Jungyang's arrival made me very uneasy. Just as I was considering how to secure the crystal, the situation became even more complicated. I suddenly realized something was amiss because Cheek Jungyang was carrying Rachel on his shoulders. Now I understood the situation had gotten even worse. Immediately, I quietly let ether slip out and then snatched the white crystal from the ground. Seeing this, Cheek Jungyang told me to put the thing down, but I demanded he release Rachel first. Hearing this, Cheek Jungyang finally realized I wanted the girl on his shoulder. He had thought Rachel was also there for the crystal, so he had brought her along. Cheek Jungyang was curious, is this girl that important to you? However, after saying that, he suddenly became interested and asked me whether it would be faster for him to twist Rachel's head off or for me to shoot the box. To this, I coldly stated, it doesn't matter who is faster, but if you don't put Rachel down now, you'll never get what you want. Cheek Jungyang hadn't expected me to be so tough, and immediately he threw Rachel to the ground while telling me to give him the item. Seeing this, I also threw the box over. After all, the white crystal was not something I could handle. The best option originally was to hand the crystal over to Rachel so it could be in the possession of the Imperial family. But now, the only choice was to use it as a bargaining chip for her release. I was curious about how Rachel had been captured, and I was waiting to ask her when she woke up, but Cheek Jungyang suddenly charged at me. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and I had no time to react to his attack. Cheek Jungyang did not hold back at all with his punch, but to my surprise, his strength stopped abruptly. At this moment, Cheek Jungyang was quite astonished and couldn't help saying, interesting. In Cheek Jungyang's eyes, I was very brave. Facing his punch, I didn't even blink. Moreover, from the beginning, Cheek Jungyang had noticed that I was observing his movements, which undoubtedly matched the posture of a warrior in his mind. He withdrew his fist and said that I was not a hopeless case. As he turned to leave, Cheek Jungyang also expressed his admiration for me. As for me, I didn't say a word. Only when I was sure he had really gone far away did I finally allow myself to collapse to the ground uncontrollably. I had almost died just now. This was the closest I had ever been to death. Cheek Jungyang's attack caught me completely off guard. If he had been even slightly dissatisfied with my response, I think my head would have already been blown off. In any case, I dodged a bullet this time. Just then, Rachel also woke up. The first thing she did was ask about the enemy. After I told her that the enemy had left, Rachel seemed confused. So, I recounted everything that had happened and asked if she was also after the crystal. Unexpectedly, Rachel had followed me here. She showed me a bullet and asked if it was mine, saying she had found it during the final exam. Upon hearing this, I realized it was a shell that had fallen during the long-range sniping, and I admitted it was mine. But just as I was about to take it back, Rachel pocketed it. She put the bullet in her pocket. She had come along this time because she was worried I might encounter the same kind of Jinn ambush she had. However, the enemy turned out to be much stronger than expected, which frustrated Rachel because she hadn't been able to help at all. After a brief silence, Rachel couldn't help but ask why I had helped her. If the midterm might have been a coincidence, this final exam was completely different. She could feel that I had been watching her ever since we disembarked. I couldn't tell her the real reason, so I made up my mind and then told Rachel, because I am your fan. She was totally not expecting that. To make my story more believable, I even pulled out evidence of joining Rachel's fan club with a membership count of 10,000 people. Although this excuse was too fake, it was better than saying directly, you are a main character in the novel, and I can't just watch you die or get injured. If you are a fan, does that mean you like me? Hearing Rachel's counter question stunned me. After some time, the jinns and monsters outside the hall had been dealt with. Looking at her damaged hair, Yona sighed deeply. Just then, Nayun hurriedly ran up, wanting to know if Yona had seen that thing outside. This inexplicable question left Yona unsure of what Nayun was referring to. In this battle, she indeed saw a lot, including the most eye-catching Hunter of Light Source Kim Jung-woo, who could blow up everything with his bare hands, and the sword Saint Kim Suho, who could sever anything. He effortlessly sliced through all enemy attacks. Nayun was even more surprising. After receiving the magical sword I gave her, over Nayun, who completely wiped the battlefield. She was also very satisfied with the magical sword I gave her. However, after hearing that Nayun was referring to Kim Ha-jin, Yona finally snapped back from her shock. She knew very well what Nayun meant. Yona had seen me riding a motorcycle out. While the two were still wondering where I had gone, Kim Suho hurriedly brought news that Rachel was missing. Nayun also remembered after the fight started, she hadn't seen Rachel. Yona even suspected, could it be that the Jinn's initial target was Rachel? Indeed, taking Rachel as a hostage, they could completely demand that country B transfer Clancy Islet to them. Thinking this, Yona couldn't help but curse the evil society as despicable and shameless. However, at that moment, someone saw a motorcycle approaching, and on it was the missing Rachel. Seeing her safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Nayun noticed that this was the motorcycle Kim Ha-jin had just ridden. Considering this, Yona thought, while everyone was dizzy from the accident, I had ridden the motorcycle to another place. Afterwards, Rachel came back riding that bike. Doesn't that mean I single-handedly defeated the Jinns and then rescued Rachel? She couldn't believe it was true. There were many experts among the Jinns, and I was so tired I just wanted to go back to the dorm to rest. And thus, this part of the main story had concluded. There was a dinner planned for the next evening. At that moment, Nayun was waiting for someone. When I arrived, I only saw her alone and learned upon asking that I had come too late. The others had already gone to the restaurant. Nayun urged me to hurry over, as today she was treating everyone to a meal. I found this quite curious, wondering if something had happened. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped, her face showing an unusual tension. Nayun stopped me. She had a question she wanted to know, which was whether it would be okay for us to be friends. Nayun's words caught me off guard, but after thinking it over, I replied that it wouldn't be possible and told Nayun that we couldn't be friends. Hearing this, she clenched her fists and then said she was just speaking off the cuff. Nayun also thought that I looked down on her. Seeing her leave angrily, all I had left was silence. After all, we really couldn't be friends, because sooner or later I would have to leave this world, and I would need to kill her closest person. So, becoming friends was out of the question. Another day passed, and we returned to the cube. Seeing that I had finally come back, Evangel ran to greet me, bouncing around and asking if I had brought something tasty. After receiving the 2 fried chickens I bought, she happily thanked me, and seeing this, I felt a wave of relief. This feeling of peaceful times was nice. With something to eat, Evangel should be quiet for a while. With only 3 days left of the holiday, I needed to wrap up the unfinished business. The first step was to start with the linked smartwatch, as having to open the laptop to check every time something unexpected happened was too troublesome. I had refrained from modifying it before to save SP points, but after Cheek Jungyang's recent appearance, I had gained enough SP, and today was perfect for syncing the laptop and the smartwatch. With that done, only one important task remained. When I returned to school, I contacted Park Soo-hyuk. I asked him to get me a motorcycle. At that time, Park Soo-hyuk found the best performing bike, and I told him to go for the top configuration. Although Park Soo-hyuk was shocked because the top model is very expensive, after I confirmed again, he said he would order it right away. I won a lot of money on Clancy Islet, so the money for the motorcycle was not a big deal. Besides, the Pack Horse Masters is about to raid the Den of Devils in City X, and once they go public, the stocks I bought before will skyrocket. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but feel happy. On the 4th day, the 1-month summer vacation also ended. When I came back, I heard everyone talking about social media, and I remembered that it had been a long time since I had checked the main group's social media accounts. I used to follow their updates in real time. Shin Jong-hak's posts are very exaggerated. He is just showing off, basically flaunting his daily workout routine, enduring the tough days and looking forward to a better tomorrow. The key is that he gets a lot of likes, but after looking at it, I started feeling nauseous. As for Kim Suho and Yona, they rarely use social media. Rachel's account is managed by the royal family, and Nayun's last update was from Clancy Islet. It seems my rejection saddened her, but I think she should be able to overcome it on her own. After observing for a while, there was nothing unusual with everyone. During class, the instructor announced the start of the 2nd term. He told everyone that not only would the rankings change, but there would also be new transfer students. Yesterday, there was a ceremony for placing the transfer students. This is among the top 10 magic academies in the country. If someone wants to become a hero, they would join the cube as a transfer student. Each class gets 20, totaling 200 mages transferring in, of which I remembered those who play a significant role in the plot. After the instructor finished introducing, he let the transfer students come in, but while checking how many important characters were in our class, I suddenly recognized one of them, and her face surprised me, for she was Tomer, originally the owner of Ether in the novel. Although her skin color and hair color were different, that face was unmistakably hers. Sure enough, when I opened my watch, I saw new setting changes. Co-author thought Tomer's introduction was too abrupt and her power baseless, so they decided to establish a bond with the main group from the early stages of the novel. After reading the setup, I felt quite helpless because this was purely adding trouble for me. After all, Tomer is no pushover. With the new term starting, my first task was to move into the new dormitory. Seeing the room, several times more luxurious than before, door, Evangel became very excited. The room had become more spacious. I thought she could live more comfortably too. Being assigned to this dormitory was also because my ranking had improved. The cube assigns accommodations based on rankings, and I was in the upper middle ranks, which I was quite satisfied with. The previous dormitory was too small, and I was worried that Evangel was feeling too confined. As for how to deal with Tomer next, I could only start thinking slowly from now on. The first class of the school year was outdoor training, also meant to bring the original class students and the transfer students closer. The school had even given a code name to this training, called Dangerous Mountain. There are no dangerous monsters in the mountains, but there are various traps and mechanisms. The instructor told everyone to be extra careful, as carelessness could lead to injuries and hospital stays. Next, everyone entered the mountain in pairs. Each group's entrance was also arranged. After the instructor gave the command, all students collectively enter the mountain. However, as they went deeper into the mountain, the weather gradually turned dark and cold. Kim Suho reminded everyone to be careful. If what the instructor said was true, traps could be encountered at any time. However, just after he finished reminding, a magician transfer student was caught in a trap. Kim Suho and the others reacted, but the traps were too fast, and many people were bound into the air. After successfully rescuing the students, Chai Nayun and the others prepared to move locations. But as they moved forward, a creature resembling a female ghost appeared. In just an instant, Chai Nayun and Kim Suho were scared and turned to run away. After reaching the outskirts, they sat down to rest. At this moment, everyone was still shaken by the recent encounter with the female ghost. When they regained their composure, Kim Suho and Chai Nayun praised each other's performance. However, Chai Nayun suddenly thought of something and asked Kim Suho if they were friends. Upon hearing this, Kim Suho said of course, while curious why she asked. Chai Nayun understood Kim Suho's reaction was normal, but I had said we couldn't be friends. She couldn't help but consider another possibility. Could Kim Ha-jin want to cross the line of friendship and move towards a more intimate relationship with her? At this thought, her face turned a shade redder. Just then, I also noticed them. The two groups started interacting. Our team's highest ranks were Lee Jian at 20th and Simon Dellick at 41st. Simon Dellick said they encountered an illusion barrier and got lost for a long time until Kim Ha-jin stepped forward to lead the way. Initially, he found it odd, but unexpectedly, I had accurately found the exit. Subsequently, they also discussed the team activities for the second term and asked Kim Suho and Chai Nayun, who hadn't settled on teammates yet. At that moment, Lee Jian said she wanted to try teaming up with Kim Ha-jin. Since teams are chosen based on performance, Lee Jian thought since she had to team up with someone with a lower ranking, Kim Ha-jin would be the best among those with 3-digit rankings. Her words surprised both Chai Nayun and Simon Dellick, but for some reason, Chai Nayun suddenly said that Kim Ha-jin was actually very cold and picky, so she wouldn't recommend Lee Jian choose him. However, Chai Nayun also felt conflicted inside, not knowing why she would say that. Hearing Chai Nayun mention my flaws, Simon Dellick took over the conversation, saying I had many negative rumors, such as often leaving the cube to indulge in pleasure. Upon hearing this, Chai Nayun and Kim Suho were clearly unhappy, but Simon Dellick didn't notice and continued saying there were violent organizations trying to bribe me. Simon Dellick's words completely angered Chai Nayun. Did you witness any of these yourself? Seeing Chai Nayun's furious demeanor, Simon Dellick stuttered his reply that he hadn't seen them. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, then don't say such things. Kim Suho believed I'm not that kind of person. Immediately after, Kim Suho ended the topic. Now that everyone had rested enough, they began to continue climbing the mountain. By evening, today's training had also ended. Meanwhile, Yona tested the voice-changing effects of her equipment, then put on the prepared outfit. Today was the first meeting of Yona's information guild, Falling Blossoms. Falling Blossoms, an essence of the straight, each formed a faction, and only those confirmed as her subordinates could become members of this guild. After arranging things over the holiday, the meeting finally began. Yona had already confirmed some of the personnel. It was the first meeting, and everyone was excited. Next, Yona outlined the specific direction of the guild. She divided Falling Flowers into 3 main sections. Team 1 was responsible for collecting plans or intelligence on competitors, with the primary target being the top-ranking domestic guilds. Team 2 specialized in investigating any new dungeons or the locations of new upper intermediate grade or above monsters. Team 3 was responsible for executing deeds that must be kept out of the light, such as background checks, kidnappings, etc. When necessary, they even had to carry out assassination missions. Yona issued the first task for the third group to investigate the pasts of these 5 people, but they must not be detected or harm them. After all tasks were assigned, the first meeting of Falling Flowers ended. In this background check, the other 4 were just incidental. Yona really wanted to know only one thing: what exactly had happened in my past. The next morning, just after I woke up, I found Evangel had run into my room. Seeing her still sound asleep, I didn't disturb her, just stroked her head and then walked out. At this time, the kitten at home had also woken up. It's a spirit created by Evangel, not an illusion or a temporal form, but an actual kitten made by Evangel's powers. Although its current role is just to be cute, it will definitely give me a great advantage later on. Thinking about this, I cheerfully carefully went to the cafeteria for food. On the way, I suddenly heard someone calling me. Turning around, I didn't expect it to be Yona, who had just finished exercising. She was curious about what I was up to, and upon learning I was heading to the cafeteria, Yona decided to come along. On the way, she asked me again if I had thought about the future, as now there's just over a year left before I start my internship as a hero. After telling me time was short, Yona once again invited me to join the essence of the straight. Honestly, joining Yona's guild is practically stepping onto the path of success, but I have a place I fancy, and I immediately told her I was more interested in the Hunters of the Light Guild. Hearing this, Yona wasn't angry. Yona said she would definitely make me change my mind, as long as she brings back what I have been searching for. She believes my thoughts might change. Hearing this, I was taken aback, not understanding what she meant. I asked Yona, but she wouldn't tell me. Just like that, we chatted all the way to the cafeteria. During the conversation, she also mentioned that Lee Jaina had been punished. After eating, it was time for class. Lately, I've been keeping an eye on Kim Suho. He seems to be preparing to venture into a dungeon. In the original novel, on his way to Gammak Mountain after the summer vacation, attracted by the resonance of energy, which drew him to find an undiscovered dungeon where Kim Suho obtained a very important weapon. However, that weapon needs the power of the butterfly dust to awaken, and the problem is that the butterfly dust is still in my possession. With co-author's intervention, this dungeon might change. Considering Kim Suho's safety, I must accompany him. After all, I am well aware of how harsh this world can be on Kim Suho, and perhaps I could find something valuable inside. Time flew by, and today's classes also ended. I had planned to think of a way to deal with Tomer before venturing into the dungeon, but now it seems I have to postpone that. Currently, she has not fully sided with the Jinns. As long as we find Tomer's father, there's still a chance to win her over, because Tomer's only goal is to find her missing father and kill him herself. However, I also don't know where Tomer's father is. Plus, with insufficient magic power, using the Book of Truth yields only vague information. I hadn't considered Eugene Hyuk. He is primarily responsible for domestic intelligence. Tomer's father is abroad, so he likely won't be able to find anything. But soon, I thought of someone who could help me, the only friend of Kim Chun-dong and a graduate from a prominent military academy's intelligence course. Thus, I called Kim Hozob in the evening. Kim Hozob then realized it was me, as we hadn't been in touch since the entrance ceremony ended. At that moment, I didn't conceal my intentions and directly expressed my desire to hire him with a substantial reward to find someone. On the other hand, Kim Hozob agreed to help me, though his voice was very soft. Just before hanging up, I asked him if he was being bullied by his superiors. Upon hearing this, Kim Hozob was curious about how I knew. I guessed from the way his voice suddenly became quieter. So, I told Kim Hozob that if he was planning to resign soon, I could refer him to a guild where he would surely receive good treatment, given his capabilities. I also told Kim Hozob that the guild was called Falling Blossoms. After the call ended, I couldn't help but think that introducing such a talent to Yona, she should really thank me well. Late at night, Kim Suho was practicing swordsmanship alone. His sword skills had reached perfection, but suddenly Kim Suho stopped his movements. I came out from behind. Seeing me, he then put away his wooden sword. Seeing you work so hard, you aren't planning to raid the dungeon alone. Hearing this, Kim Suho asked me not to tease him. However, the next second I directly mentioned Gammak Mountain. He didn't understand how I knew. Seeing this, I told Kim Suho not to worry, saying I just happened to see it while I was out, as my eyes are always sharp. Afterwards, I also explained my purpose, asking him to take me with him to that dungeon, and at that time, I only needed 1/10 of the reward, and if we got a branch, a few leaves would do. Seeing that I wasn't hiding my intentions at all, Kim Suho also admitted that he indeed discovered a dungeon last week. Originally, he planned to raid it alone. I told him that going alone would definitely be difficult, no matter how you look at it. In response, Kim Suho also said that going alone would be dangerous, but whether he could fully trust me to cover his back was another matter. Immediately, he took off his jacket, wanting to personally verify whether I am truly trustworthy. He asked if he could test me briefly. This development caught me off guard. The gap between Kim Suho and me is too great, and even if he used only one hand, I couldn't guarantee a win. So I said that the open terrain here is disadvantageous for a shooter, and the weapon greatly affects me, making a fair test difficult. But Kim Suho didn't care. He wasn't planning to test my weapon performance. He also stated that he didn't need me to win, just that he would stop when he was satisfied. Seeing this, I had no choice but to agree, as it seemed he had wanted to spar with me for a while. Thus, I began to think about how to deal with Kim Suho. Although he was holding a wooden sword, as long as it was covered with magic, my bullets would be useless. A direct confrontation would only lead to a disastrous defeat, thus lowering his opinion of me. To meet Kim Suho's expectations, I had to try a different method, and the clothes he took off gave me an idea. Just as Kim Suho said to let him know when I was ready, I took the opportunity to quietly modify some settings. After quickly writing, I said we could start. Hearing this, he responded that the fight had begun, but no sooner had he spoken than Kim Suho had already approached me. Fortunately, I used bullet time just in time to clearly see the trajectory of Kim Suho's wooden sword and dodged his attack. Kim Suho then reversed his sword handle and continued to chase after me funny as I evaded. The speed was very fast, and even though I saw the trajectory, I was still slashed by the sword edge. I couldn't keep passively taking hits. Doing so would definitely not earn Kim Suho's approval. Immediately after, I pulled out my pistol and decisively fired. His reaction was quick, slightly shifting his body to dodge my bullet. Fortunately, this also gave me a breather. Kim Suho was very fast, and I could barely dodge his attacks using bullet time, so I couldn't drag this out. Otherwise, once the effect of the skill ended, I would have no chance at all. Next, I needed to gradually guide him into a trap I had set. While I was preparing to shoot, Kim Suho once again swiftly moved behind me. This time I truly didn't react in time, and I quickly used ether, wrapping it around a large tree in front of me to escape Kim Suho's attack range. To this, Kim Suho was not surprised. He said I indeed could still dodge such attacks, but now I had no way out, and Kim Suho wanted to know how I would respond. I was now gambling that his landing spot would be on the jacket I had taken off. The next second, I won the bet. As the trap I set was triggered, Kim Suho was catapulted away, and when he landed heavily on the ground, I had won this test. The jacket I had modified into a trap would push away anyone who stepped on it powerfully, and the effect would disappear after one trigger. At this moment, Kim Suho straightforwardly admitted his defeat. He was seriously observing me, his eyes seeming to see through to one's soul. He happily agreed to take me with him. Seeing this, I also breathed a sigh of relief, assuring Kim Suho he could trust me with his back. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory in City X, Cheek Jungyang was heartbroken as he smashed a relic because it was very valuable. Drun reassured him that if they used the item brought back from Country B, he could find a way to recover more than twice the money. After speaking, Drun began using a white crystal. Soon, a beam of light shone on the shattered relic, and under the effect of the white crystal, the fragments began to gradually repair themselves, even transforming each fragment into a complete relic. After the production was completed, Drun stated that these swords were replicas made from the fragments, requiring no other steps except the crystal to create some of the relics. After testing, their performance far exceeded that of low-level relics. One relic could produce about 30 swords, and based on the magical volume of the crystal, Drun estimated that about 600 more could be made. Pricing each sword higher than a low-level relic, it would be around 700 million each. If there were 600 swords, they would gain a terrifying amount of wealth. Drun's demonstration was approved by everyone. After praising Drun, Jane also mentioned that besides the white crystal, there was another important matter. The Pack Horse Masters had begun raiding the Den of Devils in City X. The opposition was the next target of the Chameleon Troop. The captain told all members that the goal of this mission was to plunder the Pack Horse Masters. After some time, and after we parted ways, Kim Suho analyzed the recent fight. My movements seemed incredibly slow, yet I always managed to dodge all attacks, including that mysterious final blow that sent him flying, something Kim Suho couldn't figure out how I did, but he soon let it go. From this contest, Kim Suho guessed that I usually hide my power, probably as a way to protect myself. He originally thought he was the only one who behaved this way, but unexpectedly, he now met a kindred spirit. As he continued walking, Kim Suho suddenly heard a voice nearby, and upon checking, he found Chai Nayun still practicing with her sword. He then went over to say hello, which ended up startling Chai Nayun. Kim Suho asked her if she was practicing swordsmanship, to which Chai Nayun defensively replied that she was just exercising. She then asked Kim Suho what he was doing so late at night. In response, Kim Suho decided to tease her, saying he just met Kim Ha-jin and talked about her. Chai Nayun's face turned bright red. Seeing her strong reaction, Kim Suho quickly said he was just joking, afraid he might alert others. He then admitted that we sparred briefly, and Chai Nayun didn't understand why he would practice with someone as weak as me. But this time, Kim Suho didn't tell her. Not getting an answer, Chai Nayun turned around to continue her training. Kim Suho then advised her to try not gripping the sword so tightly because doing so could make it difficult to cut through things that could normally be cut. He then demonstrated it for Chai Nayun. Seeing his technique, Chai Nayun wanted to see it again, but Kim Suho told her to relax her grip first. After a while, Chai Nayun also returned to her dormitory. Just now, Kim Suho had mentioned that he could train with her in the future. Now she thought she needed to practice more to find the feeling of relaxing her grip. The more she thought about improving quickly, Chai Nayun suddenly felt a lot of pressure. If she needed to decompress late at night, the only way was to play video games. In this world, there is a very popular game among heroes. Many current heroes use it for imaginary training. The game's name is Gladiator of the Century, and its popularity is quite exaggerated. The special feature of this game is that it contains no leveling or item enhancements. Players must rely solely on their instincts and control over their bodies in combat. After logging in, Chai Nayun didn't go for ranked matches. She was just there to vent stress, so she looked for someone easy to bully. Quickly, she found her target, someone named Extra 7, with a record of 43 wins and 43 losses, and just a platinum rank. No matter how you look at it, Chai Nayun felt this opponent was easy to bully, so she decisively sent a duel request. Unexpectedly, the one called Extra 7 accepted instantly. In the few seconds of preparation before the fight, Chai Nayun carefully observed, needing to see how her opponent would make his move. As the sound sound signaling the start of the match rang out. The battle between the two was about to erupt. Extra 7 charged forward without observing, catching Nayun somewhat off guard. Just as she was preparing to counterattack, she found that her opponent had grabbed her clothes and used a dirty trick. It was just a sweeping leg kick, but it made Nayun lose her balance, and then Extra 7 took advantage to strike again. The next second, the system displayed Nayun's defeat, which infuriated her. Defeated in such a manner, she couldn't easily accept defeat, so she initiated another duel. What Nayun didn't expect was that she would lose the match again. Unwilling to accept defeat, she continued to challenge, and Extra 7 did not refuse. But after many consecutive matches, Nayun ended in a disastrous defeat every time. Eventually, she realized that she really couldn't beat this newbie. Knowing she would still lose, Nayun still asked to play one more game. This time, Extra 7 refused, using sleep as an excuse. Seeing this, Nayun hurriedly asked if he always logged on at this time. After getting a confirmed answer, she asked Extra 7 to fight with her every time they meet. Unexpectedly persistent, Extra 7 reluctantly agreed. After logging out, I took off the gaming headset in the dorm. The person I encountered in the game was overly obsessed, which led me to win 7 consecutive matches. I had just logged on to see if random enhancements were effective in the game, and I didn't expect to encounter a battle maniac right away. At this time, I didn't know that person was Nayun. After this test, I also realized that the random enhancement system was better than I had imagined. After enhancing the gaming system, even the virtual characters in the game got stronger. I was about to go to sleep, but then I turned around and found that Evangel was still eating cake. I quickly took the cake away, as eating too much would definitely upset her stomach. When the cake was taken away, Evangel immediately started crying softly. She said she hadn't had enough and asked me to give it back. Even though I told her she could eat more tomorrow, Evangel didn't agree. I didn't expect her to have learned how to be so stubborn now. After putting the cake away, I picked up Evangel and told her that I would bring something tastier in the morning as compensation. Hearing this, Evangel finally stopped crying. After getting her to sleep, I received a message on my watch. When I checked it, it turned out to be a scheduled time from Kim Suho. He had set the day for the dungeon visit to next Friday. So, I replied to Kim Suho that we would meet at the place where we had our contest on that day. The following days were quite mundane, filled with training, attending classes, and the newly added nighttime gaming. Since I had arranged with the player in the game last time, I would log on regularly to spar with her. Today's practice session is over, and it's time for me to go to sleep. Seeing this, Nayun happily said goodbye to me. Recently, playing games has also become a routine part of my day, partly because the other player is very polite. Initially, when she challenged me to a fight out of the blue, I thought I had encountered a weirdo. Now I suddenly remember, I still don't know how to read her gaming nickname. Thinking carefully about the strange name, and seeing 2 characters similar to Nayun, I couldn't help but associate it with Nayun. However, I quickly dismissed the thought, as it seemed a bit far-fetched. Time quickly moved to next Friday, and today Kim Suho watched Nayun's training. Kim Suho also praised her movements for being much more natural than before. Nayun mentioned that she had been playing a game recently, which helped improve her swordsmanship. Kim Suho had heard of the game. Nayun also said that she met an expert in the game who not only was willing to train with her, but also had strong close combat skills. Kim Suho thought that to receive such praise from Nayun, the person might be an active hero, but Nayun said she had asked, and the answer was no. At this moment, I arrived there too, and hearing my voice, Nayun turned around. I was curious what the 2 of them were doing. Kim Suho was about to say that he had been practicing swordsmanship with Nayun recently, but Nayun quickly stopped him and said it was just a chance encounter today. Her words left Kim Suho quite puzzled, but seeing Nayun's demeanor, he didn't continue. Then I told him we could depart. Hearing this, Nayun was curious about where we were going, but we didn't tell her. After saying goodbye to her and encouraging her to keep up her training, Nayun suddenly realized something was amiss. Noticing that Kim Suho and I seemed to have become quite familiar, coupled with Kim Suho's earlier mention of a conversation about her, Nayun grew even more curious about what exactly we were going to do. Very concerned, she secretly followed us and eavesdropped on our conversation. However, when she heard me asking Kim Suho about her recent status, Nayun was startled, and her face turned red on the spot. She even dared not listen to what I was about to ask. Before long, we entered a nearby restaurant. During the meal, Kim Suho and I confirmed the location of the dungeon, since it was within the bounds of City X. He reminded me to be cautious, as it was one of the most dangerous areas in the country. When a magical explosion occurred, much of the area's terrain turned into steep mountains, so the western side of City X is strictly off-limits to ordinary people. Gamik Mountain happens to be near there. While I am the one who designed this world, there are a lot of undiscovered hidden pieces. There are many key items that must not fall into the hands of villains, but due to the dangers, there are still several places I do not have the courage to search alone. But if Kim Suho helps, we might be able to secure it before the villains do. At this stage, he should already be stronger than an intermediate grade hero. If we take away what should belong to the villains beforehand, we can avoid a lot of trouble. That would make things safer in the future. Thinking this, I find myself increasingly approving of Kim Suho. During the meal, we considered what to bring, but Kim Suho probably doesn't have much money, so I need to prepare extra equipment and food. At that moment, a person wrapped up tightly also came into the restaurant, and her outfit immediately caught my eye. After noticing my gaze, she quickly turned around and then went to pick up her pre-ordered food. I recognized who it was and decided to play a trick on her. Thus, I called out Yona's name. Hearing this, she hurriedly claimed I had the wrong person, but upon hearing the voice, Kim Suho also recognized it was Yona. We invited her to join us for a meal, but Yona didn't want others to know she really liked hamburgers and rice soup. After being discovered, she was completely flustered and quickly left with her food. However, Yona ran off so fast that she forgot to pay. Seeing the bewildered look on the owner's face, I said I would pay for her. This incident had a big impact, and Yona didn't dare to make eye contact with me for 3 days. After we were ready, today we officially set out to raid the dungeon. After teleporting to City X, I met up with Kim Suho. He then led the way personally. Soon, we entered the region of Gamik Mountain, but after a long walk, we still hadn't reached our destination. I remained vigilant all along the way, as Gamik Mountain is near the restricted area. After climbing further for a while, Kim Suho stopped. Then he told me we had arrived. This place is very hidden, and even knowing the location, it's hard to find. Moreover, the entrance is narrow, so escape would be difficult if there were any dangers inside. Kim Suho wanted to know if I was sure I wanted to go in. Naturally, I intended to, and I told him not to underestimate my shooting skills. This time, just in case, I specifically spent SP to create light bullets. However, if there are upper intermediate grade boss monsters, it would likely be up to Kim Suho to handle them. When it was time to enter, I asked him to hold my hand. Kim Suho was puzzled why we needed to do this, and I explained that it was very dark inside, and rashly turning on a flashlight could provoke spirit monsters. Hearing this, he understood my intention. We then decisively entered the cave. Unlike the narrow entrance outside, it was actually quite spacious inside. After walking for a short while, I suddenly sensed something was off and stopped. Using Thousand Mile Eye, I discovered another passage leading into the cave, meaning the dungeon had another entrance, but I didn't remember this setup, so I continued deeper to investigate with Thousand Mile Eye, and unexpectedly, in the distance of the other passage, I saw 2 people slowly walking towards us. Kim Suho was curious about what was happening, but I asked him to stay quiet as I needed to concentrate fully on observing. From their appearances, it was hard to tell who they were, but the aura they emitted was definitely not that of the good guys. After a short wait, sure enough, I received a new message, a change notification from co-author. He thought that the rewards of the Gamik Mountain dungeon were too generous for its difficulty, so he changed this dungeon to a hidden level connected to the Den of Devils of City X. After reading the notification, I understood the current situation. The dangerous Den of Devils, which was originally unrelated, was now connected to the Gamik Mountain dungeon. I then asked Kim Suho what today's date was, and after learning it was the 14th, I finally noticed something was off. Since today was the day the Pack Horse Masters was fully raiding the Den of Devils, these 2 must be scouts from the Pack Horse Masters, likely here first. Seeing my expression change, Kim Suho quietly asked what was happening. This time, I told him that someone was coming towards us. Upon hearing this, Kim Suho found it hard to believe, while I became even more worried. The Pack Horse Masters is a relatively strong entity within the Jinn organizations, and they usually use false identities that are at least intermediate grade heroes. Even with Kim Suho's current strength, it would be difficult to handle. As I considered whether to continue raiding the dungeon, those 2 seemed to be considering returning. After they finished discussing, they began to head back the way they came. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. All we needed to do was quickly defeat the boss monster. To find the boss's location quickly, I immediately used the power of the stigma to activate Thousand Mile Eye. Looking deep into the dungeon, I then saw a wall with writing on it, which should be the location of the boss monster. I told Kim Suho the route and suggested we make a quick decision as those people might return. Kim Suho agreed decisively. Meanwhile, in the Den of Devils of City X, the Pack Horse Masters' team was almost done with their raid. The chairman, Kim Jin-kyung, was asking others if they had found anything else. At that moment, the 2 individuals mentioned over the phone that they had reached a secret passage to Gamik Mountain. Hearing about a hidden level, Kim Jin-kyung became interested and instructed them to continue exploring and not to regroup. He and the others would head over immediately. After the call, Kim Jin-kyung informed the other members that the scout team had found a hidden level and they were going to clean it out completely. Upon hearing this, one man was curious about where the scout team was currently. Hearing that the others had gone ahead to search, the man simply remarked, "Missing 2 people?" Seeing him still standing there, the other members urged him to hurry up and take action. Unexpectedly, the next second, the man suddenly opened a teleportation channel. The chairman was puzzled about what he was doing and why he was opening an artificial teleport point. Hearing the chairman's question, the man appeared somewhat angry, as this wasn't a Jinn's teleportation, but a power that could connect to nearby spaces, called phase shift. Kim Jin-kyung was also angry that his subordinate hadn't closed the teleportation yet. However, the man in question was actually an undercover agent in the Pack Horse Masters, his real identity being Khalifa of the Chameleon Troop, who possesses a blue card. Just as Kim Jin-kyung was about to confront him with a gentle wave of Khalifa's hand, the next second, the other members froze as a black long spike suddenly appeared from the teleportation channel and pierced through Kim Jin-kyung's head. Immediately after, his body began to slowly melt. Before the people of the Pack Horse Masters could react, their chairman was dead on the spot, even turning into a bizarre cloud of smoke and dispersing. The person who struck was the captain of the Chameleon Troop, her power as brutally strong as ever. However, the captain did not finish off the remaining people, but used her power to knock all the Jinns unconscious. She did this also for the sake of stock prices, so she had to spare their lives, considering the Chameleon Troop also held many shares in the Pack Horse Masters. Next, Khalifa was about to check out the hidden level, but the captain told him to just wait here. Khalifa was curious if something unexpected had happened,